fascist right to vote away our rights. But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are in good here with our boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that. Look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boots start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. You adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on math. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semantic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. Argue while you reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost to fight your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and find your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread.
So, what is the EA's?
When you go off field a nerd, least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. 'Cause think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder 'cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. just a green room backstage? Then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system. Now it's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Fuck you, Goldie.
Amazing
Like, straight
intro. Hello, folks.
I make all the songs. At least I write my own fucking lyrics. Tacos can't do that. ChatGPT writes Tacos lyrics.
And now
Or he lets
Golden's
Suno
already
do it or
crying about
something.
me. Oh boy. Well, folks, welcome to Async. I'm RP. And beside me is Gretchen.
Hi.
How you doing tonight?
Fucking weird. It's just a
Yeah.
weird night. It's like, I don't know. Something seems weird tonight.
Did you hear the news about the
Like,
EAC?
you get that sense like something's fucking wrong. You just don't know what it is yet. You know what I mean? That's what I feel like.
Well,
I don't know where it's coming from, but
Did you hear the news about the EAC? Trump has fired the rest of the remaining heads of the EAC.
Like,
So, here.
why? I mean, what?
Because he's trying to rat fuck the midterms. Trump fires all election assistant commission members, leaving agency unable to act. President Donald Trump fired all 3 remaining members of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission on Thursday, abruptly disabling the only federal agency devoted solely to election administration at the moment when Trump has sought to reshape federal voting rules. So this is a big deal. This is election interference, wholesale.
I mean, I don't know that it's that big a deal because the shit's just going to go to the courts, straight to the courts instead, and that's just.
But the Supreme Court, gave him the ability to fire the heads of any federal program. So even if they try to take this to court to regain some of their autonomy, it's already been decided.
I mean,
he's allowed
I
to
get
do
it.
that.
It's just for the midterms. It's not going to make that big a difference. The EAC doesn't really do that much outside of presidential elections.
Hopefully not then.
Because I know I've told you before and you guys aren't comforted by it, but I mean, it's like we don't have one election in this country. We have, 50 separate state elections for state offices and then we have and it's not even that we actually have, I think it's like 5,200 counties in this country. We have 5,200 separate elections boards in this country. You would have to like when election day comes around, we essentially run 5,200 separate elections. So, I mean, they have to follow the rules set by the FEC, but I mean, with the EAC, all they really do is fix, they put out fires, really. And
Well, it's kind of
with,
an important
if
board
you,
when you have an arsonist in the White House.
it is, but I mean, like they'll just take that shit straight to the courts. That's all. Because, I mean, let's be honest, the Republicans have been doing that anyway, going straight to the courts. And, once a judge makes a ruling, then the EAC can't really do much about it except for wait for, their case to come up. So, I mean, since we're just talking midterms, I'm not really that bothered by it, I guess. So,
I'll keep my fingers crossed. Well, we should take a minute to greet everyone that's in chat already. Looks like tonight we got that Opal guy in first again. Professor Hizzle, Golden, JR, Salamander Falls, Brittany, Silva Fett, Evan Porter, Moonshoes. I said Professor Hizzle already, right? If not, hey, Professor.
I think you did, yeah.
Okay, yeah, he was like number 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
Nagadaru, and Robin, Judia 2. I think that. Oh, and Chuck McNorris, terrible name. You are Victoria. And I think that's everyone in chat so far. So welcome in, folks. Glad to have you here early.
Yeah, terrible name. New York could just decide to not have an election in 2028, but they wouldn't because they want their votes to count. So,
Hey, Jamnik, my dude. What's good?
that would be something Trump would actually want them to do, or the Republicans in general.
Is that still a response to a terrible name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if California ever decided, you know what, fuck it, we're just going to take our ball and go fucking home. We're not voting this year. It's like that would swing the whole fucking election with our 52 electoral votes. Okay. I don't think so, Robin. What do you want, Golden Arm? Bearded empathy is absurdly wrong about what? What are you talking about? All right, you know what? I have to. Shit. I actually have to leave you guys for a few minutes. I have to go put a printer back together.
Oh, okay.
And also, I'm like covered in fucking ink. It's like, this is weird. So,
All right. Well, we'll choose a video. While
you want to be blue? Dude,
he wants
no.
a wrench.
No, Golden Arms, fuck you. I mean, no. In fact, you know what? I just like demodded like 6 or 7 people because they're like never here. So, what makes you think I'm gonna fucking give you one?
Yeah, not happening.
I don't want to have a chat full of mods. I just don't. So, I choose my mods from people that are here all the time. So, maybe work on that, I guess. Anyway, I gotta go put my printer back together. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Looks like we also have Sir Equinox and Leaderhead popping in the chat. Good to see you folks. And we've got a friend backstage. Hey Robin, how you doing tonight?
Yes, it's me, just me. I'm doing good.
Good to hear.
I thought I'd come in while Gretchen was stepping away. Fill in for a little minute.
I appreciate that. We're taking a look at the first video to pull up to and react to tonight. So folks, we got this Planet Peterson clip titled "Guest is Hopelessly Lost." This Dr. Blitz clip. The title says "Theist Can't Help But Strawman Me." Got this Joel video. Definitely outside of any live stream he did. This is just a straight up video that he's doing. How C.S. Lewis's argument from Desire fails horribly.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
Was it pretty good?
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then last for potential videos, we have this John Cohen clip. Tried explaining away biblical genocide, then everything collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
Good old baby paster. They're always fun to listen to their insane rationalizations. Oh, hey Ray and Eric, good to see you guys in chat. So folks, and does anyone in chat have any input on what clip they'd like for us to begin with tonight? Go ahead and give you guys a couple minutes to respond. If not, we'll probably start with Blitz. That's just because he's my favorite.
Yes, he's a good starter.
Yeah, apparently he tried to do the MAGA topic earlier this morning, and I guess not enough MAGAs were calling in, so he eventually switched to the creationism debate.
He was actually on the Raging Tomato tonight.
I saw that, yeah, about creation was the topic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like flat Earth and creationism and stuff like that. Yeah.
When it peeked in, the panel looked like it was going crazy. There were like 8 people up there.
But they had the like after her original show goes off, then they had the gauntlet too. So that's like, and he was still on that too. So good on him for going into the sort of the swamp to fight these people.
All right, so we have 2 votes for Planet Peterson, a vote for Blitz, a vote for the Joel clip.
Somebody vote
looks
for
like-
PP.
Yeah, right now Planet Peterson is in the head by 1. So, folks, I'll wait about 30 more seconds. If you really want something... Oh, we got 2 for Joel now. Need a tiebreaker. Otherwise, we'll start with Planet Peterson since he was the first to hit 2
Joel.
votes. Oh,
Joel.
Gretchen ran back to her mic for that tiebreaker. All right. We are going to start with Joel. All right, get this all set up. All righty, here we go.
Are we supposed to have sound?
What's that, Robin?
I don't have any sound.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
no
like,
audio. Weird.
They didn't have audio either. I thought maybe.
Oh,
just
yeah, I see what I did. I was sharing the entire screen so that everyone could see the choices, and I forgot to switch to a tab-specific instance. Yeah, thanks for catching that early. Here we go.
Hey folks, welcome to Joel Reads Bible. I'm Joel and I read Bibles so that you don't have to, but I also take apologetics courses so that you don't have to, and that's what we're doing today. I took an apologetics course so that you don't have to. It was the C.S. Lewis Institute Basic Apologetics course with Art Lindsley. I don't know if this is the best apologetics course. I'm sure it's fine. All apologetics courses are probably roughly the same. Apologetics, if you don't know, are something that seem like effective arguments for non-believers, but they're really just ways to keep people in the church. Someone might send their child to do an apologetics course to make them feel like they can go out and defend their faith and change hearts and minds with robust argumentation, showing them the truth of Christianity. But what it really is a little bit of a day camp so that the kids become more Christian, so they can be confident in their faith, with arguments that are never going to work on anyone that doesn't have those same presuppositions. So if you're someone that's ever taken an apologetics course, we're going to do it together, and I'm going to show you some of the sleight of hand and some of the tricks that apologists use, especially when they're brainwashing young people and older people who take these courses. Maybe I went too hard and said brainwashing, but it is a little bit brainwash-ish. You know, it's indoctrination of some kind. Ultimately, it's designed to make you feel fine about your faith. So the first lecture we're going to look at in this apologetics course is the argument from desire. This is a famous C.S. Lewis argument, and Christians really love it. It really resonates with them. But we'll see if this resonates with anyone else, anywhere else in the whole entire world. I'll be watching the whole entire video. I won't play the whole video here. I'm just going to play little clips for you, and then we'll discuss them when they're important, when they're pertinent, when he's done something that we should mention. But I will put the link to the original video in the description so you can tell that I'm not like cutting out any brilliant arguments that would totally just crush, well, of course you didn't talk about this. This was the main thing. So let's get right into it. The argument from desire from the C.S. Lewis Institute, the Basic Apologetics course by Art Lindsley. Let's see what he's talking about.
We're going to deal in this session with the argument from desire, a very provocative one of these 25 arguments. Peter Kreeft thinks that this is the most effective argument when he presents arguments regularly in his college classroom. He finds that this argument connects most with postmodern university students.
We're going to see if that's true, but I can't imagine, knowing the argument, that it really is convincing to anyone on any college campus anywhere in the world, unless they're already Christian.
There was an atheist philosopher, Franz Kafka, who some people have regarded as the representative atheist of the 20th century.
Now, this isn't saying a lot yet, but just notice what he's done here. He has name dropped Kafka. Not only has he name dropped him, but he's also been like, he's actually the leading atheist author or philosopher.
Is Kafka a representative atheist of the 20th century?
Right?
Like what?
Oh my God.
He's like the
I'm sorry, I should say, oh my Kafka instead of oh my God. Much more apt.
guy that they all turn to. He's like the main one. This is a trick that apologists will use. They will, of course, pick the atheist who most closely represents what they're trying to say, and then they'll like big them up. They'll make them seem like the best ones. It's a type of name dropping or something like that. It's almost like a certain kind of appeal to authority. Here, he wants you to believe that Kafka is the voice of atheism. And everybody goes, yeah, he's our guy. I did a quick Google search of the leading atheist of philosophers and authors, and Kafka didn't come up. I know he was a brilliant author, like no one's saying he wasn't, and I'm sure he was an atheist, no one's saying he wasn't, but it's just this unnecessary appeal to authority or trying to be like, see, we've got this guy and he knows what he's talking about. But just note that when you watch apologetics, is they will always do some sort of a Nietzsche was the greatest of all atheist philosophers, and he said, without God, there's no morality. And then they'll quote mine, but that's a whole other conversation. So Art goes over, I think, 3 or 4 stories by Kafka. They basically all sort of do the same thing, which is show that there is something that someone wants, communication, a satisfying job, some sort of great food that they enjoy, whatever the case may be. There is something that they want, but they can never get it. This is to set the stage for desire. We have desires. There are things we want, but they're never satisfied. They're never satisfied in this life. We're trying desperately, but there's no way to do it. So he is pointing to us looking for some sort of meaning in our lives and really not being able to find that. And so we just wander around searching for things that give our lives meaning. But nothing gets us to that destination, if there even is one. And so Art just sort of paints the picture using these stories by Kafka. And this is a great move by apologists and pastors and anyone, which is to like tell stories, right? To give us these metaphors and interesting tales in order to sort of underpin their point.
In many ways, this argument from desire looks at some of these very deep human aspirations and says, well, there is a solution. There is that which satisfies these deep human aspirations. We sometimes can have partial satisfaction of these aspirations in this life, but there is in the life beyond a full satisfaction for these aspirations and desires.
All right, I want us to pause here really quick and just notice something that he says here, which is going to be the defeater for this whole syllogism. Like this is going to be the end of the argument. He says, there are things in this life that give us partial satisfaction. Okay, just note that. There are things in this life that give us partial satisfaction. Now he's going to go into the formal syllogism of the argument from desire. So let's see what happens.
For instance, there's hunger. There happens to be food that can satisfy our desire for food. There's thirst, and there happens to be water or drink that can satisfy or quench our thirst. There's drowsiness, and there happens to be sleep that will satisfy that desire for sleep. There's sexual desire, and there's sex. There are many natural desires that have corresponding real fulfillments for that desire.
So he's going to list some things which are natural desires. I don't know what natural or innate means. I feel like those are words that are not defined very well, so that if we were to say something like, oh, I want to go fly on a dragon, I want to go for a dragon ride, right? That's a innate desire that I have. They can say, well, that's not a natural desire. That's just not something that we would do. I want to be able to run and do huge jumps over cliffs. Just like if they're the Grand Canyon, I want to be able to run and jump all the way over and just see the whole beauty of the Grand Canyon beneath me. Well, that's not a natural innate desire. That's not really pointing towards a real object, like a dragon or super jumping. Because simpler forms of this argument would just be like, hey, if you have a desire, it points to something real. Well, if we have the word natural and innate there, we can sort of sidestep all of the ridiculous desires and desires that just like do not at all have any sort of connection with reality, right? Because there are going to be those types of desires that people are certainly going to have that do not correspond with real objects. We start with the most rudimentary, very simple desires. They're more like needs, but we do have natural human needs. We need water. So we have a desire to drink to quench our thirst because, well, we need to, or we will die. Just like we need to eat food or we will die. We need to have sex or our species will not progress. And then what was the other one? We need to sleep or we will die. Like these are all things that we need or we will die. These are like functions of the human body. The species will not continue if everyone stops drinking, stops eating, stops sleeping and stops having sex. So these could be called natural desires that we have, but they're more of like intrinsic needs because of just our natural bodies. So it's a little bit different than a desire. Part of the sleight of hand that's going to happen in this argument is they're going to take what is natural, right, what our human bodies need.
Like Miranda.
We have to drink water or...
Was that it?
Yeah, in the movie Serenity, that's what happened on Miranda.
Okay.
we will die. And they will pivot over to something that's a little bit less, I would say, necessary. And that like people function very, very well without the things he's going to say are natural and innate desires. So this is the first kind of sleight of hand that's happening. And he's also saying that there's water to satisfy, there's food to satisfy, there's sleep to satisfy. There's a sleight of hand there too. Just wait to see what happens.
There exists in us a desire which nothing in time, nothing on earth, no creature can satisfy. Again, some of these desires and aspirations, like for meaning and dignity and morality and immortality and sort of a yearning for truth and goodness and beauty, I mean, we can get tastes of these things within this life, but we're left with a desire for more. It doesn't satisfy us forever. It may satisfy us for a moment, but it leaves us wanting more. And the question is, well, what's this continual lack of fulfillment? Is that just the way life is? Or is there something that it points beyond, right, that it points to? Is it a cosmic pointer to something which lies beyond?
So did you see the switch there? Meaning, dignity, morality, immortality, truth, goodness, beauty are radically different than being thirsty and needing to drink or we will die. There are happy-go-lucky nihilists out there who don't have any meaning in their lives, who see the world as meaningless, purposeless, whatever, and they're totally cool with it. I've talked to them. They think it's great. I'm not one of those people. I'm somebody that doesn't think like my life has an intrinsic meaning, but I think I get
go,
meaning
team
from things around
nihilism.
me. Other people, maybe my work, maybe doing this. Like there are things that give our lives meaning. Parents, their children give their lives meaning. People that are just like social butterflies, going out, having a great time with friends, connecting with other people, feeling that sort of like social energy, that gives their lives meaning. So there's a lot of things that imbue our lives with meaning, even though our lives don't have some sort of intrinsic or innate meaning. But he also says this.
Is that just the way life is?
Yes, Art, that's just how life is. And this is the sleight of hand. And I'm going to give it away here. And what he does here.
I'd like to quickly touch on, like, you know, the common equivocation of purpose and meaning. So, like, meaning to me is something that is, like, derived from an observer. So, like, you look at a painting, and it'll have, like, a meaning to you. You know, like, you'll be projecting, like, you know, your life experience onto it, like, your tastes, your likes, your dislikes. But just because, you know, that painting has a meaning for you doesn't mean it's going to be the same meaning for another person. And so, you know, this is how we, you know, have different
Almost like
meanings.
it's subjective, huh?
Subjective meanings, yes.
And
I'm not
Golden
a
Arm,
meaning realist.
get fucked, Golden Arm. like, you know what, Robin, you were almost right. It is definitely the most robust theory in all of biology, but it's actually the most evidence-backed fucking theory in all of fucking science.
Yeah, yeah. I just thought I would, just leave it to biology. Like,
I mean,
like
that was a great fucking burn, but
yeah,
why not
the
reach for
theory of
why not reach
evolution.
for the top, man?
The theory of evolution is nothing but claims and assertions and bullshit. He
Right.
said, like,
Yeah.
oh my god, uh, like, I don't know how many more dumb things you can write in chat, Golden Arm, before I just like
In
laugh out
all
loud.
of science, there is not another fucking theory that is more fucking backed up by evidence than evolution. And you're just a fucking clown.
And Ray here with the goated Rick and Morty quote. I've described like how I view meaning, and this is different from purpose, because purpose is imbued by the thing that is making the secondary thing. So like the painter is who gives purpose to the painting, and that purpose isn't like something that can be changed by the observer, because the observer didn't have a hand in making the painting. And so the painter can have both a purpose for the painting and a meaning of the painting, like it means something to them that is separate from the purpose. And so whenever
What?
Christians,
Time out real quick.
like,
When did this video come out?
probably yesterday or today. Yesterday.
Oh man, that explains the onslaught of Philbros in his live today.
Oh,
It was just fucking. It was Fildo after Fildo after Fildo.
probably makes sense. So
Yeah.
when Christians like
Clicking now.
talk about like the meaning of your life, what they're trying to do is equivocate, and they're actually trying to assert a purpose. And they're by equivocating meaning for purpose, or purpose for meaning. They're trying to smuggle in the fact that there is something that designed you with an intent for the actions that you'd carry out. And so by doing that equivocation, they're trying to smuggle in that need for some sort of designer.
But what is their purpose? Like, their purpose is to worship God, to come down here and like
Right.
glorify God. I mean, like it blows my mind how their meaning and purpose, they're satisfied with giving an answer like that right there. And they pretend that we are the ones that don't have any meaning or purpose in our lives.
It's to write off of Ray's Rick and Morty reference. There's an episode, I believe, in the first or second season, where Rick makes a robot, and as soon as it clicks on for the first time, it turns to him and he says, "What is my purpose?" And Rick says, "You pass the butter." And it passes the butter, and then it looks at Rick again, and it's like, "What is my purpose?" And he's like, "You pass butter." And he just looks at his claws. It's like, oh my God, realizing that like its meaning, its existence, it has only like a single purpose, and so is like kind of meaningless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, according to a lot of Christians, my purpose is just to give birth to more kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the biological imperative.
Yeah, that's my purpose. It's like, to be a helpmate to some dude.
Yep.
To be quiet during church.
Yes, you have to be quiet during church.
So yeah, like when you hear Christians try to talk about meaning, hold them to a specific definition of meaning that doesn't allow them to smuggle in that purpose and therefore need for a designer, is pretty much my point. So if unless anyone else has any input on that opinion, we can dive back in. All right, we'll dive back in.
Here is he says there is thirst and there is water to quench that thirst. You have the desire, this is innate and natural desire, and there's something that corresponds with it which satisfies it. That's not true, Art. That's not true. When you are thirsty, you can drink some water, but you're not satisfied forever. You need to drink water again. You can go have a meal and that satisfies you. Maybe you probably are going to want a snack later, by the way, but you need to have a meal again, Art. You can go have a nap and that's great. You needed to sleep. You're going to need to go to bed, right? I don't know anyone that enjoys sex that has ever been like, yeah, I did it once and I was totally satisfied. It was great. I never need to do it again. It was just a lovely time, but I'm done with that now. Everybody wants to do it more. It doesn't ultimately satisfy. So why should we think, if this is your argument, that all of a sudden things that are questionably innate and natural, right? Like meaning and dignity and morality and living forever and truth and goodness and beauty, these things that it's probably questionable that they are innate desires, but I'll give it to you. Why should we think that in this world where things don't satisfy us, that we're going to be satisfied? Why should we at all expect that? Your argument is defeated at premise one because it's just not true that there's a real world corresponding thing that really does satisfy your desire. Your desires are never satisfied in this world. That's the reality of this world. So you can find things that bring your life meaning for a short time sometimes, and then you have to go find something else. And that's fine, right? That's wonderful. You have like a litany of purposes in your life. That's beautiful. Morality is something that we hunt for, something that we want to learn, something we develop over time. We get better, right? We improve, we progress. Hopefully we get kinder. Sometimes it goes the other way. These are the realities of the human experience, and it's fine. That's the way it is. I'm ranting here because it's already destroyed, but let's go and listen to the conclusion to this syllogism that just simply doesn't work. It's already completely failed. We'll see if we have to really do anything else with this. The argument from desire is bad, but I didn't know it was this bad.
Conclusion, there exists something outside of time, earth, and creatures which can satisfy this desire. That these desires act as cosmic pointers to that which lies beyond. Just to indicate the status of the argument, this is not only an argument for the existence of God, but also for heaven and for the nature of God and for the nature of heaven.
I don't even think this is a valid argument, let alone a sound argument. I don't even know that just because we have desires that nothing here can satisfy, that means they can be satisfied somewhere else. Like if it were true that you only had to drink water once or you only had to have sex once, and then the second premise being there are some things that nothing in this world satisfies, desires that nothing in this world satisfies, why should we think that they're all of a sudden, maybe that's it, maybe that's the end of it? This is this weird cosmic pointer, which I guess isn't really in the argument. I don't know how anybody is convinced by this. That's why I'm saying Christians will go, wow, that sounds like a syllogism. So that's nice. That sounds like it's true. So the conclusion certainly doesn't necessarily follow the premises. So we can just throw the argument away because it is stupid and useless. But what it's actually doing is what all apologetics does, which is a sleight of hand. It's a little bit of a trick, right? It's seeming impressive, it's seeming scientific or logical, right? That's the first thing that it wants to do. We're going to do the formal logical. No, it's failing there, right? It's not valid and it's not sound. Even if it could somehow be seen as valid, it is not sound. The premises aren't true, right? The premise one is not true. There is not something that truly satisfies any desire that we have here on this planet. That is not real. And then there are other desires for things outside of the world, something a little bit more metaphysical, if you want, or transcendental, I suppose. Once you open premise two's Pandora's box, that's when we could be like, yeah, and I want to not only live forever, but be the king over everybody and rule them and be the best and have like complete and utter hedonistic pleasure for eternity with all the riches and nothing more powerful than me. I want to be the most powerful, because I don't know many people whose desire, and this is going to actually be something that apologists would rail against. I don't know that many people whose desire is to be under someone, right? To not in a fun way, but I mean, like, to be subservient to someone, to be a peon to someone. I don't think that that's the case, is it? Why would we desire that? But that is what they're selling you. Right? They're going, you can go to heaven, but you have to worship this thing that also condones slavery and said to burn women alive. We're not talking about that today. So as soon as we start saying there's these desires that people have, which, there must be some sort of like otherworldly satisfaction to them. Well, what about my desire to be above God? You just want to be above God. You want to tell God, okay, I have that desire. Where's the correspondence? Anyway, let's see what he says next.
Part of what makes this argument effective is that it's poignant. It causes us to reflect. And you can start anywhere. You can start with a novel. You can start with any movie, any good movie, any movie that's really popular under the sun, that appeals to things that are very deep within our human experience. You can start with almost anything, popular TV series, anything in life that people really crave or people desire, and you can start at any point and go beyond it. It's more than an argument. It's a meditation, an illumination, an experience. That's what makes it so helpful.
Does any, like, this is a C.S. Lewis argument, right? Or is that what they said?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I've only heard maybe a few of his arguments, but I've never read his books. But does he have any good arguments?
No.
I mean, like, okay, the only one I know besides this one is the liar, Lord, lunatic argument, which Matt Dillahunty like crushes with the legend part, mm-hmm. that I think is definitely the most plausible answer is the legend, and C.S. Lewis doesn't even. So I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to read him because I don't. Kurt says always go liar. I think it's Liar, not Lyre. But yeah. Okay. CS, I don't think CS did a very good job.
So Art gets his arguments from this guy whose last name is Kreeft or something like that, and he wrote a book called Tactics. This is what he's discussing here, which are the tactics that apologists use to trick people into falling for this kind of thing. Now, what's really interesting is, like, he's saying this is such a great trick. It's very inspirational. And what he did was use Franz Kafka. You just have to point to something cool that people like. And that's a tactic in order to, like, switch their brain on and get them engaged with the little sermon you're going to do, which is a non-valid, non-sound syllogism that you're going to pretend is an argument. That doesn't work and doesn't make any sense. And again, I would be surprised if there was ever an atheist, somebody that, had no affiliation with Christianity in their life, who this argument worked on. I can't imagine that because it's so bad. Now, of course, it is an emotional appeal. It is something that you can, like, trick someone with. Obviously, if they're feeling their way through it rather than thinking their way through it, maybe it can trick somebody. But even then, I don't think it offers enough. I suppose maybe the fear of hell thing, right? Like, or the promise of heaven, because that is at the heart of the argument. because you want to live forever. Well, we're going to sell you on the living forever piece. That could be what's going on there. But again, this whole thing is designed so that he can tell the people that are there in the congregation who have taken an apologetics course, it's for them and their children, and the children that take children's version of this apologetics course, and other Christians that are already in the faith. They can make themselves feel good about being in a cult that is ridiculous because, well, we have this innate desire to live forever. And so there has to be something that corresponds with that.
But let me define for a second a key term that's used by C.S. Lewis in this issue. The term is seinsuk. Means something like this. Lewis chose the term because it conveys an idea that we don't really have in English. It has the idea of desire. The idea here is that you have a desire which leaves you with this longing for more. It's a desire and yearning, but it involves a displacement from what you want and an aspiration towards the infinite. It involves a sense of separation from what is desired and a longing which always points beyond. Or as I've tried to allude to it earlier, the idea is that many of our desires are cosmic pointers, and they give us a taste of things, but they leave us for a longing for a real and full satisfaction of these desires by God.
So I think sesuk is a really cool word. I think it's kind of neat. You can really feel it. Have you ever been in love and you spend time with somebody and you just want that to last forever? Like you just have a Sunday with them and you're just like having a wonderful time, spending most of it probably nude. This is just a beautiful relationship. Sometimes it's the beginning of a relationship. You're just experiencing pure joy with somebody. And you get this desire for this to last forever. You don't want it to end. You don't want to go back to work. You don't want them to go home. You just want to be there in that moment forever. It's like Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith, one of the greatest songs ever written, isn't it? But that doesn't mean that there is something that corresponds with that desire. And it also doesn't mean that that desire is realistic. You can have other moments that are satisfying with the person, I'm sure, right? And maybe even generally speaking, if this is your partner and you live with them and you spend all sorts of time together, there's all sorts of satisfaction being had.
For a second. Golden Arm, you dumb motherfucker. Humans aren't ancestors of apes. We are fucking apes, you goddamn moron. You know what is fucking dumber than a flat earther? A fucking evolution denier. You know what's dumber than an evolution denier? A fucking young earth creationist. And you, like, other than being a flat earther, you believe in all of it. It's like you, like, deliberately picked the stupidest shit to be. And then you wonder why nobody fucking likes you. What is your fucking problem, dude? You're too old to be this fucking stupid. All right, you can go back to the video. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I love it, Gretchen. Yes, Golden Arm, you are a dumb motherfucker. Yes.
In that relationship, right? These are just like real ways of looking at it. The way that Art's doing it here seems very fanciful, right? It's like a fairy tale. It's like you have the desire. There's this German word that means to desire something, and it's going to be God. It's got to be God. It can't be satisfied with anything but God. What if it can't be fully satisfied? You have to keep drinking the water. You have to have another meal. You have to have sex again. In this life, and until it's over, you are going to need to find ways to satisfy the things that you desire. So what's happening here, the trick that's going on, is he's waxing poetic. It's just poetry. It's like, listen to this word. Don't you feel that? Don't you feel that pull? Don't you feel that need? You're relying on the person going, yeah, I felt that bittersweet, emotional pull. I've listened to music that I didn't want to end. You know, I felt, and the nostalgia feels similar to this, right? There's just like, oh, I want to be back there, right? But if you went back there, you'd be there, and then you'd be used to there. And so you never get the thing that you want. does that mean there's a God and a heaven where you're always nostalgic and you're always having the best sex date ever? Like, that's impossible. I don't know why we would believe that. Just because we want it to be true doesn't mean it is true. And the thing that we want to be true, just so you know, isn't the description of heaven, okay? Like, if I want to always be 13, like if that was the best year of my life, I don't really know what the best year of my life was when I was a teenager. I don't really remember. Those years weren't the best years. I was being raised in a fundamentalist Christian household. But if the best time of my life was the innocence of being a young teenager or preteen, just like jumping over streams and chasing peacocks or something, I'm not going to get that forever in heaven. That's not what's going to happen. If my best day is spending time with a beautiful woman, just making love and listening to wonderful records and watching the best movie and kissing and cuddling and, touching each other, having some ice cream, that's not what heaven is. Heaven is worshiping some sort of overlord who is blasting your face with probably some sort of spiritual pleasure, maybe. It's just some sort of weird spiritual...
Goldie, I've barely said like 3 words to you tonight. Like, Gretchen's
He
the
has
one
been
like
ignoring
tearing
you the
you
whole
out.
time.
Yeah, like, it's crazy that you're crying about me up here. Like, what have I done today to get under your skin? Do I just
so
like live
fucking-
rent free
it
in
is
your head?
So fucking frustrating that there's like, it's like there's the 10 dumbest fucking people in the world, and he's like 6 of them. It's like, what the fuck? And then he starts arguing. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. And
Oh my God.
it's like a fucking toddler got dropped in the deep end of a pool and like all of a sudden thinks they can fucking swim while they're drowning. And it's just, it's hard to watch, dude. It's hard to watch. Even in chat, it's hard to fucking watch.
You are making me hurt, Gretchen. Yes, and I think Eric is right. RP, you have not given Golden Arm the negative attention that he desires. That's exactly right. That is nailed it, Eric. Nailed it.
He knows where the link is. He can come up and get his spanking from RP anytime he wants.
Also, hey Jada and hey Dr. Kurt, good to see you there in chat.
Hey guys.
Orgy where you worship a god who at some point said to stone women who don't bleed on their wedding night. I'm sorry, but that just doesn't sound like my idea of the desirable outcome, the great desire that I have, which, by the way, is going to be schroffwumpf or whatever this word was for me. That's going to be the innate desire that I have, not whatever heaven is supposed to be. So I'm going to spare you so that we don't play hours of this video. He goes on to kind of just, again, wax poetic about the idea. And he uses some poems of people being nostalgic, of people wanting things that they once knew or even haven't known but can imagine. That's just nostalgia. C.S. Lewis, that's all that is. You don't know what nostalgia feels like, right? But that's the sleight of hand again, guys. This is what apologetics is. It's renaming a feeling that you have. It's taking the human experience. We all experience it. The emotional response you're going to have, that's God. That's a cosmic pointer. That nostalgia that you're feeling for a toy from your youth is God telling you that you want God and you want to live forever and you want to go to heaven. That's all this is. That's not an argument. That's reframing just regular human experience. And it's a trick.
The fool's way is this: to put the blame on things themselves. Always seek satisfaction in things that we have in front of us, yet always disappointed. And he says that people, they go from marriage to marriage through the divorce courts, always thinking that the next marriage will be better than the one before, and yet always disappointed, never quite experiencing the satisfaction that was hoped for. Or you can go from car to car, always thinking that the next car will provide the ultimate satisfaction.
So there was a little bit of a preaching part that I skipped. If you really want to watch it, go ahead and watch the video. But we get to the part where we have this fool's way. The fool's way is to try to find desire in this life.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hey, Jamnik. Proceed.
And I don't know if it's fair that people whose marriages fail, that's just them going, I'm not satisfied in this marriage, so I'm going to go get another one. Well, I think there's people that do have satisfying marriages, right? Not every single day, maybe, but they are certainly in love with their partner, and they want to stay in love with their partner and be with their partner, and they're satisfied with that partnership. Maybe there's people that love one type of car. They like Volkswagen Bugs, right? And they've only ever had those. And of course, they do break down. They do need another one because the car stops working. But there is another car to satisfy them. Just like when you take a drink of water, I'm sounding like a broken record here, but it's one defeater for the whole thing. When you take a drink of water, right, that satisfies you, but you need another drink of water. And that drink of water is there. In the same way, when you buy a car or he does a house or, whatever the case may be, when you buy the other one, that satisfies you for a little bit. And then you need to be satisfied again. That might just be the nature of the human experience. So to pretend that it isn't, or to say that, well, that shows that there has to be something that ultimately satisfies, which he does say at some point, there is an ultimate satisfaction. That's a God of the gapes, right? Where is it? What is it? You're just saying there must be that thing, not necessarily, and then saying that this is what it is, the God thing, which will not satisfy you in this world, by the way. That's why people move from denomination to denomination to denomination, transfer churches, go in and out of the cult, become a Muslim for a little bit, come on back, right? That's why that happens, because they're not satisfied by God. There are some people that are duped for life, but they also read piles of different theological books, and they sort of explore and try to develop their idea of what Christianity is over
I don't know many people who would denomination hop as much as Joel was giving in his example.
How?
That might just be my biased experience, because our denomination essentially said, all other denominations are not following the Bible and therefore going to hell if you don't praise Jesus in this specific way. So that might be a tactic that more fundamentalist organizations will use in order to keep them in that specific denomination, by demonizing every other sect of Christianity.
Yeah, well, today, on Mod's show, there was somebody on there, Brandon Irish. I don't know if y'all know him. He's very annoying. He said that Catholics are not Christians. And I was like,
they're the first
you
Christians.
moron. Catholics were the only Christians for over 1,000 years, something like that.
What is he, Orthodox or something?
No, I think he's. I don't know what I think he's some kind of Protestant. But the thing about it is he's probably one of them dumbasses that think that Baptists go all the way back to John the Baptist or something. I don't know. My mom thinks that too. You know what I mean? She does. But yeah, Catholics are not Christians. I was like, they were actually the only Christians for over 1,000 years at least. Probably longer than that, but I will say at least 1,000, because I don't know when Martin Luther, when he did his thing, and you got to give it time before the Catholic Church got started up, really. So it's well over 1,000 years anyway that they were the only Christians actually that existed. So really
Jeez, Golden Arm. If Jesus is the source of life, what about all the people that lived before he fucking did?
Yeah, just so
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. That's just objectively a fucking stupid thing to say.
I think objectively that's been his goal tonight, is to objectively say as many stupid things as he can while he's here.
Well, in that capacity, he's nailing it.
Yes, he is accomplishing his goal.
It drives me batshit. He uses words so fucking wrong. It drives me nuts. Honestly, that's the thing that bugs me the most.
Oh, Jesus lived before he became a man. Don't you remember? He was back in the garden. Remember the night that we did that thing?
Jesus never became a fucking man dude. Sorry.
A sweet voice. Flattery will get you nowhere, Golden Arm. Nowhere.
I'd also like to understand how Golden Arm is using lived. Like, what does it mean to be alive? Because, most scientists will, like,
Yeah.
say that there needs to be some sort of, like, homeostatic metabolic process occurring. And in that case, like, God wouldn't be considered alive because he doesn't have a metabolic process. Before Jesus is a man, he would not be considered alive because there was no metabolic process going on.
Oh, so your Jesus was alive up in heaven before he came down to earth? Is that what happened? Because that's some Mormon shit right there. Just saying. Maybe you're a secret closet Mormon, Golden Arm. Oh, look, there's this low tier slow boy.
He's just setting the record straight, correcting me because I'm even like lower tier. I'm so low tier, I'm not even on the tier list. But life comes from spiritual life, RP. Duh. And this is definitely not the equivocation, conflation fallacy. So don't you dare ask. I won't. Thank you for telling me that it's not. I'll trust you and take your comment at face value.
Nobody on Fire probably thinks the Earth to Fildo song wasn't written about him.
Time, which keeps them spinning their tires, seeming like they're doing something and thinking that they're satisfied. That's all that is, guys. It's just a trick to get you to feel like you're eating, but really you're just chewing gum the whole time. That's what Christianity is. It also doesn't satisfy, but maybe in heaven it will. That's the best that you have, right? I think that maybe this will be satisfying in another life.
And Lewis said, this is the way I would choose if I were not a believer. It's the way of the disillusioned cynic. And he says, to repress that part of you which would cry the moon. Don't expect too much pleasure, and then you won't be disappointed. That's another way to be a cynic about life.
Let's go, disillusioned cynics. Works for me.
To be too let down when you don't get it.
Maybe C.S. Lewis and Art would call me one of those cynics, but I'm not saying that. Water does satisfy your need for something to drink, right? It does quench your thirst. You just need to drink it again. And there are moments of like sexual satisfaction or a meal that you've had that just like, man, it really works and you're good. You've had a wonderful time. Yeah, you're gonna feel sexual desire again. You're gonna get hungry in a few hours, but boy, did that really hit home. In the same way, there are things that you can do and experience in your life which give you a deep sense of meaning and purpose. Or there are people that engage with you in your life that give you a deep sense of meaning and purpose. There are beautiful moments of like seeing vistas or experiencing architecture or realizing just how big the world is or even the universe, where you can be in awe and you can get a sense of just like the magnitude of the reality you get to live in. And that's going to imbue your life with beauty and goodness. And you're going to feel a sense of like social justice sometimes when people are hurt and you see them being hurt and you want justice to be done and you want to stop those types of things from happening. And you're going to really feel those things viscerally, and that's going to be real to you. All those things are quenching a thirst that is happening for you. It's not ultimate, but neither is drinking that glass of water. It's not forever. It's not absolute, but that's not the world we live in. And that's not me being cynical and saying, just don't try. That's foolish. That's silly. Why would we say that? Let's strive for those types of moments where kindness and goodness and beauty prevails, where we find the truth of things, One of the main truths that we're finding is that God's not real and Christianity is a lie, right? We found that truth. What a beautiful moment. We're free. We don't have to believe stuff that doesn't make sense anymore, that breaks our brains. We don't have to think the argument from desire is good anymore. Wonderful. Kalu Kalei. And these are beautiful moments that we can have in our lives, which are real and they're authentic. We're just going to want to have another one later. That's not cynical. That's inspirational. Let's engage with our lives for as long as we have life to engage with.
And the third way, he says, is the Christian way. The Christian says that creatures are not born with desires unless satisfaction for those desires exists. A boy feels hunger. Well, there's such a thing as food. A duckling wants to swim. Well, there's such a thing as water. Men feel sexual desire. Well, there's such a thing as sex. If I find in myself a desire which no experience in this world can satisfy, the most probable explanation is that I was made for another world. As I mentioned earlier, just as hunger points to food and drowsiness to sleep, a response to melody leads to music. There's certain unquenchable longings, just as every natural desire points to a corresponding real fulfillment of these desires. So the question is, are certain things that I mentioned earlier, like a desire for meaning, desire for dignity, desire for immortality, the quest for beauty, for satisfaction for desires, and so on, if these are also natural desires, then there's a corresponding real fulfillment for these desires. If nature makes nothing in vain, then the conclusion follows.
So you can see that now. He's just laid it out again. He's like, the Christian way is to imagine that those things that aren't natural that you have, those desires that we're going to tell you what they are, they do have a corresponding thing that is outside of this world. It's God of the Gapes, right? And it is the desires that we're going to tell you you're allowed to have, right? It can't be what I've described earlier, always living as a 13-year-old, right? Just the best time of my life. There has to be something outside of the world that corresponds with that feeling, because that's some sort of feeling that I must be able to achieve consistently forever. It has to be absolute. No, it doesn't. That's just not reality, guys. So, like, why is he talking like it is? I think it's a scam. I think he's tricking you. He's talking about this thing that he knows you're going to want, and the thing that you're going to be able to fill in the blanks of. And then he's saying that his guy gives that to you, but you have to wait till you die and give 10% until you get there. And this satisfies college students on campuses? What are you talking about? There's people that go, well, I better jump into bed with those guys because they just asserted that they offer the satisfaction for whatever my little heart desires that is metaphysical, I suppose. It's such a trick. So tricky.
Well, I mean,
but by the way, I don't think
maybe it does work on the people who think Kafka was like the ultimate atheist. I mean, maybe.
Right.
I mean, this art dude isn't exactly, up on the times, because look at the fucking suit he's wearing, That shit was outdated like 30 years ago.
think it's a good one. I genuinely hope no one's ever fallen for this. And if they have, well, they're picking on people. They're picking on people that just don't think critically.
Certain unquenchable longings can find their goal, perhaps in part in time, where we get a taste of it, but ultimately the goal in eternity.
I don't know if he says this clearer later in the video, but this is really the defeater that he makes himself. He goes, well, we experience it a little bit here, but the goal is the ultimate absolute version of it. Yeah, of course you do experience it here. There are people that go on vacation and they have a great time and that satisfied them. And then they need to go on vacation next year, right? There are people who have satisfying marriages. There are people who are satisfied for like most of their life, or maybe even their whole life, volunteering, helping other people. Maybe their career was just like the greatest thing they ever did and they were satisfied in it. There are people who are satisfied doing certain things at certain times, and then they do other things. Yeah, that's probably it, Art. That's probably the whole long and short of it. We don't know that there's anything more, and you haven't given us a good argument to suggest that there should be. We don't really have anything that points to our world or anything anywhere ever doing more than satisfying things for a short period and then needing those things again. But we do get satisfied in the short term and in big ways. We see beauty, we see awe. We do have those big, beautiful moments. And that's it. That's the human experience. So let's have those moments. Let's try to get as many of those moments as we can. I understand the desire for more, but I don't understand the reason why that desire should necessarily be filled in some sort of absolute way. We don't see any evidence of absolutes on planet Earth, Art. There's just no evidence of it. So this is a failed argument. And if you're a Christian, I hope you're watching this and you can see what I'm saying is true. Like, the argument is a failure. This is not real. This is not true. And wishful thinking doesn't make something real. It doesn't make something true, right? Just wanting it to be the case isn't an argument for it being the case. It's just not a good argument. It's not a reason to be a Christian. But Christians are the only people that would be convinced by this.
Now, this is either exercise in futility, full of sound and fury signifying nothing, or these are cosmic pointers. What the atheist has to do is reduce all of these things to a mere quirk of our physiology. For instance, there's a author, Sir Harold Nicholson, that writes
No, we
in his book
don't.
Journey
You
to
don't have to
Java that
reduce
certain people
anything
like
because we didn't spend our fucking lives building fucking mountains out of bullshit. We don't have to reduce shit. Sorry, he's just wrong.
Byron and Kierkegaard and others that were plagued by depression have been cursed with some deformity which hampers biological fulfillment, with some functional weakness which prevents the easy elimination of waste products. Now, Lucretius was impotent. Nietzsche had an underdeveloped pituitary gland, and so on and so on. So you explain all of the deep feelings and aspirations by all these literary authors by some physiological explanation. So there's nothing really human. It's all material. It's all materialism. Nothing that transcends the material. So you can reduce all these experiences, even of what are people that are regarded as the highest, most thoughtful, most philosophical, most inspired, you might say, human beings, are reduced to the physiological, which would make, interestingly, human beings of all beings the most miserable. Because if we can ponder our predicament, as rocks and animals and birds can't do, then we of all beings would be most miserable if there are no answers. Because we could meditate forever on our own futility, on the idea, as we started out with in Kafka, that there is a goal, but there is no way.
So Christians love to speak for atheists, which is impossible because there's more than one atheist, and atheism isn't an ideology. So it doesn't really matter what he has to say here because many atheists are going to have many different perspectives. But if indeed you can point to a real physiology, like a psychology of a particular person, which results in their mood or their mental disposition, their emotional disposition, their hormonal disposition, that is what it is. Why are we undermining that? And we can actually help people because information, knowledge is power, right? You can just like give them that info. This is what's happening with you. And these are some strategies that we can use to work through those things. Isn't that more helpful than going, well, you're human, which he acts like human is something else other than having a physical body and a psyche and all those things, which is very strange, which is very odd. You know, I think that is what it is to be human. But, you know, he's like, that's not human anymore. It is human, Art. That's what we are, buddy. But when we can understand the human experience, then we can do something with it. And it doesn't undermine it. It doesn't make it any less magical, what we're experiencing, but it gives us more information to make better choices, to help people, and to make the world a better place. I don't know what the downside is here. I really don't understand that. And then he goes on to say that we're the most miserable, which I don't think that's true. I think that an animal that is just suffering and doesn't understand why, or like a child that's suffering and doesn't understand why, that causes more suffering than if you have an understanding. And he's saying we have no answers. That's also not true. We do have answers. We do understand the way the world works. We do understand sociology. We do understand psychology. We have all sorts of answers. Maybe we don't have like ultimate answers as to why, but maybe there is no why. But that doesn't mean that we're going to sit here like just in agony trying to figure out what this life is all about. Like, we don't have to do that. We can go, oh, that's why you're feeling that way. That's what you're responding to. Now let's give you some strategies to not have to feel that way anymore. That's handy. That's nice to have. That's really, really good. You know, that's real stuff. Just positing that there's a God somewhere isn't going to help out. You can go down the line and it would be hard to find like the ultimate answer, but you're not going to find that with Christianity. Why did God let that happen? There's no answer to that either, folks. So, you know, maybe when we die, God will tell us farther along. That's a God of the gapes. That's not offering anything to the conversation. This is all smoke and mirrors. There's nothing on the table here of any sort of substance. But if you look at the story of like Jesus on the cross, Jesus didn't suffer that much because he knew what he was doing, right? He knew the whole thing. He's God. So he knows all of the stuff. He knows why he's doing it. He knows he's coming back. He knows this is temporary. He knows what it's for. Whereas Job didn't know why God was allowing Satan to screw with him and abuse him and kill all his kids and make him diseased and, unwell and all the rest of it. So he suffered more than Jesus. God let Job suffer more than Jesus because Job didn't understand it. And when he asked, God was like, don't ask. Well, we don't need God because he's not answering those questions, right? But we can figure out why people suffer, what causes this suffering, and we can stop it, or at least try to stop it. We can protect the next kid. We can heal diseases. We have that kind of power, and we're doing it. There's no reason for us to sit here and go, maybe God will solve all of our questions. And it doesn't do anything. It's a waste of time. He's offering nothing. The argument from desire is bad, but even this like addendum to it is just Christianity proving once again that it offers literally nothing.
Or he mentions another, which Lewis also picks up, the idea of humor, the radical discrepancy between life as it is lived and life as it ought to be. Pretty much all humor addresses that.
He just like throws humor in there as an illustration for, why we might see something that we expect to be a certain way, right? Like the ideal way. And then the humor undermines that. And that's why we find it funny, right? It's a little bit irreverent maybe. And it's really unexpected and surprising. And that's where humor is found. It's found in surprise. But it's also not that there is some sort of something that we intrinsically know to be right and good. These are just social conventions. Because if you were to go back in time, right, and watch older comedy, you'll see that the joke that they're doing is undermining a social convention that you'll probably disagree with, right? You'll go, that's racist, or that's sexist, or that's bigoted. For them, they're undermining some sort of social convention, and it makes sense for the people of that time. But now we would look at that and go, oh, that's not funny anymore because our social conventions have changed. So humor isn't really an indicator of some sort of divine something or other. This is just not the case. It's just undermining expectations from our social conventions. It turns out that Christianity is built on a misunderstanding of the world around you, a very juvenile understanding of the world around you. Or around them, rather, right? They just go, why am I feeling this feeling of nostalgia over an old garden in a cookie tin? Why do I feel nostalgia? It must be God, right? Grow up. Just grow up, There is beauty and nostalgia and wonderful feelings and joy and all those things. They don't have to point to something in the sky. They don't have to point to heaven. They don't make your myth true. Like, come on, what are you talking about? Well, people do humor, which is pointing to an ultimate good or something. Like, well, no, it doesn't. This is so obvious. It's very, very silly, guys.
Surprised by joy. He said he'd found the significance of where these desires pointed in his belief in God and his acceptance of Christ. And he said that these acted as signposts along the way. Now, a signpost is very important when you're looking for a city. You want to follow the signs to the city. But once you've arrived at the city, you don't think anymore about the signpost because you've arrived at your destination. And that's what these desires are. They're pointers. He said
Dude,
that is assumed immense.
you're literally on the fucking internet talking about signposts when we all use Google Maps. How is this supposed to impress anybody in college today?
Significance before he found his destination, but then they took less significance because they were like signposts.
So this is where the button comes, where C.S. Lewis apparently, and this is the argument, says that Christianity, living as a Christian, satisfies these things. This is another sleight of hand, because notice that the argument before is there's something beyond. There's another thing in another lifetime somewhere else which is going to satisfy us. It's not here, it's somewhere else. That's God of the Gapes. But Lewis is now saying that we had all these signposts and they led me to Christianity, where I was surprised by joy. But does it satisfy? Art mentions earlier in the video that like people have multiple cars and multiple houses and they get another wife. Do Christians have more than one house? Is there any Christian out there maybe works as a pastor in a megachurch that has more than one house, that has the cottage, that has the yacht, that has the jet? Is Christianity really satisfying anybody? They've got another wife, they're having an affair, they're having sex with a kid. Is it really doing any of the satisfying you think it is? Again, I mentioned moving denominations, changing churches, deciding that playing cards is wrong today. Oh, I don't like Christian rock and roll anymore. Okay, now it's fine. This ever-evolving sort of relationship with the cult that you're in, not with God, but with the cult that you're in. This doesn't show a person who is satisfied in their life and in their worldview. They're doing the same thing anybody else is. I understand the God of the Gapes tricky promise of later you'll have this. No evidence of that. You can't prove it in any way, but okay. But to claim, the bold claim that there's something here and now that Christianity is doing for anyone, that's ludicrous. It is not doing it. It doesn't work. Christianity.
Like, they're not even satisfied with the freedom of religion that we have in this country. They're not satisfied with the freedom that they have to worship their God as they please and actually have tax-free status and everything. They're not even satisfied with that. They have to try to enforce.
They have to take freedom from religion.
Yes, exactly.
That's their whole,
so
they have to take our freedom from religion
they
because
can't even be
it makes them their people feel good about theirs, even though they're already fucking spoiled.
That's right. So they're never
just
satisfied.
Narcissism. It's fucking Elon Musk in a fucking holy costume.
When you're
gotta have more. We don't win till we get it all.
When you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression, and they represent that saying so well.
Did you see the report in the Wall Street Journal where, this is kind of a total sidebar, but you see the report in I think it was Wall Street Journal or something, that the boomers are the largest source of wealth in history. And now that they're all dying, they're passing on it's $300 trillion in wealth, but only 8% of it is ever going to see the economy, because most of it's going to their families who are, big surprise, already fucking rich. %8 of their wealth is 92% of it's never going to see anything but their bank accounts.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking greed and hoarding and pathetic bullshit,
And that's why the only thing that trickles down is the piss from their boots.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, look
He
at
does
the
not
money
satisfy.
that like the Mormon church has. Like the Mormon church. Look at all the money they have.
Yeah, they're
I know.
aren't they one of
And
the like
Yeah, they are.
biggest real estate owners in like the world?
Yeah, they
and
take all the money from their people. They don't even help their own fucking people.
well, I thought they did. Like I thought that I
They
felt like
don't.
if you were like
They say they do. They don't.
I mean, I've had people that like that like there was a woman, her husband got killed, um, and stuff, and like you know, I saw where she's one that claimed that they took care of her and everything, but like that's only their own people though. Even if they do that, like they don't. It's not. I mean,
They're selective about it. Most of the ways that the Mormon Church helps its own people, air quotes, is that they do like kickback deals and shit with
But
each
they
other.
also like send super amounts of money to fund anti-LGBT, groups.
Yeah, that's the only place they spend their money is on their fucking campaigns.
But so yeah.
And this is why I have a problem with Dan McClellan still being a tithing member of the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Yep.
He is funding the subjugation of, peoples that are at a disadvantage, vulnerable people groups.
Mm-hmm.
Desires. If it did, Christianity would have a totally different face. You would see Christians who just like are healthy and happy and don't own too much stuff. They're not exorbitant. They're just simple, happy, satisfied people with one marriage, a few children who are just satisfied with their lives. Obviously, that doesn't exist. I don't know that person. Where are they? I'm an atheist, and I'm probably similarly satisfied to the most satisfied Christian, or your average satisfied Christian, right? There's going to be people of all walks of life who feel a sense of satisfaction in what they're doing and where they are in their life. And that's it. And if you want to imagine that God is going to fulfill some sort of other, transcendental desire that somebody might have, okay, all right, good boy. You know what I mean? You can have that, but it's just, there's no evidence for it. It's not true. The argument is bunk. It doesn't work. And everybody should stop doing the argument from desire, because it's one of the worst. It's not the worst. The worst is the moral argument, but it's one of the worst. So I hope you enjoyed this first episode of the apologetics course. Let me know if you want me to do more of them. They could be effective because sometimes people don't notice all the different ways that they've structured the lecture and how they're tricking the cult members to stay in the cult. So I hope you guys.
M. Carp says, the Baptist church I went to, $4 million for a new building, $1 million for an organ.
Jeez.
I'm going to say that's a $1 million roof, because no roof is $1.
Yeah.
And Lottie Moon charity, only $5,000.
Yeah, they help themselves. Look at Paula White and Joel Osteen. It's fucking ridiculous.
The church that I grew up in does not no kind of like I mean it's not a mega church or nothing like that, but they do no kind of like any sort of community like soup kitchen or anything like that. They don't do anything like that. They don't provide any sort of services to the community. They may help, like I'm not sure, but if I was a member and I went in there and told them that I was in need, they would help me. Which I am still a member actually, but I wouldn't go to them for money. But like I'm not even sure that they would help somebody in that situation right there either. But they don't do anything for like the community.
They got lawyers and lobbyists to pay. How are they going to help you? They don't
You know,
have the
it's,
money.
yeah, mine was like I said, it's not a big church. It's a small town church, but like they do have a new church building and stuff like that. But like the Methodist church here in town has like a where you donate stuff and then they sell, they sell it like at a thrift store. And they got like cheap clothes and stuff. And then they always offer like meals for like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Anybody can go up there and pick up a meal. You can get it to go or you can get it to eat there. Um, any, you know, anybody. Like it doesn't matter. They don't check your income or nothing. If you need a meal for a holiday on Thanksgiving and Christmas, you can go up there. As many of you as want to show up, and they'll fix it and let you take it home. And that thrift store they had, some of that pays for that. You know what I mean? Like, and I think they do like some of the AA meetings there, maybe or something like that. But like my church does nothing. The church I went to does nothing.
Yeah, there was that person on TikTok who, at some point over the pandemic, decided to call around to churches and pretend to be a needing mother and see which churches would be actually willing to help out like a mother in need. And the results were not shocking when you're used to churches turning away people in need. But,
Well, she had a baby crying like in the background and told him that she was
Mhm.
out of formula. And so
Yeah.
like it wasn't just a need, like the baby was out of formula at the time and was gonna be out of formula, like was already out. And the thing about it is there was a church that woman was from Kentucky. And there was a church though that here in the state of Kentucky that old man, did you see the call of that one?
Mm-mm.
And he was like, "Now, what kind do I get? Because I'm an old man and I don't know much about baby formula and stuff." And because because he offered to help her and stuff, she put that out. He got like over $100,000 of donations to his church. And one of the other ones that like answered right away was a mosque.
Yeah. Which the Christians hated. They hated
Yeah.
being shown up by a mosque.
But she did, like, she put it out on the videos, who helped, who came to help, who was like offered to help right away. And she asked everybody to donate to those people if they could. And so I think that a lot of them, she gave them some good, like some, good, not advertisement, but, like
Marketing.
they could be, they could be proud in their communities of those places. I think, like,
Yeah. But unfortunately, that is not the norm that you'll run into.
no, the big churches were the ones that told her flat out no.
Mhm.
Like the big mega churches and stuff. One of them told her that it would take like 2 weeks before they could get the baby formula there or stuff like that right there. But and then one of them's like, "Well, I can't get in the money." I mean, like, if I'm sorry, but if a woman called me and I worked at a church and a woman called me like right there, I would get my own purse and get the money out
Mhm.
and give to her. Like, and like the mosque and that old man, he was like, "Where do I bring it to you? Can you come get it, or do I need to bring it to you?" I mean, and it was just unbelievable. The ones that would help, they were willing to do so much, and the ones that didn't, the ones that had the most potential to be able to help, the biggest churches and stuff, were the ones that absolutely refused to do anything.
Well, and also this would be considered a failure to demonstrate the fruits of the spirit. One of the fruits of the spirit is love. which, according to Galatians, is selflessly putting the needs of others before your own. So, if this person has a child that's in need, it would be a loving act to pay for the formula out of your own pocket. And also, kindness is another fruit of the Spirit that is failing to be demonstrated.
Well,
Showing genuine compassion
and
and
that's why
care through
churches.
thoughtful action.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's
And that's why churches have tax-free status, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's the very reason why churches were given tax-free status, is because that was the whole process behind that. Is that these institutions will do things for our communities, and so and one thing that a lot of the Christians and their conservatives who fight about, like food stamps, and they fight about daycare and stuff like that, right there, they're making an argument from the fact that places like churches and stuff are supposed to be the ones doing these things and offering these services to the communities, and they don't. And that's why they don't have to pay taxes, because that's what they're supposed to do. That was part of the deal. That's why they get by with that, is because that was what it's set up that way so that they could provide those things for the communities they were in.
And it so fucking pisses me off that you could give money to a political organization and a church, and guess which one is tax deductible and which one isn't. Because the political organization, they have to pay taxes on all of it. The church doesn't. So, and on top of it, the person that gave the money gets a fucking write-off. Like, you can literally write up all your tithes. It's literally tax deductible. But anything you give to a candidate or any sort of PAC or anything, it is not tax deductible at all.
Yeah, and they don't have to have any books showing what they do with their money.
Yep.
Like, their books are, closed books.
You have
if
if you give money to a candidate, you have to pay taxes on that money, and so does the fucking candidate. But churches, you don't have to pay taxes on the money you give the church, and neither does the church. And one is helping fucking democracy work. The other one is just poisoning everything. It's madness, the way we do shit in our country. And these are the people that think they don't have enough. They don't have enough rights. Apparently, we're stifling their fucking free will.
Yeah.
Oh, are you dying? Okay. Golden Arm, where the fuck have you been for the last half an hour? We're literally talking about how the church doesn't actually fucking feed people, you moron. Where the fuck have you been for the last half an hour?
I can't believe you said that.
Everybody's sending in comments about what their church doesn't fucking do to people. The Mormons and the Baptists with their fucking $1 million roofs and $5,000 for... Shut the fuck up, Golden Arm. Churches don't do shit for people. They pay their fucking lawyers and lobbyists to take away rights from the fucking downtrodden. That's all they do. That's all they do. If they go out to fucking Skid Row and feed people buckets of chicken, all that is a fucking PR move. That's all it is. And it probably costs somebody like $200 in KFC. So, get fucked, buddy. Okay, I'm done.
Well, I've queued up this Blitz clip next, but we also do have... I need to unfull screen.
And Golden Arm, shouldn't you be resting for your big day tomorrow? You got to do Battle with Justin tomorrow.
I mean, I don't
and
think
whoever's co-hosting.
I don't think he's going to show up. He's admitted to
He
drinking
has
an
to.
entire fifth tonight.
He has to. I fucking set it up with YouTube Punk. He's gonna get banned if he doesn't. He agreed to a 3 or 4 month ban. Like, he fucking agreed to it. I said perma ban if he didn't show up for any reason. But then it was Golden Arm that said, nah, 3 or 4 months.
Who
I'm like,
Golden Arm
fucking-
is so drunk
I'm
that
like-
he's slurring in chat.
I'm like, done fucking deal.
I want to be there. I want to watch this. What show is it?
Justin is easy peasy. Gretchen said
No,
she would
no,
join. I did.
you
I said I
said-
would be there. I will be there.
Yeah, it says Justin will be easy peasy. He's so drunk that he's even slurring his text. Can't even type out Justin.
I do typos all the time too.
I
Bang on
agree
anyone
with
for that.
Jada. Golden Arm, just chill out, okay? It's not a flex saying that you drank an entire fifth tonight. That's the behavior of an alcoholic, an out of control alcoholic. It's terrible for your health, and like, for as annoying as you are, I want you to be healthy. So seriously, consider getting some help.
But yes, I'm definitely going to be there tomorrow, Golden Arm. I wouldn't miss that. And I've already talked to YouTube Punk, and he is gonna fucking ban you if you don't show up.
Oh, I'm gonna try to be there too. Yes. What time does Justin come on?
Justin starts at 3 p.m. Pacific, so whatever that is for you. 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific.
5 my time then.
I love how Golden Arm like complained about me, like pointing out his typo, and he made a typo in his complaint about me pointing out typos. Just fucking brilliant.
Like
Golden Arm, how many times do I have to tell you? Yes, I'm going to be there. I'm fucking co-hosting with fucking DZ tomorrow. Yes, I'm going to be there the whole fucking time. I don't know how many times I have to fucking tell you that.
Golden Arm, you don't drink and drive, do you?
I think pretty sure everybody on this channel knew that that was happening on Friday. I've been ending the stream earlier every day so I could get to sleep so I could be awake for it. Yes, I will be there. I will be there on TikTok.
I would say don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Well, I mean, I really would like to have the answer to that one. I'm hoping that he says no.
And what if he says yes? Oh my god, okay. I feel like
What
that
the fuck?
is... does that...
No.
Is that good
Golden,
enough
you know what?
for a nap?
He has
Yeah.
to be just fucking with us.
Yeah.
You-
Golden Arm, go to bed. I'm putting you in a nap.
That's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, admitting to, such a dangerous
You know
act
what?
and acting
Saying
like it's some
something
sort of
stupid
flex.
like that, saying yes, I drink and drive on. You're gonna get fucked by YouTube. You know that, right?
Picking up his kids.
If anybody wants to fucking report you, I mean, you're just use your head.
I guess God approves, though.
I thought you said you weren't a dumb motherfucker, Golden Arm. You just proved that wrong. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Golden Arm, take this opportunity with the timeout that I just gave you to go lay down, stop drinking for the night, sober up, and prepare yourself for calling into Justin tomorrow, which I'm still unconvinced you're actually going to do. In chat, sorry for taking away your play toy, but we just can't have people in the comments like admitting to such an idiotic act and then acting like it's some sort of flex to not be sober when operating a vehicle.
With children in there.
Mm-hmm. Just when I thought I couldn't be more disappointed.
No, don't worry. You know, there's like you cannot set the bar low enough for some people.
Well, I should wait for Gretchen to get back before we jump into the splits clip. But folks, if you have any videos you'd be interested in us reviewing tonight, let us know in the chat or in the Discord. I'll go ahead and grab that Discord join link and share it for our nightly.
Yes, Hizzle.
Share.
Yes, Hizzle. He did say that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just ridiculous. Golden Army, you don't want people to see that shit, dude. I mean, it may not be enough to get you arrested, but it is enough to violate YouTube's terms of service. So you could end up getting shadow banned, like, what's that guy's name? And then it's also enough to, for somebody to see it and call CPS on your ass. I mean, CPS doesn't need probable cause or any sort of anything to do an investigation. They can just take your fucking kids away and then investigate whatever the fuck they feel like. So maybe think twice before you do that stupid shit.
Hopefully he was just messing with us, and hopefully.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose to believe that he's just fucking around.
Yes, I'm too. I'm going to choose to believe that his wife, is at least an adult too, maybe.
Right. So.
All right. Well, should we dive into the splits clip?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
The world is eternal, but yet we know that there
It's a possibility.
are a possibility. So now you've acknowledged that it's not even 100% certain. Yet the mainstream view is that the world is eternal.
100. I never said that I believe it's 100% certain.
But you believe these mainstream scientists do.
Why are you incessantly strawmanning me?
But no, I'm not strawmanning you. But you're making an argument.
Misrepresented my view.
You just.
Prosperity Fund, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. Prosperity Fund, how old do you think the Earth is?
1 second. I'm just getting to a quieter place. Here we go. How old do I think the Earth is?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter in my opinion, because what we're doing is we're just backtracking quantum fluctuations and the expansion of the universe to basically predict the time. But that's not really my question. I noticed your
top.
Yeah. So the diagram shows a quantum fluctuation, and it seems that modern atheists and agnostics, what they try to do is they try to say, well, the Big Bang wasn't God, it was a quantum fluctuation. And my challenge is doing some research into quantum
this is
fluctuation.
just a diagram. That's not my claim, but it's
All
just
right,
a diagram.
I understand that, but the reality is that most of the people, what they're trying to get away from is the regular person, traditional rationalists over the past thousands of years, especially philosophers, always said, okay, is it an eternal universe or was it created universe? And if it was created, who created it, right? They go back and forth through this whole discussion. But a lot of the, I would say modern day scientists who are anti the concept of a God or some sort of creator, they go back to quantum fluctuations, and what they try to do is say, well, a quantum fluctuation can create something out of nothing, so your whole premise is false, and therefore that's
exactly
how the universe.
One scientist who makes that claim, by the way. This is
Well,
not like
so
a traditional standard explanation.
Right. So, but what I'm trying to say is that most people would come to the conclusion of cause and effect, that something was there that created the Big Bang or created this process. 1 second.
Can you give me an example of 3 physicists who make the claim that quantum fluctuations can create something out of nothing? Can you give me an example of 3 physicists who say that?
Quantum fluctuations have a track record of creating something out of nothing.
Can you give
That's
me an
a
example
60-year
of 3
track record.
scientists who hold this view?
Gerald Schroeder from MIT. I don't know. There's a bunch. But let me just share this
So
one
not
point with
3.
you.
You can't offer me 3.
I don't know off the top of my head 3 random scientists. It doesn't matter. It's an established
You
fact.
said that it's not an established fact.
Here's my point.
This is not mainstream consensus view.
Here's my point.
Why are you
My point
strawmanning
is
the view?
a quantum fluctuation
That's not even
cannot
the view.
occur. 1 second.
That's not even a standard consensus view. What are you
Scientists in
doing?
nature.
What are you
Scientists
doing?
in nature.
What do you mean scientists?
You're not letting me finish.
Why are you strawmanning?
Rest well, Hizzle. We'll see you after a bit.
Night, Hizzle. Love you.
Yeah. non-theists.
Scientists in the journal Nature have shown that time, space, and matter are a result of the Big Bang.
Prove it.
And therefore,
what's the source?
Yeah. Okay, 1 second. And so therefore, the argument is a quantum fluctuation requires time, and if time, space, and matter are a result of the Big Bang, there's no time for a fluctuation to occur prior. So therefore, you can't have a quantum fluctuation.
My view is not that quantum fluctuations are the source of the origin.
It's a basic,
literally
a straw man. Scientific fact.
It's not. Can you? So,
it is.
To be clear,
and in fact, MIT published a whole dissertation on this.
Gerald Schroeder is. It seems like Gerald Schroeder is like one guy. Where's the? So you named one guy. That
1 second. I want to share my point.
Prosperity Fund. You have to actually let me address what you're saying. So to be clear, it's not my view that quantum.
Do it.
All right.
Inhale. Exhale.
Golden Arm, I'm going to give you this opportunity to tell us that you do not drink and drive.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't understand how you go from having your microphone situation figured out one night to it not working the other. Like, do you change your settings every time you leave the studio?
He must, because last night when he left and then came back, we had to do this all over again. Can't hear you.
You muted yourself.
Still not.
It shows that he's muted.
He muted himself.
He muted himself.
I can't even unmute him because he did it. So.
Golden Arm, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'm not really tech savvy. RP muted me, and I just wanted to say that
that was not just RP. No. That was a group fucking decision.
Yeah, and I asked you a specific thing to,
this is your one and only chance.
All right,
you
RP,
do not drink and drive, correct?
I do not drink and drive.
That was a joke.
It was a joke.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask you to never joke about something that serious in the future?
I will try
my best. Do you see
best.
now that it wasn't funny?
Well, I think it was not funny.
Okay.
And that it is harmful? Mostly to you?
Indeed, it is harmful. Yes, of course it is. Yeah. Who would disagree with that?
I mean, just joking about it could be fucking harmful to you. If somebody you know has seen that, you could have a CPS investigation at your front door tomorrow morning. YouTube could see that and say, "Ooh, this guy, he's trouble. We need to shadow ban him." That's
actually kind of a secondary type of consideration. The main consideration is actually driving. So yeah, I get it. I don't drink and drive.
Thank you for coming back and clearing that up.
You're welcome. Can somebody unban me from chatting?
It was only a 30-minute timeout. And if you were listening, you would have heard me say that.
I heard you. I didn't hear 30 minutes, so I must have missed that. I appreciate it.
Take this time. Go drink a glass of water. Chill out, and then you can come back and chat when the timeout ends.
I do need a glass of water.
Yes, you do. After drinking an entire fifth tonight, you need a couple of glasses of water.
I did that last night, and you were like playing like it was something not water. Regardless.
I hope that was water. Right. You'd already taken down 8 beers last night.
Like, RP is the easiest person to get along with, Golden Arm, and I don't understand why you're like,
Robin, he's not actually. He's
they, okay?
They are, yeah, gotcha. They are not actually. I've
never had an issue with them.
Of course not, because you mostly agree with they, but I don't agree with they, and so we kind of conflict a little bit.
They have conflicting personality types for sure.
I mean, you don't agree with you and Gretchen don't agree either, but you don't seem to like want to headbutt up against with her all the time.
Well, you know what? That may be true. So why is it that me and RP headbutt?
I think it's you.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, you guys are from different. You know what? You can't compare me with Arpy in this respect. You and I are the same generation. You and I are both veterans. You and I, you know, I've been dealing with people like you my whole fucking life. RP doesn't have the same experience.
Yeah,
so he takes a whole.
Yeah, they have.
They take a whole different fucking approach with people like you than I do.
But they get along with you, Gretchen.
And maybe that's why.
Huh?
Maybe that's why
I get along with you. RB gets along with you.
I think that's why me and Gretchen can yell at each other and
everybody gets along with me, because if they don't, they can disappear from my fucking headspace, and I don't give a fuck.
At the end of the day, I think
you know, it's like,
I think I'm friends with you, Gretchen. At the end of the day, we can argue and disagree, but at the end of the day, we're kind of cool with each other, right?
Yeah, I'm cool with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Hey, I'm gonna take RP's advice. I'm gonna take 30 minutes. I'll be back. All right.
Good choice. Smart move.
All right. Thanks for letting me on. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll see you. Let's see. How do I get out of here?
I'll
kick
help
you again. Yeah, you just got to kick him from the whole studio because he doesn't even know how to do that.
Oh, jeez.
I kick him every time.
I've had trouble getting out before myself.
Here's the door, buddy.
I've had trouble getting out myself. So, like, yeah. I can't say nothing.
It's a lot easier than TikTok. TikTok, like, makes it a tiny ass button. All right, let's back this Blitz clip up just to kind of reestablish where we were at. I think 30 seconds is good.
Yeah, I don't even know how to get down off the live in TikTok. I end up just closing the whole live altogether, and then
just
I open it back up.
Off.
That's what I do. I'm like, because a lot of times I'm just like, I just tell Mozo, I'm like, I don't know how to get down from here. You have to do it. And he's like, geez, literally, it's any button. He's like, just hit any button, it will take you down. And I'm like, just do it for me. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just hit the X at the top. It takes me out, and then I join back in. I'm like, that works. So.
All right, well, let's dive back into Blitz.
TikTok might be a fun app if it was built for like a computer, you know, something where the screen's bigger and it like could fit all the weird little shit TikTok does. You know?
Yeah, its UX is definitely in need of a retooling.
It's just there's so much stuff. It's so busy and so everything, and it's just all compacted into a cell phone screen, and that's just nah. You need breathing room. So
space and matter are a result of the Big Bang. There's no time for a fluctuation to occur prior. So therefore, you can't have a quantum fluctuation.
My view is not that.
Oh, rest well, Opal. We'll catch you later.
Night, Opal.
Quantum fluctuations are the source of the origin.
It's a basic,
literally
it's a basic
straw man.
scientific fact.
It's not. Can you? So,
it is.
To be clear,
and in fact, MIT published a whole dissertation on this.
Gerald Schroeder is. It seems like Gerald Schroeder is like one guy. Where's the? So you named one guy. That
one second. I want to share my point.
Prosperity Fund. You have to actually let me address what you're saying. So
wait
to be clear, it's not my view.
Am I a fucking troll collector?
Yeah, probably.
Like, why is it that everybody fucking hates the Freak and Cafe and Golden Arm, but they're all fucking chill as shit with me?
You're the troll.
How did that happen? How does that happen? Like, all the people everybody hates the most, like, seem to like me, and I don't know what that is. That says a lot about me, huh?
Yeah, you're tolerant.
I'm not even fucking nice to them.
Well, I know, but they take that as love. See, like you called like Garden Arms
Is that
stupid
it?
motherfucker a while ago, and he thinks y'all are friends. Like
Yeah.
we're friends. That's love language from you, I guess.
If Faye's still here, maybe he can tell me what
That's
what
love
is
language, Gretchen. Like, yeah, let's go.
Is
And
it?
look, Puggle said I'm cool with all of them too, Gretchen. Puggles, everybody's
Okay.
cool with you. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's gotta be the
Nobody on fire says he lives under a bridge.
Nobody on fire doesn't even know what technically means.
How can you run under a bridge like that? You carry the bridge over your head all the time.
He's got a treadmill under that bridge, so he can run.
You know what I don't get is
at a real slow speed. He's a slow boy runner on a treadmill under a bridge.
I don't get this guy on Blitz's screen here. I got that is arguing with. Isn't Blitz? Don't he have a doctorate in this?
Yes.
And these people call up and argue with him about these things. It just blows my mind. I wear a bridge-shaped hat. Oh, nobody! You're so silly. Wish UG was here to see that.
Like the callers that call into Dr. Blitz just showcase, how religious thinking can like overinflate your confidence and your ability to understand concepts that like people have devoted their lives to understanding. They're literally pressing the bounds of human knowledge, yet they think that like they can deduce like the entirety of cosmology from a couple Discovery Channel videos that they watched as a kid.
Well, he fell back onto the early church fathers. Like he fell back onto the early church like he went back into like the thinkers of the church. That like what?
But I mean, if we're being honest, it's not really that different from what Golden Arm does. He reads one stupid thing and he thinks he knows everything about fucking evolution. He thinks he knows about science. He thinks he's the only one, since he doesn't understand infinity, nobody fucking can, and it's like, that's what I'm saying about him, like falling into the fucking lake and all of a sudden thinks he's an expert fucking swimmer while he's drowning, and like Cafe does the same thing with fucking neurology. Sorry, Cafe, but you do. You talk like you're a fucking expert and you don't know shit.
I mean, Judy, I would say that religion
and these people do the same thing with physics with Blitz, and it's absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah. No, okay. Sorry, Equinox said it. Religion cripples the intellect. Yeah.
All right. It hasn't been a half an hour yet, has it?
It has not. It's been like 4 minutes.
What is it now? Has it?
It has not. It's been like 4 minutes.
What is it now, Golden Arm? What is it now? Has it?
It has not. It's been like... We're going to get an infinite loop from Golden Arm's like somehow fucked up mic settings. Like, Golden Arm, how did you fuck up your mic settings since leaving?
In 4 minutes.
No, it's Golden Arm, I had to mute you because like you have your mic input like inputting directly, like capturing your audio, and it's looping back and it's repeating what we said.
And your lighting's all fucked up. And now you look like the little girl from Poltergeist fucking staring at the TV.
Golden Arm, I told you, you're muted. I muted you so that you could fix your audio settings. Yes, Nog. Golden Arm admitted to drinking an entire fifth tonight.
Are you even trying to fix your sound?
I don't think he can actually hear us.
Can you hear us? Golden Arm, if you can hear what we're saying, put up 3 fingers. Okay, so he doesn't have a lag. He can fucking hear us.
Golden Arm, you're currently muted. You need to fix your audio and then unmute yourself.
Hello?
Better.
All right, let's see if this loops.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Now turn
sounds
that
good.
bright light off.
I was gonna like wait for 30 minutes, but Gretchen wanted to rag on me.
That's so much
I
better.
didn't rag on you. I was comparing you to Cafe.
You were ragging on me, and I couldn't respond. RP has me muted in the comments section, so I can't comment there. And
Don't blame that on RP.
well, apologize, RP. I don't. If you're gonna talk about me, I should be able to respond, right?
Not necessarily.
Knock yourself out.
All right. Robin says not necessarily. All right. I get that. I understand that. I don't think you accurately represented me in your last speech, and it's been such a long time. I don't remember what you said.
Which one? The one where I was asking about how I collect all the trolls, or when I told you when I said that you were like drowning in a lake?
Yeah.
Because don't know as much as you think you do.
Right. That one. Yeah.
Okay.
I do know.
Yeah.
I do know.
All right.
I do know.
Here's my response. Here's my response. I fucking said what I said, and I stand behind it.
And I disagree, and I stand behind it.
Cool.
All right.
That makes one of you.
Does that blow your hair back? Are you all good now?
Yeah,
but I said what I said.
If I could have responded to what you said in the chat at the time, I would have remembered what we were talking about. But somebody has me on ban. I can't respond in the chat. So
I have you timed out. It's me.
Can you untime me?
I'm the problem. Hi.
Can you untime me, please?
No, we just agreed.
So you're going to talk about me, and I can't respond. Is that how you run your channel?
For the next 20 minutes?
You're going to talk about somebody, and they can't defend themselves? Very well.
For the next 20 minutes? Yeah. So if you have something you want to say, you can come back up here and say it, or you can shut the fuck up, or you can write it the fuck down so you can respond when you come back.
Write it down.
I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, what do you know?
It's got to be at least 10 minutes by now.
Take some notes.
Not 20.
Yeah, it's been 10 minutes.
Take some notes.
10 minutes out of a 30-minute timeout. So you only got 20 minutes left.
Get you one of them little sticky
It's been like 15 minutes by now because you asked how long it was at 12:48 my time.
Hello, nobody.
Are you on West Coast, RP?
No.
Nobody.
Big Bad Mama said writing in the braille.
It's 2 a.m. Central Time, so you must be on West Coast.
No.
Nobody on fire probably thinks that there's
an entire time zone between West Coast and Central.
Yeah, it's called Mountain, and you're 2 hours, and Mountain's what, 1 hour?
No, I'm not 2 hours. I said 12:48.
Yeah, that's 2 hours.
12:48. 12:48 is at the end of the hour. It is now 1:07. It is now 1:07 here.
What time standard are you in? Central or Mountain or
if the time is 1:07, I am an hour behind you.
It's 2:07 in Central.
I'm 2:07. You're 12:07. That's 2 hours. That's
Golden Arm.
He said it was. They said it was one there.
Shit.
Golden Arm.
You know what?
Let's
I'm
fight.
super glad we're not. I'm super glad we're not doing this with nobody on fire because half the year he's in a different fucking time zone. So
Yeah.
You and I are on the same one, Golden Arm. We're on the same time zone.
I said that 12
Central
Golden
Time
Arm,
rocks.
Listen, Golden Arm. I said that 12:48 was over 15 minutes ago. Okay, 12:48 was over 15 minutes ago.
That would have been 12:55, not 12:48.
Why are we having a debate about
15
time?
minutes ago. Because Golden Arm's so drunk that you can't crack this.
Because RP wants to.
No, it's because you're incapable of tracking basic time increments.
you know what? You got timed out 15 minutes ago. That's 1-5. Golden Arm. You got timed out 15 minutes ago. That is 1-5. Just like the 1/5 you already fucking drank tonight. You get it? Does it make sense now?
Those numbers make sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't grant
Cool.
that.
RP just wants to fight. RP just wants to fight.
No, I'm very calmly pointing out. No, I'm very calmly pointing out exactly what I said, and you simply misheard me.
Very calmly, as always. Yes, that's why I said earlier you have such a soothing voice.
Okay.
It's not RP. It's not RP. Golden Arm.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
Robin,
not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not RP.
How do you remember all of your bullshit fucking stances on, like, I don't know, everything when you can't even remember what you were told 5 minutes ago?
Well, if it matters, I remember. If it doesn't, I don't.
All right, let's put a 1 in chat if it's Golden Arm and a 2 in chat if it's RP.
What does that mean, Robin?
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
We'll see what the consensus
It matters
is.
to you so much that you're up here crying about it.
I'm
The
crying
question
about
is
the
who
ban.
the problem is.
Gretchen, the ban was unjustified, okay?
It was not. You said something fucked up. You fucking deserve every minute of that 30 minutes.
So let YouTube ban me and not you, okay?
No, because that's not the way I fucking do shit.
All right.
I've told you this before.
All right.
You know, if you're gonna put me in the position where I feel like I have to save you for myself, save you from yourself, just so I don't feel like a piece of shit, then that's what I'm gonna fucking do. And if you're gonna cry about it, I don't give a shit. I'm still gonna do it anyway because I care more about what I think of me and how I treat people than I care about you and the shit you say and the problems you're gonna bring down on your own fucking head. And I am not going to exploit that for clicks or views or super chats. I'm not going to fucking do it. I'm going to fucking kick you. I'm going to take you down and I'm just going to leave you gone for the day. And I've said this to you before.
Okay, I agree with that, okay? I understand your position.
Then quit your fucking crying.
All right.
Just say, hey, thanks for getting my back, Gretch. How about that? It sucks, but okay, I did the fucking crime. I'll do my fucking time. How about that? Why is that so hard?
Did I not do that before?
You didn't do that before.
Have I not already acknowledged your point and said, yeah, you're right, and yeah, I'll do the penance?
Your entire point was coming up here to try to evade your penance.
I think I already communicated that to you, but maybe not. I apologize if I haven't. What you said.
You're up here complaining about it right now.
Well, I'm not. I'm not complaining about that. No. I
it was literally the reason you joined the panel.
Mm-hmm. That's why you came up here.
Proceed with the video.
Okay, well, we're going to do it without you up here. Go and sober up and wait for your timeout to end.
You got about 10 more minutes. Come back in 10 minutes.
I wonder if this is his best argument for why he should be given a mod status. Oh.
Okay. I'm kind of hungry, so I'm gonna run upstairs and preheat the oven. But I'll start the video before I do that.
Golden Arm isn't as pink as you drunk he is.
Good, 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 good point there, Eric. I noticed there were no twos, though. I noticed there were
by
no
the way, M Carp, Golden Arm already has a song.
Yeah,
by
it's
the
figure
way.
eight.
It's figure eight.
It got played today, and he liked it. He actually commented about how much he likes the song.
M Carp will never get a song. We'll never get a song.
There was a reason I made figure eight sound like a Rob Zombie song, because I know he loves Rob Zombie.
We'll never get a song.
Literally 3/4 of that song are like all of Golden Arm's arguments. He literally did the Why There's Still Monkeys one night. So, like, yeah. I mean,
all right, let's jump back in. I'll be right back.
That quantum fluctuations are the origins of space-time and matter. It is not the consensus view amongst cosmologists that quantum fluctuations are the origin of space-time and matter. So rather than strawmanning the entire non-theistic scientific view, or the entire scientific view entirely,
tell the crowd
yeah, I'm
what
happy
you
to.
believe is the.
I'm happy to, rather than letting you strawman me. So I actually am agnostic. I don't know what caused the Big Bang. My claim is not that quantum fluctuations caused it. My claim is not that, you know, there was a crunch beforehand that then expanded and, you know, is cyclic, whatever. My claim is not that there's been eternal inflation. That's not my claim at all, because I don't actually know. I'm not making the claim that the Big Bang has a known cause. Now, if you want to say that there are, I can think of exactly 2 scientists who have made the claim that the Big Bang is a result of quantum fluctuations. Only one of them will say it's actually a creation from nothing. That would be Lawrence Krauss, and Lawrence Krauss is generally not viewed in high regard these days anyway. The other one would be Alexander Vilenkin. Alexander Vilenkin thinks that the Big Bang was caused by quantum fluctuations, but merely that there was sort of a pre-geometric state that preceded the Big Bang. So there was still like a universe. It just was the Big Bang that was caused by these quantum fluctuations. So
okay, so
rather than
I understand your point. I'm not strawmanning you. I'm just telling you that is a predominant view in philosophical circles.
About what's going on. Why are you talking about philosophical?
You look into the philosophy of science.
Are we not?
Okay, so in terms of science, what would you presume is the basis for the Big Bang? Where did the material come from? Why all of a sudden would it explode?
I don't know.
Okay, so do you acknowledge that you're either going back to the age-old debate of whether the universe was eternal or whether it was created? Because if it was eternal, then you're saying basically this always...
No, that's a false dichotomy. Even if the universe is not eternal, it doesn't need to be created. It just would have a beginning.
Yeah. And first of all, it did not explode. It wasn't an explosion. I don't know how many times they've been told that. And, like, even if it did have a creator, like, I'm sure he has a specific God that he thinks fits in that gap right there. And I don't know how, like, maybe it was Zeus. Who knows?
This guy strikes me as the kind of like asshole that won't just like fit his God in any gap. He will like actually make the gap big enough to shove his fucking priest up into.
That's just like, shut my God in there.
I mean, it's like he create like it's a gap for gods. That's what we'll call that.
Gapes
he created
are like
created a gate for his God. There you go.
Gapes. Like I like what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that God is an ever receding gap in scientific understanding.
Yeah.
He just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Smaller and smaller and smaller. That's a good song. Just saying.
Existed, and if it was created, then it had to have been created somehow with some sort of material, some sort of reaction. And the question is, where did the material come from? Did the material always exist, or was it created? And when you look at the universe, whether it's through quantum
laws, was that
laws,
a question, or was that rhetorical? Because
that
it
was a
sounded
question.
like a question.
I mean, I'm asking
and
you.
And now you're still talking. Instead of letting me answer the question.
Know because you're saying you don't know because
so
the obvious fact is that it was created.
So to be clear, you can have a first moment of time and still have it be uncreated.
Literally
creation.
What I
mean,
just
presumably by creation, you just mean something like it was intentionally constructed or it was intentionally formed, rather than formed via a non-intentional process. And so there are models, there's a few of them, not many, but there are models where you have a first moment of time, and yet it doesn't involve a creator.
Oh, cool. I got my mouse back.
If time, where is time coming from? Time is only a construct that works with, but time is a construct that works with space and matter, meaning there's no time lapse. Okay, so how does time work?
Confused. So time is one of the dimensions of space-time.
I understand that. So what I'm saying to you is that when you have a situation where you're going back to the beginning and you're saying that there was some, it sounds like you're not going with the quantum fluctuation. It sounds like you're going with the Big Bang approach.
The quantum fluctuation is a fringe view, by the way.
Okay. I mean, it's the diagram you have up, so I'm just basing it off of that.
Yeah, it's a diagram.
Okay. So in terms of the Big Bang, I mean, the question is, where did the material come from and why all of a sudden would it explode? And then this, forget about 6,000 years versus.
Hold on, nobody. You think goths can dance?
Just that one from the show.
Can you explain this?
Oh, I love this video. Oh man, it's so funny. That's a throwback. I think the first time I watched that was like 2010.
Cyber goths was a fun period. Very, very hot topic core.
Have you seen like the high quality videos that people like that put out on YouTube later on?
No.
I'll find some and send them to you too.
Please. Oh god.
They're so funny.
13 billion years.
I mean, to be clear, that is the topic, and I'd love to get your view on that, but we can talk about this. It's fine. So most cosmologists, and this is if not a majority, then it's a plurality, are going to take the view that the Big Bang was caused by inflation. What this means is that originally, before the Big Bang, you had an extremely rapidly expanding, essentially empty space. That was the only thing in it was something called an inflaton field. That inflaton field was very, very high energy, but it was not oscillating particularly, so it was very cold. And as a result of something called slow roll, that inflaton field can essentially dump its energy into the rapidly expanding space that it's causing. The expansion slows down, heats up the universe. Basically, it dumps its energy into other stuff like electrons and quarks and other fundamental particles. And that process of dumping that energy heats up all of those fields. They become very, very hot, and then you get a hot Big Bang afterwards. That's the general kind
I understand
of
the theory.
view.
The question is, where is that?
Hold on a second. Golden Arm, you missed nobody. You were up here on the panel. You spent your whole time fighting with me. You could have been talking to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed.
Sober enough to understand that.
I'm gonna go to bed. Night, y'all. Love you.
Love you.
Good night, Robin.
Yeah, I missed nobody last night when I played the new song and he ran.
I ran.
You ran.
Yeah, that's what I do.
And he ran.
You were gone by the time I played that, huh?
Away.
I think so. I disappeared to eat food at some point.
You didn't hear the Fildo song?
I think I heard part of it. I'll have to go back and listen to it.
Yeah, there's a couple lines that are in there just for you. Well, okay. You and RP.
I'm
the freedom, well-being, and agency. Yeah, that's all for you too.
Great.
That field coming from? Where is the energy created from?
Take the eternal inflation view, which is, it's not my view, but it's a
you are acknowledging you're getting back to either eternality of the world.
I was telling you what the plurality or perhaps majority view is.
Right, but you're getting back to it. It was eternally there.
That is a mainstream view. Yes.
Right.
So what you're saying is the mainstream view today, in your opinion, is that the world was always eternal, and this is just a Big Bang fluctuation in a larger.
Wait, like
this guy's like a chihuahua.
Eternal,
he's going right.
There is no other category other than being always eternal. Like there is a temporary eternality like that. That's just a contradiction.
group of of fluctuations.
No, it's not quantum fluctuations.
Or a larger bang in a group of big bangs. Meaning there's this beyond our observable universe. There's more big bangs happening.
Yeah, this is the idea behind eternal inflation. Yeah. Now I don't really buy eternal inflation, but it is a mainstream view.
Yeah. So what you're having to understand is, where did the material originally come from?
There is no originally if it was always there.
Exactly, but you have yet to prove that it has always been there. Just like,
look, I don't buy it. It's not my view. I'm just telling you what a mainstream view is.
So basically, what you're saying is the mainstream view is ridiculous nonsense.
Well, I wouldn't say it's ridiculous nonsense. There's good reason.
I mean,
why
it sounds like scientists are just trying to find an excuse so they don't have to support God and have to worry about the philosophical implications of what God does.
So you know, there's an interesting phenomenon here. Do you know who Stephen Hawking was?
Of course.
Okay, so Stephen Hawking, he was very famously atheist. He was atheist as far as we know, his whole life. Maybe he was raised like Christian or Lutheran or whatever, but like he was atheist from a young age. Very, very talented scientist. He also was probably the first to propose what I would call reasonable model that describes the universe that has a finite past. Now, he's an atheist, and yet he thinks that there was a first moment of time, or he's dead now. But so, I'm happy to explain how this could work.
Yeah, but if time, space, and matter are a result. No, I understand that, but if time, space, and matter are generally as a consensus, as nature said it was a consensus, time, space, and matter are a result of the Big Bang, then where's the time, space, and matter for this claim? You can look it up.
Okay, I'd love to. What's the name of the paper? Do you know?
I'll find the source and I will text it to you. I was just looking at it.
I mean, you could just tell me and I can pull it up. Because that's, to be clear, that's not the consensus. Like, not by a long shot.
What's he claiming the consensus is?
I'm just going to Google time, nature, time, space, and matter. Because this is like, isn't this like a, what's his name? A Ken Ham thing?
He said something about if time, space, and matter.
You're basically stuck. Whether you want to say there's a multiverse or whether you want to say that we only have our observable universe, at the end of the day, you have to say. No, I'm not lying to you about the Nature.
Okay, so then I'm trying to. I found nothing. I looked up Nature Journal.
Okay, so when I get the specific source from Nature, I'm happy to send you.
Until then, you have to recognize I'm just not going to believe that was ever published in Nature.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you though is time, space, and matter have to come from somewhere. If time, space, and matter, okay, so you're basically arguing that time always existed and the universe always existed, and therefore it wasn't created.
That's not my view.
Right?
He's not arguing that.
You just said that was the mainstream view, unless you're not part of the mainstream scientists.
I'm not part of the mainstream as far as my view on the origins of the universe. I hold.
So can you explain to a rational person why the mainstream view is that the world? Well, can you explain to a rational person why the mainstream view is that the world is eternal?
Maybe get a rational person up here. Well, maybe he could explain it to him.
Yeah, I was about to say I reject the presupposition that you're a rational person.
There's evidence, and the model is very, very clear.
There's no evidence that the world is eternal.
There is evidence. You can see it in the CMB.
There's theory that we can't even see beyond our observable universe. How could they say that we have a multiverse expanding universe?
And look, again, this is contentious, but there are perhaps loose claims of evidence for inflationary models found in the CMB. Now, I'm a little bit agnostic about those. I'm not an expert in the kind of data analysis that they do to determine whether or not it's indeed evidence of inflation or whether it's just essentially noise. That I'm not particularly... I'm not informed enough to come to a conclusion about that. But even absent evidence, the inflationary model accounts for a lot of the observations that we have in the world. So, for example, we observe that the universe is very nearly homogeneous. We observe that there are very, very few, if any, magnetic monopoles. Both of these are hard to account for using standard Big Bang cosmology. Regardless of where you think the Big Bang came from, they're hard to account for using standard Big Bang cosmology. And the inflationary model actually accounts for why the world is that way without really introducing basically anything else. Like, there's no extra quantum gravity, anything. It's just like standard quantum field theory in a curved spacetime, which is already really well explained. So it's a very parsimonious view, which is why it's a very parsimonious view. It's very consistent with the data that we have today. And so I think it's actually reasonable, depending on what perspective you're coming at this from, to take that view.
So basically what your argument is that the majority of scientists are not going with quantum fluctuations to say that something came from nothing. Rather, the world was always eternal and therefore it wasn't created. And yet the evidence is pretty meek, if at all, because you can't see beyond our observable universe in the first place. So they are just making a postulation that there's other universes beyond our observable universe that exist and that we are just one bubble in a sea of bubbles of expanding universes. There is no
inflationary cosmology doesn't necessarily require a multiverse. However, if you take inflationary cosmology to its logical conclusion, you get one. kind of for free. They're not assuming they exist. You kind of just get one for free by doing standard cosmology.
Okay, so now assuming you're going with the observable universe, or even if you assume that there was a multiverse of expanding universes, and we're just one bubble in a sea of bubbles that are constantly expanding in this infinite cycle,
Sure.
where did the material come from, and why all of a sudden would it explode if it was eternal?
Inflation is eternal, then it's eternal, meaning it didn't come from anywhere. And in the in eternal inflation models, it's always been expanding.
Can I ask you a question? Who made your shirt?
I don't know.
The fuck.
But someone had to make it, right?
I mean, it's a shirt, so it was probably like, well, I don't know if this was made in America. It probably wasn't, but it was probably like some child in Malaysia or something, unfortunately.
Right. So the point is that the material had to come from somewhere.
Well,
and yet,
so to be clear, when we talk about a shirt, what we're really talking about, like a shirt being made, what we're really talking about is the like some person taking the stuff that shirts are made out of and then arranging them into a shirt, right? Like the fabric or the fibers.
No, I understand
those
that.
existed
I'm asking about even the not the creation of putting it together, but where did the actual raw material come from?
So the raw materials, as far as we can tell, have always existed.
Okay, so basically what you've gone back to is
They've
a
existed
2,000-year-old argument
so
that,
the materials have existed
the world
for
is
as
eternal
long
and
as
not
the universe
created.
has. So however long the universe has existed, the materials have existed for that one.
Okay. Do you not acknowledge that it is irrational to believe that when everything else in the stated universe has a creator and something that makes it and a cause and effect, that it seems pretty ridiculous to assume that the world is eternal and didn't have a creator as well?
Can you give me an example of one thing that was created out of nothing?
Well, anything in quantum fluctuations are created out of nothing. It's a 60-year
I thought we
track
agreed
record.
that quantum fluctuations were not creating out of nothing.
Although quantum fluctuations can create something out of nothing, but the problem is it doesn't
really? Can
apply
they?
in a situation. Yes, they can. The
Sorry,
only challenge
what's the nothing? Where was the nothing that was created out of?
No, that's my point. Quantum fluctuations can't occur prior to the Big Bang because it requires time, and time is a result of the Big Bang.
What?
Well, time, space, and matter are creations, is my point.
Well, my point is that you can't give me a single example of something coming from actual nothing.
I mean, you look at the quantum mechanics and quantum fluctuations.
There's not actual nothing there. There's quantum fields there the whole time. There's space. There's time. That's not actual nothing.
Okay, so you're just redefining it. That doesn't matter.
No, motherfucker.
Sorry, when we talk about nothing, do you think that nothing includes quantum fields?
Well, that's the question.
Does nothing include space-time?
Well, that's another question, right? Time, space, and matter.
Generally,
General
most
consensus
people
has
would
been
agree that that's something, not nothing.
Okay, so basically you're saying you're getting back to philosophical argument.
You know what I wish Blitz would do?
I'm not arguing that at all.
For the number of people,
I don't think laws of nature are things at all. But that's neither here nor there. My point is that you can't give me a single example of a thing that was created.
What do you wish Blitz would do?
Oh, I was going to say that for the number of people that say, look at this and look at that and look at this and look at that. I wish he would just get a whiteboard like Mezzo and just like, hey, look at NASA, with all the flat earthers. It's like, okay, he'd just write NASA on the board and just look at it. Like, all right, I'm looking. It's like anytime someone tells him, look at something, just like, okay, looking. What's that supposed to do?
Also, this guy seems completely unaware that in every sentence, he's both equivocating between philosophical nothing and what nothing is like when, is it Penrose that talks about nothing or something like that? Or I can't remember. But when he's saying nothing, like the universe, whoever wrote the universe from nothing, I don't remember the author. But
I think it's Penrose. I think that's why Blitz hates him.
Yeah, that person is not saying philosophical nothing. So in every statement this guy's making, he's equivocating between philosophical nothing and some type of like still physical fields nothing, and he's reifying nothing. In every statement, he's committing two fallacies. So like, this guy's useless.
Out of actual nothing. You can give me an example of excited electric fields that produce electron-positron pairs, but that's not nothing. There's an excited electric field there. And by the way, when you're off the app, I can't hear you.
Yeah, virtual particles. I mean, at the end of the day,
exist. It's okay. You can just tell me what you want me to Google, and I will do it for us.
particle and antiparticle pairs. It doesn't matter. This stuff is
Particle and
irrelevant to my
antiparticle
question.
pairs, real particle and antiparticle pairs can exist, but they come from excited quantum fields, so that's not nothing.
Right. So basically, what you're just doing is you're redefining the goalpost by saying the quantum fields are themselves something.
Of course they are. They're the stuff that makes up matter. That's what matter is. Matter is the quantum
I just want to be
fields.
clear. Your view is that a minority of scientists believe that quantum fluctuations are not a result of the universe, and therefore the world was always eternal. And
No, that's
whether
a
we
straw
can
man.
see beyond our observable universe or not, which we can't, but you're making an estimation
I'll be right back. I gotta throw the food in the oven now.
that many scientists do believe that is eternal, but it doesn't explain where the raw material came from or what
So,
is the
to be
infinite
clear-
regression back to the point one.
To be clear, if the raw material has always existed, then there's no need to explain where it came from.
Okay. Do you honestly
it doesn't have a
believe
beginning, so
it is
there's
more
never a
logical-
phase that it went from not
Do you
existing
believe
to
it's
existing,
more
so there's no
logical that the
explanation
world-
required.
Okay, so what you're saying is the world is eternal versus you're getting
It's
back
at
to the
least
2,000-year argument of Aristotle. You're basically going back to the same argument Aristotle had, which is
Okay.
that the world is eternal, but yet we know that there
It's a possibility.
are a possibility. So now you've acknowledged that it's not even 100% certain. Yet the mainstream
I
view
don't
is that the world
believe
is
that it's
eternal.
100. I never said that I believe it's 100% certain.
But you believe these mainstream
why are you
scientists do.
why are you incessantly strawmanning me?
But no, I'm not strawmanning you. But you're making the
just
argument.
misrepresented my view.
You just said that the majority of scientists believe the
Yeah,
world
it's
is
either the
eternal.
majority or a large plurality. Yeah, it's maybe not.
That's what I'm
over
saying.
50%,
So you're
but
saying that the
yes.
majority of scientists believe the
And
world
I
is eternal,
don't
yet they
believe-
have no evidence for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. You misunderstand. I said that the majority, or perhaps the plurality of cosmologists, think that inflation is a good account for the origins of the universe, and inflation is naturally eternal. Now, inflation is a very specific model, right? It's a very specific model of the universe's history. There are dozens of other models that different scientists, different cosmologists will hold to or will investigate or are interested in that are either eternal to the past or not eternal to the past, none of which require a god. So whether or not the majority of scientists or the plurality of scientists accept inflation is kind of beside the point. The point is there are plenty of models, whether inflationary or otherwise, that are past eternal, and there are several, at least, models that are not past eternal, but still don't require a god to explain why they are the way they are.
Yeah, I think you have to disassociate the God, like the Bible, versus some sort of
I can just say
creationary
creator. It doesn't require a creator at all.
The creator,
past finite universe doesn't require a creator.
I think the most people, including scientists, a creator or some sort of designer is much more likely than an eternal universe, given what we see in our universe.
At least not the scientists. Like, that's just not the case.
Okay, so you're saying that there's an eternal universe. So how is an eternal universe any more?
Why are you repeatedly strawmanning me?
I'm not strawmanning you. I'm just saying, how is it eternal? Just hear my point.
My view is not that an eternal view. Look,
I'm not talking about your point.
I don't know how. I don't know how
talking
you're
about the
confused
other
about
scientists
this.
that you
I have been
referenced.
very, very clear here that there are scientists who think the universe has a finite past, meaning that it is, there is a first moment of time, and yet they don't think that a creator was involved. Oops.
And why don't they think a creator is involved?
Because there are other mechanisms to explain the universe with a finite past. For example, the Hartle-Hawking model is probably the most famous example. And the Hartle-Hawking model describes the emergence of time from a purely spatial, non-temporal space in a geometric way. So there's a first moment of time arising geometrically from pure spatial dynamics. Dynamics is probably not the right word, but hopefully you get what I mean.
Well, I think you could concede, though, at the very least, that an eternal universe is no more provable than whether a creator
Golden
exists.
arm, knock it off.
No,
You're gonna get
that's
timed
not
out
the
again
case.
for spamming.
I mean, like, if you're talking about with current data, that do we have like smoking gun evidence that the universe is eternal? No, we don't. But to say that it's no more provable than a creator being involved, no. I mean, like,
It sounds like they're both leaps of faith, to be honest.
There is a telescope being built, and I think it's scheduled.
Did he think he was misspelling finite over and over and over?
Who? Golden arm?
Golden arm. Yeah.
No, he's just trying to drive
Oh
his
my God!
point
Look at
home.
the last one. Look at the last one. If finite, then God. Okay. What's the argument for that? Go ahead.
The argument is that's the
What's
biggest gap
the-
he can find to shove his God into.
What's the supplementary argument for the derivation relation? Go ahead.
Well, it's simply modus ponens. If finite, then God. Finite, therefore God.
Yeah. What's the supplementary argument for the derivation relation for the conditional? Please go ahead.
Satan. Yeah, snake told you to eat apple. That's definitely it.
to launch in like 2036 or maybe 2030 or something like this, that if the universe is indeed eternal, if there was stuff before the Big Bang, could detect that stuff, in particular gravitational waves.
Right.
So like this is not like a faith thing. This is a scientific model that can be tested.
Well, not really, because even if you can see beyond, but even if you can see beyond the observable universe,
the creator is kind of silly, because I don't know how you would test a creator model.
Again, you're just moving the goalpost one floor back. Meaning, if you go and say that the universe is part of an expanding universe and there is stuff beyond our observable universe, then you just get into the multiverse theory. Why does that prove that if there's just stuff beyond the universe? It just means that there's more universes beyond our observable condition, and therefore
I don't know if you remember how we do science from like 6th grade, but the way that we do science is you produce a model, the model makes predictions. When the model's predictions are verified by some sort of observation or some sort of experiment, you take that to be evidence that your model is correct. So this is of course testable. That's what you do in science.
No, but you can't test anything if you can't prove that there isn't a multiverse out there. My point is,
I have no idea what that sentence means. The point is there are models, those models make predictions, and if those predictions come true, it is evidence in favor of those models. I don't understand what's hard to believe
because
about that.
you're not understanding. If there is stuff beyond our observable universe, okay, which we don't know, but if there is, then it doesn't disprove that there's a God or creator behind it.
To be clear, I don't know what you mean by beyond the observable universe. The telescope that's being launched is not trying to look beyond the observable universe. I don't know why we're talking about the observable universe here.
I think
it's not quite a telescope. It's like a gravitational wave observatory.
So I think it sounds very good. So it sounds like you've conceded that nothing can be seen beyond our observable universe.
That's not a concession. That's a definition. The observable universe is the limit beyond which nothing can be seen.
So then you don't know if there's a creator of time, space, and matter. Thank you very much.
The observable universe is a spatial boundary. It's not a temporal boundary.
There is no space beyond the potential expanding universe unless you acknowledge that there's a multiverse or there's some sort of bigger universe or structure of which we're one bubble amongst a sea of bubbles. That's the point. And then you still get back to the eternality versus creator.
Hold on. So you're talking about like spatial extent, which is like one separate thing, and we could talk about that. The thing that I'm talking about is something that can look back in time, not further.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. Back in time. Again, you're still saying that time.
Sometimes they're correlated.
You're assuming that time always existed instead of time.
I'm not assuming that. I'm saying that this new telescope or observatory that's being launched in 5-10 years or something or so, this will be able to make observations about the gravitational wave background, and that gravitational wave background.
Taff, are you here to talk about the video, or you got something else you want to talk about?
I thought I lagged out or something.
Yeah, of course. I want to talk about the video, of course.
Okay.
What's
up?
What is up, Gretchen? I know you show a lot of love for our friend here, Blitz. I know you like Joe Mezzo. I don't know who you like better between the two of those. I want to guess. If I had to guess, it would be Mezzo. For you?
I don't know. It depends on the day, really.
What does this have to do with the video, Cafe?
I don't choose between Joel and Mezzo. So.
Well, yeah, they're a package deal,
dude.
Yeah.
What it has to do with the video is, Blitz is a pretty understanding character, man. Like, wouldn't you want him to address like something honestly? Like, what's your favorite moment of Blitz? Because for me it would be him. I eventually want to bring up a lot of the topics that I talk about, because I think he would be very honest with
my favorite moment was when he had someone up there and Blitz just shook his head and went, okay, what the fuck does that even mean? It was like the first time I'd ever
yes and
that was great. It was fucking great.
I agree with you.
And then when he fucking dunked on Deathless, that was definitely number 2.
Yes,
that was great.
I think Blitz can do something like that because he has
Black Jesus de Christ. He kept saying it. He's like, "Come on, Black Jesus de Christ, don't do this
on my flat Earth."
Yes,
that was fucking great.
I absolutely agree. I think he can do that because he has the patience. He has
and any call with PhD free.
Yes,
but that That's more my
Yeah,
free
that's kind of why I like him too.
preference. So yeah.
That's my own preference. So with Nobody on Fire, I know they've been going at you, man, because
Wait, hold on 1 sec. Golden Arm says, or prepare for next week. Does he think that he's going on Justin next week?
No, he's trying to set up a chat with Nobody on Fire.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he wants to talk to me
Yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah.
He's talking to you right now.
I know. I'm right here. I don't know.
he's not gonna get it because
like
RP. You're
Hold on 1 sec, F. Hey, Jada. Welcome to the panel. How are you doing?
Hey, Jada.
Hi, thank you. It's nice to be here.
Hi, Jada.
Hello.
All right, Calf, what were you saying?
Well, it's now my time for leave because Jada's here. No, I'm fair. No. What I was gonna say is that. Okay, so yeah, I hear RP going off on this, and he's not the first. I mean, the PGC, Nobody on Fire. Who introduced who to it? I want to say, Nobody on Fire introduced me to it. Did you, y'all arrived at it at different levels? What's the deal here?
Arrived at what? What did I miss?
Nobody on Fire. You know what I'm talking about? Getworth.
They were both Geworth pilled by Ian.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
No. I was kind of like on my way to that when I first took my my first ethics class, learning about Kant and deontology. I was already kind of convinced of like
not by Ian
from morale or from agency. At the time I was using more of an argument from autonomy, but the more I read,
they love Ian.
I fell into
they
more
love
Geworthian
Ian
frameworks.
Fair enough, Gretchen, but please do not tell me that either of you were introduced by Ian. I know Nobody on Fire knew about it long before Ian, right?
No.
Why do you care?
No.
Why do you care how they were introduced to it? What does that even matter?
Yeah, Cass, I don't know if that's relevant.
What if it was Ian that introduced them both to it? What the fuck does that even matter?
Oh my God, because it means they're noobs. I mean, like
no, it doesn't follow.
Cass,
so, look,
come on.
Look, so I just never read I've only been reading philosophy for like a year, maybe a little longer, and I've been watching though like AXP and like all that shit for a really really long time. But when I saw Ian run, I don't even remember how I got introduced to Ian.
Oh my God.
But I started watching Ian and I saw him run a couple of those arguments and I was like, okay, this kind of makes sense to me. And then I went and I read Ellen Geworth, and then that's when I was like, holy shit, this is like actually something I think that people should pay attention to.
Yeah.
And so I don't really see like some type of relevance in the fact that even if Ian gave like a bad argument for it and say it was like unsound in some way, like that leading me to reading Geworth, which that was the Reason and Morality was the first philosophy book I ever read, and it was torture because I had never read philosophy before. So I had to look up I had to have like 36 tabs open looking up words, and then it was probably beneficial as like a first read because I had to exhaust so many different like types of terminology. But yeah, like I would say that Ian introduced me, and I thought the arguments were pretty good, but I didn't really understand arguments at that time, and like at least like how to be precisely valid and how to like evaluate soundness and stuff. And then once I read Geworth, though, then I was like, wow, this is way over my head. And then I started reading other literature on like deontology and stuff. And it just makes sense to me.
Nobody, you're making somebody super jealous.
Maybe. I mean, I can buy into that, I suppose. But
I bet his mic's fucked up. I bet he can't talk. Say something. Say something, Goldie.
Okay. Golden Arm.
He's
you better not.
Wow, welcome back.
Your Golden Arm
he
came from
borks
your
his
high school
settings
days.
every time.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, so Calf,
Well,
like,
I hope
what's your point? Like,
my
you just
point
don't
is
like
that
Ian or something?
I hope that Golden Arm's name didn't come from his superb throw during his high school days in football or something like that. And
Calf, come on.
You see those
That's why they
mountains?
call him Golden
I
Arm.
used to be able to throw a football over the
No,
mountains.
that's not what I'm talking about.
I always figured it was a baseball thing. He was a pitcher in baseball in high
Your
school.
your mom goes to college.
No.
Nobody.
Thanks for getting that reference.
Yeah. No, hell no, that's not what I'm talking about. I would say, I always thought, Nobody on Fire.
But, I mean, it can't be that, because if
I always thought that
he wouldn't have ended up in the Marine Corps.
Yes, I always thought that you approached that on your own, because like when I evaluate Ian, he's kind of just introduced to these concepts. Like he doesn't know them that too. Like when it comes to
Calf.
No, I'm serious.
Are you sure? Ian's applying to get into a graduate program for philosophy. I wouldn't say that Ian is like unread in any capacity.
Really? Okay. Then fair enough. Then
Give the benefit of the doubt.
Proclus dilemma. That's one of his main priorities there, the eternalism and so forth. That's something I think I feel that he's kind of a, just getting introduced to when I hear him speak about it. He doesn't sound like someone that's been, well evaluated and well versed in those type of arguments at all, to be honest. So I mean, when I hear Nobody on Fire, I had no idea that you were, influenced by Ian and with Gerworth. I always thought that was your own shtick. It's kind of surprising to see that it's not. I
don't know what it means for a 1974 philosophy book on morality to be my shtick. I don't know what that means.
You don't? You want me to explain it to you? Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay.
It's the voice. It's got to be the voice.
I'll keep it brief. Here's what it means. It means that you have an individual that's trying to avoid, Hume's guillotine. And they do it, you may think it's very convincing in the way you've been, accustomed to the notion and how they approach it. But no, you would, there is no such, in other words, you have to adopt a very particular mode of interpretation of morality to even exert what they're pushing forth.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go scare up something with some sugar in it.
You ever told Gretchen, like, hey, steel man me and my Gerwith's morality? I bet you she couldn't. Why? Because it requires a kind of like knowingness of what's going on there. Like I bet you couldn't steel man.
Still can't hear you, Golden Arm.
I'll leave it at that. You know what I mean?
Well, I
Golden
think what you're trying to, well, Golden Arm seems to be muted still, but
right.
I think what you're trying to point out is that I'm an internalist when it comes to oughts, and I think that there's at least one ought inside of what is.
Are you calling me an idiot, Cafe?
Oh boy, nobody.
Not at all.
Saying I can't steelman someone's argument?
No, not at all.
I mean, you're totally right, though. You're totally right. I couldn't steelman their. I can't even fucking get through their arguments without fucking.
Yeah, but
Gretchen will just say
it's okay.
I'm not calling you an idiot by that.
Gretchen will just say, "Nuh-uh, it's subjective."
Fine.
You're making that argument. You're a subject, therefore your argument is subjective.
I think RP could probably do a better job at it because he's maybe a little bit more familiar with the whole Gerworth's notion of objective. What do you call it? PG and PGC. How do you say it?
Principle of generic consistency.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Nobody has made more progress with the philosophy shit getting into my head than
knows the definitions.
And I'm not trying to sideswipe everything into that direction. I'll save it for another day. As you know, Gretchen calls my notion of the divine the pocket pussy god, and I'll save it.
What?
I'm not about to fillet that with you right now. You know what I mean? I'll save that for another day.
Oh, next time.
You said you're not going to fillet it?
Yes, yeah. I'm not gonna burden you with the notion of trying to understand the pocket pussy god.
Okay.
We look forward to it.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Someday soon, please.
I will eventually. But in the meantime, I just want to say that I really like, I like RP, even though he does step over people a little bit.
Dude.
I love Nobody on Fire.
It's just his way.
Blitz, come on, man. I mean, he's up my alley.
Blitz is a bitch, right?
No.
What?
If there's any atheist I'm going to talk to, it's going to be Blitz.
You want to get kicked?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Welcome.
That wasn't a great line to come in on.
Sorry.
If you have something to say, Golden Arm, you better say it right now. You better direct.
Can I say something right quick while we're talking about Blitz?
I already said it, right?
Yeah, hear me?
Well, if you don't, I'm going to shoot you in the head, man. So go for it.
Okay.
Shoot me in the head, dude.
Whoa.
Oh my love.
Hey, while we saying something about Blitz, I remember when we was talking about using pulsars to measure the shape of the universe.
Yeah.
I had asked Blitz. That was one of the questions he answered one of my questions, and he said you guys was right. It was pulsars. So I just want to let you know. I'm still looking up that thing we was talking about in the Sean Carroll videos, but I got to dig through some years because I know that was at least 2 years ago. And he makes the show every Monday. So, but that's it.
I'm stepping down. I'm gonna let Mick Time take its place. Golden Arm if he wants to. But I will join the stage another day for y'all. All right.
Oh, you
can't wait.
We'll look forward to it.
I can't wait for that, pussy god. Okay. I know you can't.
Okay, bye.
You got a mouth, man.
You know why I know you can't wait? Because you already
Why are we
bought
talking about God Ussy?
the Phildo.
Oh, Arby, good one.
It's because he got drunk one night with his brother and he tried to explain his god, and it turns out to be a single purpose fucking god, like a fucking pocket pussy. And I was like, okay, cool.
Oh,
so
that's
I named it
right
that.
there.
No,
I named it his pocket pussy god. It's
'cause-
only good for one fucking thing. That's it.
It's
So
because
his guy does
No,
this.
you can store your weed in it.
Mezzo.
or his mushrooms in his case.
Oh, Gretchen.
You mentioned Mezzo and the Phildo. Mezzo's about to make 1 million sales on that Phildo idea. So
Is Robin still here?
Wait, what?
Is Robin still here?
No, she's not. And I don't know anything about Mezzo and a Phildo. What are you talking about?
that's your Mezzo's about to make $500,000 on that Mezzo Phildo idea. So
he is.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, you thought it.
I missed that.
You dreamt it up. I mean, you better not let him flee with the money.
I was Mezzo. I was looking in the world with his Phildo project.
We just workshopped the name in Mezzo's chat one night. So I guess if Mezzo wants to do something with it, go ahead.
Well, you're not going to buy one, are you?
No.
Okay. All right.
Why would I? But if he wants to make money off of,
Yeah, well, I don't know.
someone else's idea, fucking go for it.
It might be a good idea. If you
It's all about money, right?
Yeah, I don't even want to mention, what's her name, the most hated woman in America, but she might have a say. No. What's her name? O'Hare.
Huh? I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. So I think you're,
Most hated woman in America.
Yeah, who's that?
Are you serious? O'Hare.
O'Hare?
You know what I'm talking about?
It's an airport in Chicago?
No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shit, that can't be true. Most hated woman in America. Let me see. I'll put it up for you. Her name goes
Is
Madeline.
Ivanka Trump?
Madeline,
Is this like a fact?
Madeline Murray O'Hare.
I don't even know who that is.
You don't know who that is, Gretchen? Oh my God.
No, I don't.
Gretchen,
What?
you have no clue.
Okay.
Madeline O'Hare. You don't know who Madeline O'Hare is?
No, who is she?
I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and
I don't know either, but I've heard the name.
I'll tell you who she is. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. She's the one that started the ACA. Originally she got rid of God in the Pledge of Allegiance.
She's a feminist. She's a
yeah,
feminist.
Yeah. She was like, the most.
What's wrong with feminism?
So she just cool like that.
Yeah, she was cool like that. Most atheists in the 80s, circa that era, because like she got rid of God from the pledge and so forth.
She ruined America.
That's what they say, but
Yeah.
her name was Madeline Murray O'Hare, and she was from San Antonio, Texas. She gained a lot of notoriety and money doing what she did, to the point where I think it was like $600,000 in gold coins. And
who gives a shit? I bet you anything you could poll Americans and you find out that more people hate Caroline Leavitt than hate some chick from the fucking 50s.
Well, look it up.
You're talking about Christian popularity circles here.
I don't need to look it up. This is like the same exact thing as saying that Franz Kafka is the fucking atheist hero of the 20th century.
No,
it's fucking dumb.
I agree with the speaker. Look
That's
it up
not what I'm
and learn the history. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Amen.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that like the very ACA, their like name to fame was this the way she paved this this route. Like if you look into the story, she had $600,000 in gold coins. Her children were held hostage in San Antonio, Texas. They were killed in a mansion that they owned here, and by people within their own circle. Like really fucked up story. It made it to when you talk about Netflix, the movie was titled "The Most Hated Woman in America." Like look it up. It's like it's not a trivial thing. It's like there you go, you have it. Okay, you know what, Gretchen?
I don't fucking care.
Okay, you don't give a fuck. In this meantime, I'll send you some links so you can inform yourself, and I will join next time. So we're not talking about
is this Cafe talking?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So Cafe, what's the main point?
Man, what do you think that is the main point?
Well,
why did you bring up the bitch's name?
I would say the main point is feminism, but I don't know if that's the case or not.
Like, why did you bring her fucking? Why'd you bring her up in the first place?
Tracking.
Why did you bring her up in the first place?
Gretchen, he's saying we need more notable women monsters. We just don't have enough of them, right? They're not rising up.
These are all
I'm fucking trying.
We need
I'm
Nancy
getting there.
Anthony's and Elizabeth Holmes.
What is the interpretation of the purpose of this?
No, I would say that. And look at my look at my Reddit.
I'm doing what I can to be the biggest be the most hated woman in America. I'm just not that great at it, I guess.
Are you trying to derive some? Are you trying to derive some implication that because her family had like a kidnapping and a murder happen in it, that there's something wrong with the ACA?
No, not at all, dude.
Well, then what's the why are we talking about
nobody
these
coming in?
What's the point?
The point is that when you consider these circles, man, it's always comes back to these. They don't want to call it sin, atheists never.
Oh no, dude.
Yeah, they never perform sin. We can't talk about that.
Come on.
Yeah,
I'm a Christian. I'll call it sin. But what's the point?
All right. Well, then who do you think did it aside from her, people in her own circle, man? Like it wasn't Christians that killed her.
I don't
know
know.
Are we
anything
playing
about
Okay.
fucking
it.
Clue up here?
I don't.
What's
I don't
going
know.
on?
I don't know.
We're not even
I
playing
don't know
Clue.
anything
There's
about
no.
what you're talking about, so
It was
I'm
the atheist
Professor
in the
Plum.
mansion with
With
a
the
revolver.
candlestick.
Look it up.
Yeah.
Okay, all I ask is look it up, dude. That's all I ask.
I did.
Why? Like, you know what? It means as much to me as going back and solving Jack the Ripper. Big fucking deal. Some people I never met and never will fucking died. I don't care.
Hey, Kathy, you come back and talk to me, but
And
I'm
I
about to
never
change something.
will.
Change subject right quick. Hey, man, I need to apologize to you all because I went on a religious website and I started like arguing with them, and they started listening and they got better. They arguments got better. So they when my angle was it was like 9 people on the panel, and it was all Christian. It was all Christian site, and they all was arguing amongst each other. All 9 of them. Then everybody in the audience was arguing against them. Nobody. I was like, God damn, this is nothing but a ball of confusion. You know, so that's what I was trying to. And then they started. Hey, and look, before let me just say this. Before I left, they started voting on the One True Church. So I got scared with that. They listening to me. They bought my membership and everything, and so I just left.
I was always trying to listen to you, McTime, dude. I never try to let you down. The same thing with Gretchen. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to sell any of y'all short, man. I mean, come on.
No, McTime, I got to give you some mad props for your willingness to go up on lives. When you went up with Jeff and Sean, that was a bold move.
Yeah.
Those guys are serious cats, and that was impressive. You had a good conversation with them. You made some friends. Like, good on you, man. That was fun to listen to. I put the clip up in our chat. If RP wants to play it, you can watch McTime having a ball. Honestly, that was a really good conversation you had with him.
I guess I was too stupid to be afraid. I don't know who it is. I just
Who are Jeff and Sean?
There are a couple of content creators that have been on TikTok for a while. They're good friends with Santana. Santana quotes that these are people he will not debate.
Yeah. They're some brothers. I talked with them yesterday.
Yeah.
That was my first time going on their show.
They haven't been on YouTube very long, but they're people to watch. They really are. They're really, really smart. If you want to play the clip, you can get a taste.
Yeah. What are they smart about? What does that mean? They're smart? Isn't everyone here smart?
Smart's relative, right? They have knowledge. They have knowledge about the subjects they're going to argue about, right? So they're
I'm an idiot.
They're pro-communism. They're pro-atheism. They're anti-Christian.
Wait, did you say pro-communism?
Yeah.
Oh, motherfucker!
That's my first time on their show.
That's not smart. That's the opposite of smart.
How about you go up and argue with them?
All right, I'll do that.
All right. But they'll school you. I mean, they know their shit.
Probably so.
And they can fill bro. They don't fill bro, right? They're legit philosophers. So if you want to watch the philosophy aspect of it, go into that too.
Philosophers
play the clip.
Fill bros.
These guys aren't fucking around. And when I say guys, I mean guy and girl. Sean.
It's like Justin from DMZ or whatever debates.
DMZ, dude.
He has
DMZ,
bro.
Yeah, the demilitarized zone.
You've only been sharpening your arguments for the better part of a year against Justin, but we're gonna call him DMZ, right? Sure.
The information they had was
what is Justin's short? He's got like vertical and like horizontal. What's that called?
Streams.
The perverts and the whores.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not like trying to like make any like serious.
What are you saying? That there's a difference between vert and whores?
That's the DZ or the DMZ or whatever it's called.
I'm saying there's a difference between Gretchen and Henry Cavill. How she interprets all that.
There's a difference between me and Henry Cavill?
Yeah, maybe there might be. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, there's probably lots of differences.
No,
I mean, both of them have played Superman.
all right, maybe I'm wrong.
Put me within 50 feet of Henry Cavill and someone's getting fucked. That's for sure.
All right.
What do you
That's all I know about Henry Cavill.
What does Justin call the vertical stream? DZ or DNZ or whatever? I don't
He calls it deconstruction zone. He calls it the vert stream.
Well, I subscribe to the vertical, not the horizontal. That's
I'm a
all I'm
whore.
saying.
I'm a
You
whore.
do subscribe to the horizontal, you dumb shit. That's where you chat all the time.
I just horizontal.
I just
You can't. You subscribe to horizontal.
Yeah,
Because that's where you always chat.
That's called DZ
You
debate.
You gotta subscribe to chat.
Yes, that's DZ debate.
DZ debate.
Ghost.
That's all I'm saying. So don't hate on me. I'm advertising for DZ debates.
Yeah, everybody come to DZ debate tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
See Justin stomp a fucking mud hole in Golden Arm. It's gonna be great.
I'm gonna talk to Justin tomorrow about Genesis tomorrow. After
And me.
7. After 7. After 7.
After 7.
I have to pick up my kids.
Sober.
Indeed.
You should be sober for that.
I'm
Definitely.
just kidding. I was just kidding. I was talking about earlier.
Nobody. Yeah, I got to be sober with Justin, of course. That's a given.
No, that's not even. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That can be what I meant. That can be what I meant.
All right, I got you, man. You're right, dude. I got you.
Well, it seemed to be working. If I drop out, I probably won't come back too soon because I'm trying to charge my phone, and I should use that other wire. I got to find that other wire because this wire ain't doing it. I had it on the phone on the charger all night, and it just got 10%.
Hey, McTimey, what do you think of Genesis chapter 3?
Timey?
What's his name?
Chapter 3. That's the one with the snakes.
Mr. Timey?
I don't understand. To be honest with you, I'm probably the most biased person you can ask about the Bible. I'm gonna tell you, it's mind pollution. That's what I think about it.
What is Genesis chapter 3 is to you?
Mind pollution.
Nonsense.
Mythology.
That's why I just told you, man. I'm the most biased person to ask about it. I'm gonna tell you the worst thing I can tell you about the Bible. Anything else about me what I think about the Bible,
I'm asking
good,
you.
Coach.
I'm asking you directly.
Later, Cafe.
I think it's mind pollution. I think that shit you would be better served if you remember 2 times 2 before you remember that shit. That's what I think about it. It's like something you hold in your mind you don't need.
So you're not really gonna like explain what it means, right?
It means control through fear, just like the rest of your goddamn book.
I don't know what it means, man. Look, I ain't read the Bible in years. I think that's about the snake, but I'm not sure. And I don't want to debate you there because you're going to win. You're going to beat me on Bible grounds.
I'm not going to beat you, but are you going to let Gretchen speak for you?
I just told you several times what it meant to me, man. I think it's mind pollution. I think all that shit is mind. Like I said, there's one idea that you can have that can actually work, but instead you thinking about a talking snake.
Also, I'm not speaking for anybody.
Why do you think it's mind pollution?
Because I just told you. Let me say it again. That you would be better served if you remember like a mathematical equation or a building principle so you can build a house or something. Because that shit there is just some extra weight on your mind that you don't need. You can get rid of that shit. Pack like Erykah Badu. Get rid of that bag.
So MX.
You know what? Golden Arm. You're so fucking lost in the sauce. It's not even mind pollution to you. It's mind fellatio at this point.
I don't really care much about it. I don't care much for it. I'm the worst person to ask about anything biblical.
I'm asking a specific question to. Is it McTimey? I'm sorry, I can't.
It's Mac time, man. It's Mac time.
Adorable.
And we're giving him the chance to respond, right? And he likes
Mac,
that.
man,
right?
you can't religion can't play me like Pac, man.
I'm sorry
Did you
to
say
mispronounce
religion,
your name,
Kate?
man.
Yeah, this Pac-Man, religion can't play me like Pac-Man.
Okay.
McTime.
Yeah, Mac time. There you go.
All right. Man, I don't mean to like be disrespectful. I'm just trying to pronounce her name. McTime.
We good now. You got it.
All right, good.
Let's move forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dude, you're selling him the equivalence of tickets to the policeman's ball. He's not buying.
I mean, we can talk. We can talk how I feel. How does it Genesis 3 feel to you? I don't. It don't mean a motherfucking thing to me.
Well, for me, are you asking me?
Yeah. Well, what it mean to you? We'll talk
me,
about these on your turn.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think Genesis 3 and specifically 3:15 and 16 sets the plot for the whole Bible.
Oh,
because
wow.
Yeah, because Adam and Eve disobey God, and then God sets these prescriptions for what's going to happen after that.
Oh no!
Fear. That's fear, dumbass.
Generational punishment.
You can call it fear. You can call it generational punishment.
That's control through fear. You're literally fucking backing up my argument, you idiot.
You can also call it death, because the punishment for sin is death.
Death is part of the fear.
And I bet you're talking about spiritual death, not even the death of. They lived like 900 years.
Yeah, I know. I do that. I know that, but they did die, right?
No, they didn't.
They didn't die. They're still alive.
You think Adam's in hell or separated from God eternally?
Okay, I'm like here against 9 people, one at a time, please. Jodax,
people are talking to you.
Is it Jodax? I'm sorry, I can't read your name.
Jodax. It's Jada. Hi, my name is Jada.
Jada, what's up, Jada?
Hello.
Hey, Jada.
I'm sorry. Nice to meet you, Jada.
It's very nice to meet you. Hello.
I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
It's no problem. The text is small. It's complicated. No problem.
And my eyes are bad. I appreciate that.
Don't worry about it.
So what was your question?
Everything is bad.
Well, do you consider it actual death or a spiritual death with what happened to Adam and Eve?
I think the very common
beauty
Christian
part. It's both.
I think the common Christian explanation is a spiritual death, but I'm not sure about that. But I do know that that day they were prohibited from the tree of life, which ultimately led to their death. That's my understanding from the text.
Why do you find that? Why do you find that so important? That the tree of life. What do you think that provided for them?
Life. And
But-
and the absence of that was death.
Do you believe that it has the same consequences as we do today? The death of Adam and Eve and the death that we experience.
I think there's some simulation. I think that the tree of life represents what we would currently today think of spiritually as Christ. Christ is our life. He gives us life.
Why would you believe that?
You know what I would do?
There's no
If I was to
evidence.
create a world and my own little fucking species to fuck around with, I would put the fear of Gretchen in them to like. I created them, and I know that they have an innate fear of death already, right? Most they don't want to die. None of them want to die, but then some of them are gonna invent like this Jesus figure. So they're gonna think, oh well, we get to live forever, and all right, cool. So now we're not afraid of physical death anymore. So I'm gonna say, yeah, well, how about hell, bitches? And that's just another fucking level of control through fear.
Golden, why do you think
where I'm going?
that Jesus is how you find life. Where do you come to that conclusion?
I think that the New Testament witnesses to his death, burial, and resurrection, and the Old Testament witnesses to the same.
It doesn't
Well,
witness anything.
I would disagree that the Old Testament says anything about Jesus, but also the New Testament. There's no evidence about outside of the Bible that says that any of that could be true. It's
I
just
agree. I kind of agree with that. There's no evidence outside the Bible. I agree with that. But
why would I believe it then?
because I don't need evidence outside the Bible. I think the Bible is
That
evidence.
shouldn't be true. That's not how things work, to say
I-
that something is true because it says it's true.
That's not what the Bible is.
You
The
wouldn't
Bible,
buy a bike like
the
that, man.
Bible the Bible isn't true because it says it's true. The Bible,
That sounds like it's what you're saying.
well, but it's not what I'm saying, and I want you to try to understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying the Bible is two things. There's the Old,
Uh-huh.
I think
there's
three
the,
things, man.
there's the Hebrew scriptures and there's the New Testament scriptures.
Yes.
You want me to tell you,
They are-
you want me to tell
they
you
are-
the three things I can see you can get out the Bible?
They're two separate things. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, of course. They're very
think-
separate from each other. They're almost opposites when you would
Right,
when you were to compare.
And so what I understand is the New Testament says, hey, look, this is what we see. We saw Jesus die. We saw Jesus resurrect from the dead. That's the New Testament. The Old Testament says there's going to be somebody who's going to die and resurrect, and he's going.
Can you show me what you're talking about when you say in the Old Testament there's passages where someone's going to die and resurrect?
He's talking about Psalms
all
and
right,
Isaiah 53.
That's a great question. And
Psalms, wouldn't be
tomorrow-
valid, and then Isaiah 53 has already been debunked.
all right, well, it may be for you, but tomorrow.
No, it's very widely known that Isaiah 53 isn't the prophecy of Jesus Christ.
That's
Can I say something real quick?
it's not widely universally agreed.
I'd
Correct?
say maybe to Christians, but those outside of the religion can see.
right,
Maybe
well-
even people who have been to
all right.
seminary can see that Isaiah is not about Jesus.
All right, we can discuss that at a later date. What I'm trying to say is tomorrow, and this is very, very,
Can I say
very,
something real
very,
quick?
very.
Can I say
Hold
something real quick?
on. Tomorrow
All
is
right.
important. Gretchen, I've been told. I bet you know who Justin DZ Debates is.
No, who is he?
Wow, Gretchen, have you ever heard of him?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Wow.
Tomorrow,
Oh, new
Gretchen-
guys.
Gretchen has pushed me to talk to Justin.
Yes.
I would say he's a biblical scholar. And I told Gretchen I would talk to Justin if we can talk about Genesis. Tomorrow night, after 7, I'm going to call into Justin's channel. And we're gonna talk about Genesis, and it's going to set the context for everything that precedes the rest of the Bible.
Why couldn't you give us the context? Why are you
I can. I can. If
And
you want.
Carp, I think he was asking Jada
I
if she
think
knew
this
who
got
Justin
enough
was.
credentials to be
But
Oh,
able
was
to
it
just
me? I think it was
ridiculous.
you,
I
Gretchen. I'm
I
sorry.
certainly can give you the context.
He knows I know who Justin is. I think he was asking you if you knew.
If you
Oh,
want,
well, thank you
just-
for being inquisitive.
If Gretchen allows me, I'll share the context to the whole panel. I don't mind. I will always share the context.
We could get a synopsis. I mean, I don't know how everyone else feels, but
Wait, if I don't mind what? Sorry, I missed that.
Gretchen, I said if you don't mind, I'll explain what Jadex is asking.
Yeah,
it's
you can do
Jada.
whatever you want. Go for it.
Oh, Gretchen, you're so kind. Let's.
Can
You
I
know
point
what?
out
I
one-
love Bible debates.
Your voice is so sweet. I love it.
I try my best to make people feel welcomed.
Well, thank you. You are very welcoming, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for the compliment.
Can I point out? Can I say my little thing now? Because I just wanted to say one thing.
Mick Time, you've been wanting to talk for a while. The stage is all
no.
yours.
No, just real quick, people.
No,
I would
don't
like
be
to point
quick.
out.
Take all the time.
I would like to point out that all that time we just spent talking about whatever in the Bible, yeah, I didn't care.
I love a Bible debate, so I'm always here for a back and forth. It's kind of the thing I go for here.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna take your joy from you. That's why I let you play with your toys. But
Oh, thank you so much.
You should stick around though.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
be
just
right-
kind of the opinion God came around because we needed to cope for the fact that a friend of ours became food.
I'll be right back.
I always heard that God kind of what is it called? Concepts are because that we have this need to want to have guidance and almost a parental figure as you get older. Your parents die, you don't have that kind of support system. So if there is someone to take care of you and have this kind of almost an authority, it's safe for us to believe someone has our back. Is that true? I don't know. Am I even explaining it right?
No, it tracks. It's kind of that need for something to lean on when everything else is going wrong and the people you would have had aren't there anymore. That tracks is a valid reason to look for something like that, and probably why people get pulled into it via charlatans offering that solution, right? I also think about the bicambrial. I think it's pronounced bicambrial mind theory. It can't be proven, but it just goes back to like when our minds were developing, our brains were developing, like the left and right hemispheres like operated differently, and as they started to merge, that little voice in your head appeared, and people just misinterpreted that little voice for God.
Jada, what you're kind of
Interesting.
describing is animism. If you look that up,
I will
think
have to look that up.
it'll probably hit on some notes that you're talking
Really
about.
bad at definitions, so I always need people to give me the words so I can look. Oh, Calf. Welcome back.
To do with your alignment with universal.
Oh, that's what it called.
Karma. All right. Like
Calf, we can hear your brother.
Oh yeah.
I can barely. Whoever's talking, I can barely hear you.
Yeah.
Cafe.
I can barely hear whoever's talking.
Are you an empty room
Yeah,
of
that's
tile?
what you sound like on my end.
Like, yeah, fuck it.
I'm trying to say, I can't
Is
understand.
that your brother,
you're not
Cafe?
intelligent.
I'm telling you. There's a way.
Yes, that's definitely his brother.
I'm not perfect.
Yeah, that
Empty
is.
room of tile.
Yeah, fuck it. I might as well be an atheist.
You know what? Might as well be an atheist.
Yeah, might
I
as well.
didn't hear everything else, but you know what? I got that last part, and that's what matters.
It's factually amazing.
Good to see you.
But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is I mean, you do better try to remember a mathematical equation or a building concept than remember the damn Genesis 3, whatever you was talking about. It's like just a waste of mental power. And we waste too many man hours and people to it. You build something.
If people like it's always been sort of a source of frustration. Like I appreciate the people that put in the effort to do the things that they do, but like if Joel and Mezzo use that mind power to like anything else because religion wasn't a thing that they felt so like if it wasn't the thing that it is that they felt the need to fight, could you imagine what they could be doing right now?
That's what I'm saying. If humanity put in as much effort into cancer as they do the Bible, we probably speak to solve cancer by now.
But what about disproving most of the world that their religion is wrong because it's silly?
That's why they are motivated and pulled to that calling, is because they're fighting genuine harm. So like I can't fault them for doing what they're doing because they're doing a good thing. But they like if it wasn't the problem, they could be doing so much better, right?
We could be doing so much better if I didn't have to read the Bible. That would be such a blessing because that thing is so long and so boring.
It's so badly written. The plot holes. Who has a main character with a 30-year gap in their fucking story? The fuck? How do you build from that character? What happened to him in high
my
school?
finger down my throat.
Hey, that's the mystery of it.
Oh
What are we
yeah, no,
talking about?
they don't want to talk about
But
him
look
being
at
like
the trees.
the leader on the swim team and shit because he's just running across the pool, right?
But I
Fuck,
mean, I
man.
tried to hear him out though. I think I'm just biased though. I can't. I will never accept the Bible. I'm biased against that. But
There's
I don't
no
have
reason
30
to
years as a
accept it,
Christian.
right?
No.
There's no reason to accept it. It's word of mouth handed down to like through stories handed down through word of mouth. You've played the telephone game. Purple Monkey
but with me,
dishwasher.
That's
he
the
said,
least of it. I mean, this book doesn't make
yeah,
any sense. The
exactly.
contradictions,
Yeah.
the scientific inaccuracies. There is a list of reasons why it shouldn't be accepted as any sort of fact.
What is
Yes.
what is the scientific inaccuracies?
Well,
In
there's
the
so
Bible?
many.
Snakes
I
don't
mean,
talk.
do you want
Are
to
you out
start
of your
with just
fucking
chapter
mind?
1? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
there's
Give me
creation
one.
that
Give me one.
has absolutely no reason to be taken seriously.
The creation.
Yes, all of it, from the world, the stars, the light, the humans. I mean, are you a
Right.
creationist where you think we
So
are 6,000 years old?
We
so why
watched planets forming through
why
telescopes today.
does that
There's zero
does
reason
that
to believe
does
any
that
of
have
that
to be
story.
6,000 years?
Well, if you were to go back through generations and count them by years, it is going to be more or less, rather than what people who believe in evolution, which is
Okay.
millions, billions,
So
the
you
hundreds
actually
of thousands.
Oh,
so
you
you
were just
actually
harping on the genealogies in Genesis
so
just
you
fucking last night.
you
So don't
actually
pretend you don't know how the fucking young earth creationists got to 6,000 years.
I'm not
Don't fucking play stupid, Golden Arm. I'm not in the fucking mood tonight.
I'm
Is
not
that
playing
what you believe in,
no, I'm
creationism?
not playing stupid, but I'm entertaining her idea. There's a
It's
difference.
okay. Just tell me what you believe. That's all I need.
Well, I'm asking you if you agree that the Bible states that there's a beginning about 6 or 10,000 years ago. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I am saying.
Okay, so does the Bible state that life began 10,000 years ago, or the world began 10,000 years ago?
It would be both.
I
It was
disagree
the
with that.
same week, remember?
I disagree. I think there's
How
It
could
was
you
all in the same
disagree?
6-day period,
I think
dumbass.
there's a possibility that the Earth could be millions of years old, but life only thousands of years old.
But why would it say the creation of Adam and Eve during, I mean, even after the 7-day, 6-day, whichever one it was,
Because the creation of Adam and Eve was after
after,
the creation of the Earth.
which would still mean, if I'm getting, do you believe that there was a time period between the two events?
There could be. I don't know.
Could be. How could you be so confident in a belief in Genesis? I mean, the very first few paragraphs, if you're not confident in what it says, how do you feel confident in your beliefs?
But I don't. I think that's. I think you're trying to.
I'm trying to understand you.
I'm trying to say that the creation of the universe, the world.
Just open the book and fucking read it? It
Well,
fucking says it right in black and fucking white.
We could.
It straight up says it.
But we could read
Read
it.
the Bible. Read the Bible.
But it's an interpretation of what is being said.
Oh, funny.
So
When
I
it
just
when
want
it
to
doesn't
know,
agree with you, you think the Bible's an interpretation.
what is
No,
the
But then when it says
interpretation?
something that you like, you think it's fucking true.
When is it a
Make that
metaphor
make sense.
and
Same
when
thing
is
with
it
you,
not a
Gretchen.
metaphor?
It's
How
the
am I
same thing with
supposed to
you,
know
Gretchen.
what is true and what is not?
Well, when it comes to the creation account, I don't know. I can't answer that. That's
That's a really big problem when you bring up Genesis, because
okay.
if
All
you
right.
can't understand, how do you expect us to?
I'm not expecting you to understand, but I'm not
That's a
expecting.
problem.
But I'm not expecting you to conclude there's no God, and that's
I
and
can
that's.
believe that there's a God, but why would I believe that it's
We rule it in,
yours?
man. We got to rule it in.
It's
Why should we think God?
What? No, I can go with the God. I think everyone on panel understands that I love some woo woo. Maybe there's a
I mean, you
universe.
want
Maybe
to
there's a
carry that
thing.
burden, but I don't want to carry that burden. He got to prove that
I love
every inch he
mystery.
get, he gonna have to earn it with me.
But
No, there's
I'm
Why
no
going
do
to
it like
say
maybe.
that?
Yahweh.
No,
I
fuck
need to
no.
know the
Sorry, Jada, but
Abrahamic
no,
religions.
there's no maybe. There's a
There's
universe. I'm
there's
sorry.
Well,
three.
no,
I'm
I'm
not gonna
sorry.
fucking grant
I
that.
maybe put
There is
that in
no
an
maybe there's a
incorrect
universe and
way.
maybe there's
I
a God.
can't.
Of
I
There's
can't.
just
course,
not a
there's a
thing.
universe, but is
Of
that
course there is.
universe some
I
sort of conscious being? We'll never know. I don't know if it's ever possible with
I
how small we are. But what I want to ask is,
hold
how
on, hold
could
on,
I
hold on.
ever believe it's Yahweh?
I can't answer three people.
Answer me. How is it Yahweh?
Okay,
Only one person's
because
talking to you, so
all right. Well,
that's good.
there was three. Here's how.
No, I was talking to Jada.
Hi,
Well,
sweetheart. It's nice to talk to you.
here's how I answer that. The entire Bible answers that. The entire revelation of God through the Holy Scriptures is the answer to your question.
You haven't even instantiated your God. How can you say there's any sort of revelation that comes
My
from him?
instantiation
Go ahead.
of
Why
God,
should I believe it?
my instantiation of God says
Nope.
the Bible. Hold on.
Nope. That's
Hold
the
on,
Bible
hold
is
on,
your claim.
hold on.
The Bible cannot be used as evidence. The Bible is the claim.
It is.
Yeah.
It is the evidence because the Old Testament is a prophetic.
There is
No,
no
it
Old
isn't.
Testament.
The
What
Old
what
Testament.
have to do if they got an
Hold on.
Old Testament?
Let me say it, then you can respond. The Old Testament is a prophetic
There is no
demonstration
Old Testament,
of
man.
the New
Go
Testament.
ask the Jew
The
if
New
there's an Old
Testament is
Testament.
the witness of what was demonstrated through the Old Testament. They work together hand in glove to provide evidence. That's my answer. You
Okay,
can
can
disregard
you like specifically provide me those examples that you're thinking of? What convinces you, set in stone? This is what you would tell someone to convince them.
Okay. If it was one thing, I would just
Give me a top three. Give me
if it was
anything,
it's not a
something,
it's not a top three. It is the whole book.
anything. That doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, then
I can't
then
believe that when I don't believe in the book.
okay. Then what I
If
suggest,
you're gonna use
then
the
what
New
I
Testament
would
to prove
give
the
you,
New Testament, I'm gonna use the Book of Mormon to prove the Book of
if
Mormon.
you're seriously asking, then I would ask you to tune into Justin's channel tomorrow.
I do.
And
I tune in
We're
all
gonna,
the time, but that
I'm
isn't
watching.
an answer.
Tomorrow I'm going to call him and I'm going to walk through.
You could do it now. I want you to tell me now what you will tell
Okay.
Justin.
I'll tell you now. Okay. Something happened to my screen and I don't see you anymore. I see a circular reasoning thing pop up.
That's okay.
Funny
It doesn't
that
matter.
you don't even realize there's a reason for that.
All right. Well,
Look at it and it's
What
fine. I'm gonna be somewhere in the corner.
when I read, okay, let me explain this softly, gently, slowly. Okay.
Don't need to do all that. I just need a reason.
We don't need the slowly
Can
part.
you explain it soberly?
Be concise.
RP, I can.
We could do without the slowly part.
I promise I'll be able to keep up on this subject.
This is not developed from one particular verse. It's an accumulation of the whole Old Testament. Do you understand that, or yes or no?
I
A
have
bunch
a
of bad
deep
arguments together
disagreement
doesn't
with.
make one good
Three or
argument.
four people talking, I can't hear anyone.
I'm sorry,
Those
guys.
two.
Anyone, feel free to take over. I've been talking too long.
Okay, so I have a
I'm
question.
not the only
You
one knowledgeable in this subject. All of you are probably so much more advanced in this.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Jada.
Jada, you're the most calm speaker, and I want to talk to you.
No, everyone is very kind. Don't be silly.
Compared to
Aw,
RP,
Golden Arm, I thought we were friends.
we are.
Your
We're
ego's
all the
crying
fuck,
about me
dude.
again. Holy
But
shit.
compared
Got
to
a knife
RP,
sticking out of my back.
Jada is wonderful. We can talk, and she allows me to explain my position.
I just want to know what it is before I combat you. That
Okay.
doesn't mean that I
Okay.
won't counter it or disagree, but
No,
I
no,
need to
no,
know what I'm disagreeing with.
I understand that, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I can give you the summary, and then I can give
Sure.
you a more in-depth version. I'll give you the summary
Okay.
first. Okay? The summary says, and I'm taking this from the text of the Bible, that the
Okay.
Bible anticipates, the Old Testament anticipates a seed, a person. This is
It
demonstrated.
does. Okay.
This is demonstrated through Genesis, and then later on through the Old Testament, it's demonstrated through an expression of the seed of David. So the whole Old Testament expects this person called the Messiah.
Yes, and which they do not believe the Messiah was Jesus. Those are completely
Some people
different.
don't. Some people don't.
No,
Some people,
a lot of people don't. A lot of
okay.
most people who understand the Old Testament would realize that it is not predicting Jesus.
Okay,
If anything,
Hold on,
it's
hold on.
the
Okay.
opposite.
All right, that's fine. That's your opinion. There are a
It's
lot
not
of
an
Isn't that
opinion.
funny how the only people that
Hold on,
actually
hold on.
bought the bullshit about
I'm giving-
Jesus being
I'm
the
not
Messiah
trying- I'm
weren't
not
fucking
trying-
Jewish?
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying
In
to.
the
argue.
Jewish
weird.
Bible.
I'm not
Yeah,
trying to.
only the people who never read the Old Testament
I'm
actually
not
think
trying
that
to
this
argue.
actually
I'm not
happened.
I'm not trying to argue here. I'm just demonstrating a
It's
particular.
okay to
belief.
argue. This is a debate. You're supposed to convince me. I'm
Okay.
supposed to convince
Okay.
you.
But I'm trying to explain the overall view.
Yeah, neither one of those things are ever happening.
Before we debate, right? So some people actually believe that Jesus is that person, right? Right? Yes or no?
But it could be proved
Yes.
otherwise.
Those
That's
people,
the thing. Even if they
Yes or no?
believe it, I
Yes.
think they don't
Yes.
read the
those
Old
people are
Testament.
called. Those
Yes
people
or
are
no?
called what?
Some
Goldenard,
people
those
believe.
people
Yes,
are.
of course, some people believe it.
Okay,
That's
okay,
why
good.
Christians
Thank you.
exist.
Yeah, what
Thank
are those
you.
people
Thank you.
called?
Now, before we get to those people who believe, let's go back to the Old Testament. Does the Old Testament portray the Messiah as a conquering Messiah?
Yes, it does. When he was a simple servant, a lamb, a kind, gentle being, not a conqueror.
Does the Old Testament at the same time present that servant or that Messiah as a suffering servant?
No, I believe that passage was translated wrong.
Wait. Say the
that's
answer is
fine.
yes. What's your point? Say the answer is yes. What's your point?
Okay, thank you. Who said that?
That's me.
Both of me and RB. I guess it depends who you're
Okay.
talking
that
to.
was nobody.
Oh, sorry, nobody. You guys
so
sound
look.
so similar.
Was that nobody? Okay, so
Nobody, take it away.
assuming it's yes, then and I believe it's true that it is yes, that historically the Jewish people had a tension between the verses that showed a conquering servant versus a suffering servant. This and what that shows is this dichotomy between what the servant is supposed to do.
I don't think it's a dichotomy. It could be a disjunction. But are you
I
saying
tuned
that?
out. Nobody, you're gonna have to take that one over, please.
Are you saying that? Are you saying
Someone
that?
take that over. I was
you
doing
saying-
something.
Are you saying that what is?
Or at least
addition-
repeat your question if you were asking it towards me.
I'm sorry. There's two people talking. I
Yeah,
can't
it was-
answer.
no,
Jada, can
it
you
was
hear
me.
nobody?
No, I can't. Should I come back into?
Oh, really?
Should I
I'll
come back
answer.
into?
Try refreshing.
I will answer
I'm
all
gonna
questions, but I
refresh.
just can't do
I'll
both
be
at the
right
same
back,
time. I'm sorry.
everybody. No. Take nobody deserves the stage.
So, well, I have a question. So you took what you just seemed to be saying was like a conjunctive statement where we're adding that he's going to be, he's going to both be like a ruling king or whatever, and also a suffering servant. And then you're saying that you want to turn it into like an or statement. You're saying that it could be because people argued about it, because verses disagree with each other. That means it's a disjunct now, and now we have to pick between one or the other, and you're picking suffering servant.
No, I'm not sure. I'm just saying that all I'm saying is that the Old Testament describes or prescribes, I think it's more describes this the servant or the Messiah as both a conquering servant and B a suffering servant.
So it is a conjunction, right?
Well,
they're both true.
How do you? I don't know what. How do you define
It
conjunction?
just means this statement is. It just means this statement is true and this other statement is true.
All right, or fine. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a conjunction.
So then why didn't he rule with force?
Not only that, but he didn't
Hold on,
unite
hold on.
Israel. He
Well-
didn't. He didn't bring things together. He didn't do what he was supposed to be
Well,
prophesied.
I would argue that he did bring everyone together, all nations together, because
Sorry,
all
nobody.
nations,
I distracted him.
All
Go.
right.
Go.
No. It's fine.
all
So
nations.
you said
So hold on. No, hold on. The uniting comes from the fact that Christ, when he died,
That it doesn't matter. Whatever. It's supposed to be the uniting of Israel. It's very different than what you were about to say. That's not correct.
Well, what do you mean?
It says
look,
it. RP, nobody take over. I don't know the
You're-
exact
no,
verse.
you're
I'm sure
saying-
one
I'll
of you
get the verse.
does.
Yeah. So
Thank you, sweetheart.
But Golden Arm, you're saying that he did unify the world. It's just that it will happen when he has his second or third coming. When he,
I think it's
when he rectifies all spirits and judges
think-
them, right?
I think what he did when he died and resurrected.
Where in
from
the Old
dead-
Testament did it say he was supposed to unify the world? It was just supposed to be fucking Judea,
Well, hold on.
wasn't
I don't
it?
even
Wasn't it
remember.
just supposed to be Israel?
I think it just said
Yeah, I'm-
nations,
I'm
like
pulling it
vaguely
up.
or something.
I'll answer that question, but
RP, did you
What
get
I'm-
the verse?
I did.
And how long after Jesus supposedly got fucking nailed to a fucking chunk of wood did the Romans fucking just destroy Judea and exile all the Jews to all the fucking four corners of the earth?
It's gonna be a little unfair on you, homie, but just bear with us, homie. Just do what you can when you can.
This Messiah was never supposed to unify all the fucking people in the world. It was just
Well,
supposed to be fucking Israel.
He wasn't. Jesus also
Rachel,
wasn't prophesized.
I
There was a
disagree.
Messiah, but not him.
I disagree with your assessment, Gretchen, and I that's why I want to start with Genesis with Justin, because it sets the whole stage for the whole rest of the Bible.
We could be your practice. Start with us.
Except Genesis wasn't the first book written. I showed you that
Well,
last night.
Genesis, we talked last night. Genesis is the last of the Old Testament books to be completed.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
even
one of the
learning. Are you
last.
kidding me?
Yeah,
Stop.
it was
No.
written about 1,000 years after some of the
Oh.
first works of the
Oh,
Old
you guys
Testament.
are too much to me.
That's your
Yeah,
opinion.
I was combining a bunch of verses in my head. So there's like Isaiah 11, where it's like the Messiah will raise a banner for the nations, and that the Gentiles will rally to him, uniting dispersed persons. Then like Genesis 12, there's like God promises Abraham that through his offspring, the Messiah, all nations on earth will be blessed. And so and there's like three more, and I was combining all those in my head. That's what I was.
And
That
that's
right
probably
there.
just in Isaiah.
Genesis chapter 12. Whoever just said that is a beautiful verse to lock on to. Because what does it
Like
say?
12:1? What are you talking about?
Chapter?
You hear that, nobody? You are a beautiful verse.
12:3. What was the third verse
Yeah.
of chapter 12? The
Third? 12
verse. 12:3.
12:3? That's what you want?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I will bless those who bless you, and the one who curses you I will curse. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed.
What does that say?
Well.
All the families
Wait,
being
I will
blessed
bless
does not mean the
those-
same as bringing them together under one
Yeah,
nation.
where is
We
unify
can-
in there?
Okay, we can equivocate over what it means to bless.
Oh, so you're
the world.
saying You're saying
what,
this is Jesus?
what in
Is
being
that what you're
blessed
doing?
necessitates being the same
All right,
nation?
I can't answer two people. I'm sorry. I just can't
I'm
do it.
sorry, you are getting
one
bombarded.
person.
You can
Yeah,
figure
my
out
bad.
who you want to talk to and go with that.
Well, everyone's
No,
talking
he
think
about
Arby
no, he
knows.
can't.
Arby knows more than me.
Don't give him that kind of fucking power. He knows the fucking
everyone's.
rules on async. You
I have
fucking
no.
deal with whoever fucking comes up on the panel to fucking
It's
talk to you.
it's
That's the way
mostly
it
like
works. That's the
if
rules,
if
and he
one
knows
person
it.
asks a
And
question, feel free to
even
answer
if
the
it's
question
just
you
one
find
But
person,
relevant.
he
there's more
still
than one
fucking
people
trips on his
talking.
own dick, even with one
Here-
person. Trust
And
me.
Gretchen's gonna say a whole bunch of shit, and I still love
It'll
her.
be
Okay.
confusing, and if it's confusing, feel
Try to
free
talk.
to
Try to
just
stop me talking shit.
answer the question that you find relevant to what you think
But I,
is
but I,
correct.
but I can't hear the question when there's multiple people talking.
We
You
will
don't
try to
hear the
slow
question
down.
even when it's quiet.
I hope so.
I would like to attack
This is
Golden
why. This
Arm
is why
bringing up
it's good for
Genesis
me to.
12.
This is why it's good for me to maybe talk to nobody next week or
Okay,
somebody today or
I'm
whatever.
gonna mute. I'm gonna
It's fine.
mute you,
Hold on. It's
McTime,
fine.
You're gonna
because
mute me.
I'm getting some. No, I'm muting McTime because he's got some background noise. It sounds like he's next
Right.
to like a
All right.
fish aquarium or something. Some bubbling noises that he always has.
That's funny.
So what's
he's
what's
either
the
next to
question?
a fish tank or it's his air conditioner. You know, it's like he knows how to unmute himself when he wants to talk. He's a big boy. He can handle it.
What do you remember? I Golden, is that what you want to be called? What do you want to be called again?
Golden Arm's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna call you
Golden,
Golden
Goldie,
because it's
whatever, Goldie,
easier.
whatever.
You
Rachel,
know
What
you
do you
spelled your
remember
name.
last
You know
that
you
you
spelled your
found
name wrong,
relevant?
right?
who me?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
Talk
I
to
didn't.
nobody. He's very
It's been like
kind.
that like the last
He's
3 times you were up here.
Nobody,
So.
nobody is a blessing
he's
to talk to. I've talked to him
reasonable.
before.
He's a good guy. I recommend.
He
He's
is.
a very smart man. If
He is.
you want to continue with him, I recommend it.
All right, I'll answer questions.
You're
I'll
like,
answer everybody's question.
well,
I just can't listen or hear when there's multiple people talking.
Of course.
okay. So all I said was, are you
He
saying that
doesn't listen to hear either
12:3 is
way.
about? Are you saying that 12:3 is about Jesus, and then RP was going to probably talk to you in a much more educated way about this verse than I was?
Who is that? Is it RP?
It will be RP. That was me talking. There was nobody talking.
There's no. All right. So
How does everyone mix us up? I don't understand.
I don't know. I
nobody.
don't.
I
I
do
think
it all
you
the
two have
time.
very
The answer-
distinct voices.
the answer to your question is yes and no. I do believe it's about Jesus, but I only believe that in hindsight after I read the rest of the Bible. If I'm reading through Genesis starting with chapter if I read through Genesis starting with chapter 1 and I go through 1 through 50, I can't obviously think that's Jesus because I don't know the future. Right? So but I can say what it says. I can describe what Genesis 12:3 says. And I can observe that, I can read it, I can comprehend it, and I can say that Genesis 12:3 says something about the future.
But see,
Is
this
Yes.
my point,
Wait.
though, man.
That's
Is that fair?
trivial.
Is that
That's
fair?
trivial.
It's no,
Yes.
but it's not really trivial.
No,
And
it is
here's why.
trivial.
Well,
It's
why
on the
do you-
screen, dude. It's on
why
the
do you-
screen.
Well, I don't need. I got it memorized. Why do you think it's trivial?
Because it
think if
says
you
I
defend it-
will. It says
if you
I
def-
will do these things. That means
Well, okay.
it hasn't happened yet.
Which is exactly what I said, right? It's a future thing, right?
Yes, I'm saying that you haven't found truth there. It's just what this passage is saying.
No, okay.
So what's the
But-
point?
Okay, the point is, and here's the really important point
Mhm.
is that when you go back to Genesis 3, what does Genesis 3 prophesy?
I don't know. What is it? Which
It,
verse?
it's
Oh
it
my
says
God.
it says what the seed of the woman will do what?
Uh-oh.
Okay, and what about? I don't know. Well,
All right.
why don't you just
All right.
tell me what is that?
Okay. All right.
I don't read the Bible. What?
All right. Okay, I get it. You don't get it. You don't read the Bible.
He
Here's
does
the
get it. You just
here's
need to repeat back to him so
here's
he can
here's the
understand what
overview.
you're talking about.
I'm gonna give you the overview. Okay, I'm gonna give you, and this is what I should do.
Can it be short? Can it be short, please?
Well, it's gonna be about 6 or 7 sentences.
The seed of the woman becomes the savior of the earth through David. We know. We've heard it.
Well,
We don't believe it.
Nobody hasn't heard it. Okay.
I don't even want to hear it. I don't even think there's even reason to think that there's a God. Like, look.
Nobody, not again.
This is fine. I can look at the stuff, right? No, hold on. I can look at the stuff, right? I can look at the stuff. The stuff, like, if you want to talk about it, that's fine. I just want to like be concise with it because I don't think there's a reason to think there's a God.
Okay.
So for you to say, so hold on, for you to say that
Is this nobody?
Yes, it's nobody.
All right.
For you to say that I should read the Bible and take it seriously and think it's like true for some reason that God exists, you're asking me to make more commitments than just a God.
All right.
And so, not only do I have to think there's a God, I have to think that he had a son named Jesus, that Jesus died and resurrected, that he spoke through angels, that the earth was flooded, that like 6 to 10,000 years. And you said something like, I wanted to ask you about the million thing. You said million for some reason, but I was going to ask you if you think that like billions of years is possible with creation. But anyway,
I can answer that.
All of this in the Bible, though we can talk about it and find flaws in that, I don't have any reason to think that there's a God at all. So to add on a bunch of stuff like this, that makes it less likely.
Careful.
Does that make sense?
Nobody might smoke you with that.
Well, does that make sense? Like, if the more things you stack on as the truth claims, the less likely it becomes that group of propositions or whatever statements is true.
Okay, that answer seems to me to be kind of a I don't know what the word is, but a rejection of I'm not gonna investigate the evidence. I'm going to say, you know what? I don't think there's a God.
It's not evidence.
So I think there's a whole bunch of crap, and you want me to like read this book, and I don't.
No, hold on. You're misinterpreting me. I said we can talk about this, and we can decide if these things make sense like together when we add all the sentences together, right? But what I'm saying is that I don't think I have a reason to think a God exists. So to assume all of these extra things like, oh, Jesus resurrected. Well, I don't care if Jesus resurrected. He could resurrect for some crazy X-Man reason, and I don't care. It's not a God.
Nobody. I agree with that. And
I don't think you listened.
No, I did. And that's why, listening very carefully, that's why I believe it's super important to discuss the Old Testament and not the New Testament.
I don't know. Maybe
I feel like you didn't
back
listen
what
at all.
nobody said to you.
And that's
repeat
the
back
reason.
what he said.
Hold on. Why did I say what I just said? Can anybody answer that?
No, we already heard it.
No, I don't even think you know why you said what you just said.
I want you to repeat what nobody said to you and what you heard when he spoke. What did he say and what did you get from it?
Okay, I'll answer that. He said, I don't have any reason to think about, and I'm summarizing here, okay? I'm summarizing. I don't have any reason to think about or consider Jesus's death or all this other stuff. I have no reason to think there's a God.
He didn't. Yeah. I guess the God in general, Yahweh, is secondary. Why would he believe in a God in general?
Did I accurately represent nobody? Yes or no?
Nobody. Go on.
I would say you built it in a way that was strange to me. Well, like those were the things I said, but you said them in a way that was like it was strange. Like my primary point is I don't even think there's a God. But then you said something like, "Well, why would I?" Like you
And then you
flopped
left
it
off
backwards.
the point where he said he's still willing to fucking go through this and talk to you about
all
it.
right. That's fine. So nobody doesn't think there's a God. And so when he comes to the Bible, it's like, so what? Right? I mean, right?
Yep.
What and I'm trying to argue that the Bible is something, right?
Okay.
That's not where he's starting.
That something is mythology.
You were talking to me about the Bible. Nobody is doing something different. He's starting at the why should he believe that a God exists in general.
Okay. All right. What I'm trying to say, and I can't
Mention the Bible. You cannot. That is not what we're talking about.
Okay. That's not. Oh, then we're not going to talk. We're going to just like split because I'm saying
That's all we're talking about is the Bible.
I'm saying the Bible.
I do love talking about the Bible, but that was not nobody's question. Nobody's
I mean,
question.
it's fine.
was-
Like we can talk.
Yeah,
about
it
too.
is.
The Bible.
I think it's like, why would there be a God? Therefore, why would Jesus be that God?
He didn't ask that.
All right.
I mean, there's like there's a number of things I asked. There's a number of things I asked, and that was one of them. It was kind of.
I'm being torn in two different directions. Nobody's actually willing to talk about the Bible.
Sorry, nobody go.
I want to talk about building spaceships.
Jodex wants me to speak about why should we believe in a God before we even talk about the Bible.
I just
I can do-
misinterpreted nobody probably. That's kind of what I heard. I know he talks about God before the Bible. It's kind of the what foundation does he have? But that's what we've been talking about. I misheard him.
I can do both. I can talk about the natural theology and the non-biblical proof for God, or I can talk about the biblical proof for God. I can do both.
Wait, what did you say? The first, what was the first one?
I said I can talk about natural theology, which are the philosophical arguments for God based off nature and what we can know about God based off of nature, or I can talk about how we know God exists from the Bible. Two different things.
I'm gonna vote for option one. I don't know about the rest of the panel, but I'm gonna definitely vote for
That gets my vote too.
Well, that's fine. Tomorrow, if you want to tune in, we will talk about option 2 with Justin.
That's what's up.
But I'm gonna go get some water. I'm out of water and my mouth is dry. I'll be right back. Okay. Excuse me.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm sorry, everyone, if I took over chat. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry,
you
nobody.
Yeah, but I think that time would have been better spent, and we was talking about like building a spaceship or solving cancer. That's just, dude, who gives a fuck, man? We got the damn talking snake and all. We could do, let's talk politics. Do something instead of talking this nonsense about this book. That's a lot of man hours. A lot of time, man. We got people like that talk more about science than that shit. Just how much further our society would be right now. We probably be in Star Trek. I think religion like lower your potential at least about 1%. People who do good with religion, yeah, they strong. They probably be pretty good without it.
I apologize. I'm back.
I don't know. I think they're pretty weak if they just manage to trip over an empty fucking promise and find God. I mean,
but because me and Coach was talking about that today. He said he agreed because like look at Newton. I believe Newton could have found Einstein relativity way back in the 1600s. I believe.
I don't.
1600s.
What wasn't the 1600s?
No chance.
Einstein. We're talking 1900s.
No, Newton.
I don't know.
Newton never could have figured out what Einstein did.
I think he could have. Because see, the only difference was
he never could have because it took Newton's work and then 300 years of work after Newton to come up for Einstein to come up with relativity.
Well, it wasn't just Newton though. Newton shut down Leibniz. Leibniz was
Newton also fucking thought alchemy was real. So stop.
Well, let me take that back then. Newton
That's
used
the way
his
science
power.
works. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants here. And without the giants at the bottom, then the ones at the top never fucking exist.
Leibniz had a space time down the space time type of concept that Newton silenced him because he had more power. He controlled the Royal Society.
That doesn't have shit to do with anything.
Newton said, but I'm just saying, it was like Newton wanted to say that the space and time was it was like his God, absolute and objective.
So,
but the thing about Einstein's space time is dynamic and relative. So those two views are incompatible. If he wouldn't have tried to put God in, he probably could have got there. Leibniz was almost halfway there, and Leibniz was almost halfway there. He stopped Leibniz too because he had more power.
The math for Einstein's work didn't even fucking exist in the 1600s. Newton just fucking started it. So 300 years of math just goes up in what, a fucking instant? You really think that's you're pushing the limits of human capability, dude? I mean, I know Newton was a fucking hero and all, but I mean, he wasn't the end all be all.
You can have a concept before you had a math and the formulas. You can be like, I mean, he could have seen it.
Well, maybe he did, and he just didn't write it down, and he fucked himself. So, I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but it didn't happen. So, who gives a shit, really? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit, McTime?
All right.
Async, that's what I think.
I'm letting it go.
Okay, that's over. Go ahead.
Right, yeah, so
go back to stepping on your dick, Golden Arm.
Well, no, I was just gonna say. So, what's the reason that God exists, like outside of the Bible?
Well, I think we should start by defining God.
Thank you.
There are lots of things to start with, isn't there?
I mean,
we've discussed this before, haven't we? Nobody.
I don't know, actually.
We had this discussion.
Arby?
You tried. It never stays on philosophy for long.
Our
Not with this guy.
Well,
just let us know what you were thinking.
Maybe this can be an exercise. So the Bible's completely out of question. We don't want to even talk about it at all, right? So then, like, what other reasons should we think God exists because of?
All right. If the Bible's out of the question, and I believe the Bible is in question when it refers to how do we know what God, but if
that's fine. No, like even the creation story, like I don't care. Like if you can reconcile that with science or in some way utilize philosophy to reconcile it with science, or like you can obviously like use the definition of God that you want to use, but then like why would we think that it exists?
I think Gretchen has heard this a million times from me. I start with, why are we here? How did we get here? What's the beginning?
What is why doing here?
Why are we here? How did we get here? Why do things exist?
Oh, how is how okay instead of why?
Both how or why.
No, I reject why. I think that's an invalid question.
Yeah, smuggles in a presupposition.
And to be honest, you asking how is a fucking joke.
So I can't ask either?
No.
I mean, nobody go on.
You already know how, but you denied fucking evolution. So, like,
wait, that's actually really important. Actually, I didn't even think of that. What do you mean by we? What do you mean by we? Do you mean like the Earth and stuff, or just like?
When I say we, I mean people. I mean things. I mean matter.
So why are there people?
Well, it's not just people. It's things. Why does anything exist?
why does
Because nothing
anything?
can exist.
Well, wait, hold on. We're like shifting like a lot here. We're
Yeah,
going
that's a
from
big pivot.
I thought we were talking about the planet or something, and then it turned out we were talking about people, and then now you mean something rather than nothing.
Well, if I
Oh,
say
yeah, we're about to go full infinite regress, and you're going to be drawing pictures of a circle
I would like
and
I
to,
have a
starting
picture.
points.
I have a picture for that. I
if
do
I
have a
say
picture I
people,
drew.
the anthropic principle.
if I
The
say how
anthropic
people,
principle.
if I say how
Maybe
to,
one at a time right now. He's trying to talk.
thank you.
Yeah, I say the anthropic principle will answer all your questions, my man. The anthropic principle is a principle that says we're in a universe where nothing can exist, so anything will happen. So anything that can happen will happen given enough time. That's how about that?
I believe that makes time your God.
Nope.
Anything, if anything,
Disagree.
if you're
Nope.
going to
No, it
assert
doesn't.
if you're going
This
to
is why I
assert
wanted to define
anything,
God.
right?
Good job,
If,
RB. You
if
did
anything,
predict it.
if anything can happen,
Well, so okay, no, hold on. No,
that's
RP's
Given
RP's
enough
right.
time.
RP's right. You just did a thing where you said, "Oh, well, now because time is eternal or like an infinite regress or
I didn't
like
say that.
what
I said I give enough time.
what do
I
you mean
didn't
you
s-
didn't say that?
I didn't say any of that. I've not said.
What did you identify as the God in our view?
I haven't.
Time.
You
He
just
said time was our God.
You just
Well,
said that
I
something
said
was
time
our
was
God.
your. I said time was your God
Okay, so
because
there's
you
the
said
exact thing I
you
said.
expressed.
So
Okay, fucking time
no,
out,
no, no.
everybody. He said that based on McTime saying with the anthropic principle, anything, given enough time, anything and everything will happen in the universe. And then Golden Arm said, oh, that makes time your God.
That's
Exactly.
also not what the anthropic
Start there.
principle states.
So I didn't define God.
I know what RP is saying.
That's the
though,
problem.
is that
I
we
think
trying to
shouldn't-
get you
really
to
answer Gretchen's question. She asked a really good. Start with why you said that. That the time is our God. It just one at a time. We'll go slowly. I mean, everyone keep their questions
No,
in mind, but I
Arpy's
don't want
actually right.
Gretchen.
If he's going to
What did
say
Arpy
this is
say?
our, if he's
I
going to say
love-
that's your God, what are you defining as God?
I
Yeah,
would love.
where
I
did
would
that
love
come from?
it came from the extrapolation that anything can happen, which is an extrapolation from the idea that anything that can happen if there's enough time. That's an assumption that you cannot demonstrate.
No,
It's not that anything can happen. It's that anything that can happen
There's a faith.
will
There's a
happen.
faith. There is a faith that says, give enough time, anything can happen. Therefore,
It's
everything
not
can
a
happen.
faith.
That's not what it says. It's
what he
anything
said.
that
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you for
anything
keeping it
that
straight,
can
man.
possibly happen will eventually happen.
That's the extrapolation.
It doesn't mean anything will happen.
If nothing can exist, anything anything that can happen will happen given enough time.
There it is again. He said it again.
For the,
No,
the protons.
No, he didn't say it again.
Let's slow down and dissect the claim. Golden Arm, hold on. It's everything that can happen, the things that are possible. Okay? Anything that can happen will happen eventually given enough time. That's different from saying if there's infinite time, anything and everything will happen. Do you understand the difference?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Now, knowing the difference, go ahead and agree or disagree with the given claim now.
I don't even know. Like, so look, it could be a finite past and the future could be infinite, correct?
I think that's accurate. Yes.
Okay.
Perpetual,
and it could be an
technically.
infinite past with a finite future, right?
No. No.
Why?
Because
it feels icky.
I guess maybe even just explain what you think time is. You don't have to answer it any yes or no.
I mean,
What are
nothing
you
matter what you
thinking
think.
when you hear
Nothing
that?
cannot. If nothing cannot exist, it don't matter what you think. What anything it is, whatever
No,
don't exist,
I'm
don't
sorry.
exist.
I'm going to overrule all this shit. I'm going to pin you down. You're going to answer nobody's fucking question. Why? Because it feels icky? Just because you don't get it?
All right, what's nobody's
If
question?
time can be finite in the past, but infinite with a perpetual future, why can't it have a finite future with an infinite past?
Because the infinite
Why?
The physical
Same timeline.
The physical infinite past is not something that my brain can rationalize.
I agree.
Right, so incredulity.
So, yeah, it feels
Oh,
icky. So
I agree.
you nailed it.
yeah, good job, nobody.
I totally agree. It seems insane, but there's no contradiction, right?
I don't know if I would agree or disagree if there's a contradiction, but I can absolutely assert that there has to be a beginning.
I don't know about that.
Philosophically, because of the problem of infinite regress.
No, that's
What
not a
is
problem.
the problem of infinite regress?
We just brought into question whether or not that's a problem. And then you said that can't be the case because of the problem of that thing. But you almost were on the fence about that just now because you affirmed the infinite future. And so this seems to presuppose this type of time where we're on a track and none of the track exists except where we are. So this sounds like a theory. And I don't think many people I don't take a theory seriously. And
I don't know what A
the
or
people
B
that
theory
He
is.
doesn't know what A and B theory are.
So B theory is just all the moments are real, but they're relatively before or after each other. So there's these relative present times, like a spotlight kind of thing, right? And that's only one interpretation of B theory is the spotlight. And so as the spotlight moves, your only relative, and there are multiple spotlights, I assume, otherwise that wouldn't make sense to me. But there's a now for you and there's a now for me. But there's no real now. It's just that space-time is four-dimensional and that fourth dimension is time. And that's how what that means is that axis that's after Z or whatever is the qualitative difference that an entity has as it changes along that axis. And I'm kind of lost now. I don't even know where I was going with this. So
yeah, I'm confused. But hold on. I what I heard was, and correct me if I'm wrong,
all moments are real.
You said you kind of contradicted yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, please tell me that. Please tell me that. Yes, what is that?
I kind of, yeah, I'm sorry. I kind of forgot. I can't explain that.
That's fine. Can you remember one of the things that was in contention in the contradiction?
Well, you're saying all moments are real. What does that mean? All moments. That means the moment before this moment and the moment in the future.
Yes.
They're all real. They're all real in whatever time frame you're working on. What does that mean?
Yes. It's like a web, right? And so it's actually the case that all the flies are real on the web and you're the spider, and whether you choose to climb to fly 1, 2, or 3, they're all there. And so wherever you wind up in this 4D cube, all of those possible outcomes of you that might not even be a good way to think about it.
I'm thinking
I want to be friendly to determinism and shit.
The spider's going to sequentially go to each fly, right? Sequentially, which implies a time frame, correct?
Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to say there. It's still a theory of time. Time is presupposed in all theories of time.
You're trying to explain your theory of time as a spider web, and there's multiple flies there. And the spider.
That was my attempt. I don't know if it was good, but yeah.
Well, I'm using your attempt. I'm using your example to try to understand. So, the spider goes to one fly. Can he go to?
Well,
can
yeah,
the spider
that
go,
will.
can the spider go to all flies at the same time?
Ricky, you're probably talking to Cafe's brother.
My my understanding would probably be that what is actually possible that won't like disturb the time block in some really weird aggressive way, those are the possible outcomes. Now that could be fly 1, 2, or 3, but they have to be within like this temporal and spatial range that makes it even possible for the world. I'm assuming like either determinism or free or some type of free will. Like there has to be some type of leeway, but
I don't
it has
think
to be physically
determinism or free
possible. Does that
will.
make sense?
I don't think determinism or free will really enters into the time equation of what is time.
I think I accidentally had to invoke them because I was so sloppy with my analogy.
All right, so we're really getting really complicated. For me, it's just very simple. Time is a sequence of events. One thing happens, and then another thing happens. And for me, in a very simplistic way, if you extrapolate that to the past, there must have been an infinite number of events before the current event.
Well, okay. So, when we look in the future, we see that there are underdeterminate states of affairs that could each obtain depending on like how things play out, right? But to try and apply that to the past and then say that's a problem, no, the past has already happened still, even on B theory.
The problem here is Golden Arm is trying to use infinity as an integer.
So like, oh yeah, I think he froze.
Yeah, Golden Arm, if you can hear us, you're frozen. But yeah, like this is a normal misconception that theists have when trying to argue against a infinite regress. Is like, you know, if there's infinite events into the past, how did we get to here? Well, how did we get to here from when? Because infinity is not a when. Anytime that you're measuring, like, you know, the distance traveled on this t-axis, like you need to pick two different points in order to have a measurement.
And it still don't get past the first part of the anthropic principle. Nothing cannot exist. That means nothing. It's absolutely impossible for nothing to exist, huh?
Well, and I just don't understand what it means that an infinite regress entails like some type of problem, because the only thing we need to account for, like, say that time does weird stuff when there isn't emergent 3D space. Okay, that's fine. And then say that there's like some type of spatio-temporal like truth about the beginning that we see being 14 billion years ago. We only have to account for that much. Like time can do whatever weird shit it wants prior to that. I don't see any reason to think that like time couldn't behave like incredibly erratically prior to 14 billion years ago. So like if it can be erratic, if it can be unpredictable, but it just still does some type of temporal thing, then who fucking cares if it's like an infinite regress? Because it's just going to be, you know, instances of time like we experience that are emergent from some type of like underlying weird temporality that we can't explain. I don't see any problem in that at all. I don't understand it, like what the problem is.
Can I interject really quick? Sorry, time. Go for it.
I'm just gonna say, if nothing cannot exist, then it would have to be an infinite regress. Because I mean, first rule of conservation of energy is matter energy cannot be created or destroyed. So nothing cannot exist. So there always has to be something, and we are the something that can exist right now at this particular point in time.
It depends on how we define something.
Oh, nobody. I did want to ask though, like, didn't he say something about I could have misheard him. It could have gone over my head. I don't know. But didn't he mention something about him being somewhat of a creationist, the 6 to 10,000 years? Was he using that as an example? Did he believe
Well,
that?
that's why I wanted to ask him, because he said he said I will allow the possibility of millions of years. And like that's still like radically wrong. Like that is just insane. And like due to the evidence of like, you know, billions of years of Earth. And that's why I wanted to ask him that, because he said something like, oh, well, I'll allow for millions. Well, no, dude, it's way bigger than that. Do you allow for that too? And then like it just kind of never went there.
Not only that, but if you're giving it 6 to 10,000 years, to also give it millions of years
Yeah, like
and even billions.
exactly like the million is what I was hung up on. I was like, that's like super arbitrary or something. Like that's really weird. Millions? Are you talking about like dozens of millions, hundreds of millions? If you're talking about hundreds of millions, then you're approaching a billion. Why not a billion now? And then the science says like 4 billion. So it's like
4.54.
Yeah,
No,
so it's like,
buddy.
what are
But
you
what about
doing?
6,000 years?
Exactly, yeah. Oh well, wait. What about
and
1 or
they'll-
2 million?
Well, they'll make dumb arguments like it was formed with apparent age, and so that just makes God a liar.
You talking about like the light stuff where they're like, this is why we can see 13 billion light years away or something?
No, that argument actually defeats the apparent age argument. But
The
I guess
apparent
apparent age of Earth, like God
of
formed
Earth,
the
okay.
Earth with like, you know, like instead of like a newborn infant, he made it a fucking balding, graying 50-year-old man.
Makes sense.
Like he did Adam.
So like he put the dinosaur bones in the ground like as a joke.
Lol.
Well, wait. Look at how we're made in His image, and we all troll each other.
I think he's
Cook.
onto something.
God is a troll.
All right, Golden, are you back?
Am I a troll? I thought I was more like a Shrek.
Goldie, you back?
Well, I live under a bridge.
Hey, your microphone's fucked up again.
Your bridge is a hat. We've already been over this.
Golden, just remember,
Well, I'd
every
never
time
take
you
the hat
enter the studio, you need to like fix your mic because like you have never come in with a working mic.
I wear that hat at all times, and it is bridge shaped, which means that I live under a bridge.
I'm a Shrek, man. I'm not a troll. I'm a Shrek.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Here we go.
Yep.
Sorry, there's a storm in my area and my electric went out, so I apologize.
All right.
Oh
Take
man,
care
I
of
wish
your business, man.
I wish I had rain.
I would love a storm right now.
Yeah, Southwest sucks.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
So
No, it doesn't.
I don't know. I don't know where we were at.
Love it here.
But I apologize.
Nice and hot.
That sounds good, big man.
So yeah, like God exists because of like what?
Yeah, that's right. So this is the natural theology point of view. It's Philbro-ish. It's
hell.
It's philosophical.
Can you give the formal argument so I can put it on screen?
Oh, that'd be great. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think that was coming. Are you saying you have an argument?
Are you sure you want to meddle with forces you don't understand?
Nobody is that force.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go.
I think let me tackle this differently. Let's suppose that we're just here and we are thinking about how we got here. What are the options? What are the
This
options?
is so not different from what you were talking about before.
This is
Yeah, I know it's not too different.
I have to point out this is an argument, or I'm sorry, we want an argument, and this is a question. This might be a problem, But if your question entails a certain amount of propositions, then we could probably make an argument out of it. So,
I think the question leads to propositions. I would say that.
okay, and what is the question?
Why do things exist?
Okay.
Because of the impossibility of the contrary.
So there's the options are the logical options.
I just gave you the answer. Can you please engage with my answer?
What was your answer?
Because of the impossibility of the contrary.
That's an assumption.
Do you want me to give the argument for why nothingness cannot exist?
I think that's an assumption, right?
No,
Yes
I
or
have
no?
an argument for this.
Okay, let's hear it.
Things without ontology lack being. Things
What's
without
ontology?
being.
What does ontology mean?
The superset of properties.
Superset. What does that mean? Can you
Are
speak
we going to
English?
do
Like,
definitional retreat this entire
Can
time?
you speak English? That's all I'm
think like when we have particulars, they have like a shape. They have like even you could pick out a particular field, and they don't really have a shape. They just exist, right?
Well, if you're picking out a particular.
Okay, so hold on. So
All right.
when we have a bare particular, which is probably nonsense, that means that there's like an existence that has no properties, and we don't want that because we've never seen anything with that, right? So it's pretty good. It's a pretty good inference to say that anything that exists will bear properties because we've never seen an existence that doesn't bear properties. Therefore, stuff exists. So what are you saying? Is there a reason why there's something rather than nothing?
I don't think just because stuff has properties means therefore stuff exists.
No. It's that everything ever observed has properties.
Yeah, and that's what my argument will address. So, Golden Arm, just try to listen and listen to like the derivation of my argument.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we can go through, and you can ask questions about each premise.
Very well.
All right.
Yeah.
So, things with ontology have being, or no, things that lack ontology lack being. Things that lack being lack existence.
Are you writing this down for me?
I
Who's
can.
writing this down? I'm sorry. I need it written down so I can refer
I'm
to it.
writing it. Can
Look
you
at
look
the
at the
fucking
screen?
screen. He's
I'm
doing
just-
it.
No, I get it. I'm just saying. I'm
He's
trying
literally typing right now.
No, I get it. Calm down.
He's just confirming, why he needs this. I relate. I sometimes need someone to tell me twice when I want to understand things.
You know what, Joda?
Jada, if you want to think like, I hate saying it, but like Will Smith, Jada Pinkett Smith.
Actually,
Jada,
I might already have this
awesome,
written
and I
down.
really appreciate you. You're so level-headed. I don't think anyone else here is as level-headed as you are.
They absolutely are. Don't worry about it. We're just
We're
passionate
just not as
sometimes.
nice as she are.
You're so like understanding, like you get it,
I just,
I pulled it up
it's
from,
best to keep people
old
calm
notepad.
so they can properly communicate their points.
That's where I'm coming from. I think
Everything's going to be okay. You're okay. This is practice.
Calm.
Justin is really aggressive with some of his debates. So just get what you can out now, and you just get the practice.
Did you say Justin?
That's what we're called. It was like DZ debates, right? That's where you're going. Am I wrong? Was I wrong?
That's tomorrow, but we're
No,
talking about
you're not wrong. He doesn't rember talking to you about it earlier. I
Yes,
promise
that's
you.
No, we're talking
we're
about tonight.
practice for that. When you get those arguments out of the way, maybe
I think
different
Justin
opinions.
I think Justin kind of has that calm level-headedness.
I mean, like 70% of the time.
I think Justin, if you if you communicate,
Oh, go
with-
fuck yourself. Justin is only
You're
calm and level-headed in
peaceful.
comparison to me.
You're lovely, Gretchen. You're such a good person, but also that was
I
really
am
funny.
not.
That
Gretchen,
was really funny.
you're not Justin, Gretchen.
No, I'm a lot meaner than he is.
Gretchen,
You are.
Gretchen.
You are. All right. So here's the debate written on screen. Thank you. P1, things with ontology have being. Things with being exist. Nothingness does not have ontology. Nothingness does not exist.
Then read the conclusion.
If nothing does not exist, then something exists. Yeah, I'm scratching my brain. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the first principle.
And
of
I have
interpretation.
the validity calculus to the right of it, showing that this is a valid argument. So your only step right now is to attack any premise as being unsound. If you cannot prove any premise of being unsound, then you must accept the conclusion.
He can't even prove that he exists,
So-
RP.
Is this RP?
Just saying.
Is this
Like
RP's
to himself
argument?
or to us?
What is
Yes,
the question?
RP's the one that asked you to.
All right. I'm not too smart. What is ontology? Things with ontology have being.
I felt that. I felt that so much.
So like something that has an ontic status is like if we were to guarantee something, it would be like particles. It would be like fields,
Right, so-
physical fields,
so-
electromagnetic
so-
fields. Like
So
those
does the,
things.
does the electron of the carbon atom have ontology?
Does the wait? Say that again.
Does the electron of the carbon atom have ontology?
Yes.
That's good. All electrons are the same ontology.
So the electrons have a sense of being.
It's like it's one
No, it's not
electron
a
going
sense of
backwards and
being.
forward in time.
No,
Like
no.
you're trying to conflate being as in like being
I'm
an
not-
agent.
I'm not trying to conflate. I'm just trying to understand.
Well,
so electrons don't fit in P1, correct?
What? No, they do.
They do.
They do. Yes.
Be gentle, everyone, because I'm even learning. So if I've been here way too often, just as slow as you'd go with me, you're gonna have to grant him that.
There's a theory where they got one electron going backwards and forward in time.
Thank you, ma'am.
The electron going backwards in time is the positron, and the electron going forward is the electron. Yeah, they got that theory.
So the exclamation points is that a not operator?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's happening here, Golden Arm, is that there's no such thing as nothing. This argument proves that when you say, can something come from nothing, you're reifying nothing. And when we say nothing, we're saying we're quantifying over no thing.
So it cannot exist.
Like you have to agree with this.
All right. I have to agree with the conclusion.
You have to agree with every single part of this argument.
All right.
Because God would exist, even if you were right and God was like the baseline of the world or whatever. There can never be nothing because God is necessary, right?
I hold on. I have to screen this. Control. Sorry, I want to screenshot this because
you should.
I have to agree with this. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. I'm saving this.
And that's the first principle of anthropic principle. Nothing cannot exist. So anything that can happen will happen given enough time.
All right, I'm back. I saved it. Thanks. This syllogism this argument proves that nothing can exist. Is that right?
Nothing as a okay. Nothing as a reified thing cannot exist. That's correct. Cannot, if that was unclear.
So I'm stupid, but I'm gonna go to premise 3. Okay. Nothing does not have ontology.
Nothingness
Nothingness has ontology.
does
it works
not
either
have
way.
ontology.
I think
I think it works either way, like really easily.
I guess, yeah.
no,
But nothingness as defined is
Again-
like the lack of any sort of property.
all right, yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah, so
Okay.
that premises is true. Nothingness does not have ontology.
Yeah. And so
But
then it follows
Are we
from the
defining?
previously.
Hold on. Are we defining nothingness in a
I
physics?
just defined it.
How did you define it?
The complete lack of properties.
All right, so a spiritual something has properties, right?
In your worldview, it probably would.
Well, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Regardless of my worldview,
A spiritual
we're
something
talking-
would have
we're-
properties.
We're talking about definitions.
There,
Yes,
there
of
are
course.
no spiritual things in my worldview, and so it can
Well,
only be through your worldview that you can
we're-
invoke the spiritual.
Okay. So look, that's fine. I don't. What is that? What is that? How does that matter?
Well,
Like,
it matters. It
yes,
matters,
a spirit would have some type of
matters-
ontic status.
I think it matters in the realm of the category of nothingness.
The category of nothingness is confused with what?
It cannot exist, man. It can't exist.
Right.
So why are we
Well,
just talking about it?
Well, I think.
I see what. Okay, what you're saying is that but when we say nothingness, we're talking about potentially
Whatever
still
it is, it can't
spirits.
exist.
You're talking when you say nothingness, you're talking about lack of matter. Rather,
No.
Whatever
No.
nothing
We're
is.
talking about nothing at all. We're not talking about
I think
like
that
still
is-
physical fields. We're not still talking about spirits.
It's kind
Nothing
of hard to
means
talk about
literally
because we had
nothing.
never seen it before. Nobody never seen that before, so it's kind of hard to talk about it.
literally
Nothing means no thing. There is no
P3
thing that is the
then-
case.
Then P3 is true.
Yes, we know.
Have you ever
But-
seen nothing before?
All right.
Yeah, I've never seen nothing before. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm fine with P3. Are you?
Yes. Now, what about P4?
Nothingness does not exist.
This is entailed by 1, 2, and 3.
Entailed by 1, 2, and 3.
It is guaranteed by 1, 2, and 3. This is essentially the first conclusion.
I can actually fix
Well,
this up so you don't have to infer the negation.
P4 is not
So-
really.
It's fine.
P4 is
So-
not really an assertion. It's more of a conclusion than a P. But
That's fine.
nothing. I don't agree with nothingness does not exist. I don't agree with that. I think
you
something does
literally,
exist.
you literally have proof by existing.
I think something does exist. I don't think nothingness does not exist.
What man? Are you listen to
That's
what we say?
no. Those are the same statement. Those are the same statement. Those are
No,
contrapositives.
but he think we saying the contrary of what we've been saying the whole time. We're trying
Look,
to tell him that it
if-
cannot exist, man. So there has to be something. It has
If
to be. It can't
something-
be nothing.
If something exists, then that means that nothingness does not exist. So premise
Correct.
premise 4 is undeniably true because you exist. Even if you were a brain in a vat, you exist.
Nothingness does not exist. That's not true. Right? P4 is not
Okay,
true.
when did
Correct.
nothingness exist?
Show me a nothing, man. Show me something.
I don't.
Show me a
I can't.
nothing.
say- I
It's
can't
not
say-
right now.
I
It's
can't
not right
say-
now, right?
I can't
Show
say
me a
when.
nothing.
I can't say when, but I can say right now. Things
Okay, right
exist.
now. Right. Okay, so right now it does not exist, correct?
What doesn't exist?
Nothingness.
Correct.
Okay, then you granted P4.
Damn, man.
I did not. I did not grant P4.
Yes, you did. You didn't say
I
it
mean,
existed at some point.
are
You
right
said
into
it
also
does
this,
never
not
man.
be
exist
an-
right now.
There can also never be a when did nothingness exist, because when implies on the timeline. So then at the very least, time would exist.
I'll be rolling. You just did it right
Yes.
on the wall.
Is
You ran
this
right
is,
into this one.
is this Philbro shit? Yes or no?
This is philosophy shit.
This is
Okay,
sure,
it
dude.
is, but I
Okay,
understand.
so
I understand this.
you have
so you
failed.
guys-
Hold on.
I'm not gonna
You have failed to rebuttal or
It's quite
even
simple, yeah.
even deny
Reject.
any premise.
I deny
Yeah, you
P4.
failed-
I deny P4
No,
because I'm
no,
here.
no.
I'm here.
Does
Nothingness
nothingness
is-
exist
Hey,
right
that's what
now?
we're saying, man. We saying
Hold on.
that.
Does nothingness exist right now?
They said
No.
too wordy.
No,
Okay,
it
then you
doesn't.
grant premise 4.
Okay, I grant. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, then the conclusion follows
They got too many
necessarily.
words, man. Nothing
Congratulations.
cannot exist. So they
This
always
is
have
like-
to be something.
This is
That's
like,
what they think.
this is like screwing with my brain. I have to like think about.
You can never reify nothing ever again. Go ahead.
Say again.
You-
It's broken.
the
They
conclusion
got this shit- they
necessarily
thought that shit
follows
out.
from all the premises. So that means that you have to stop reifying nothing. There is no state of nothing.
Let's move. If nothingness does not exist, which it does not, because we exist,
There
then
we go.
something-
That's what he said.
then something exists. I agree with the conclusion.
Jesus Christ. Okay,
That's what the
so
whole argument is from start to
okay,
finish.
so we're no longer worried about a state of nothing going to something, correct?
Don't touch my phone.
Well, I'm trying to think about that question. Okay.
Okay. There seems to be the case that there is no possibility for a state of nothingness. And so that means that something has always been. And you have to agree to this because God always existed, correct?
I do believe God always existed. Yes.
Okay, so we agree with that. So now we can never talk about something coming from nothing ever again, right?
No, because
Why?
because God is not physical. And
I don't care. I didn't say he was physical.
well, you're talking about things that come into existence.
I'm talking about what?
You said we can't talk about things that come in. I don't know. Go
Yes.
say a sentence.
We're talking
Continue.
about how there could never have been a state of nothing, right? And because of that, that means there's always something, and that could be God,
If
or that
God,
could be like some type
Right,
of
right.
pre-materia, like
Right, right.
reaction.
God
right?
or something. Yeah, there has to be
Sure.
something. There has to be
So-
something. Yeah.
So we've eliminated the idea that an atheist has to affirm that something came from nothing, right? So we don't have to ask why is there something rather than nothing, because we don't even grant nothing as a possibility, right? So now we're just going to talk about why is the something behaving the way it's behaving rather than why is there something rather than nothing, because we both
So-
agree that there's
so
no
it's-
nothing.
So what you're saying is that everybody agrees that there's something rather than nothing.
Correct.
But the question is why is there something rather than nothing?
Okay, well then I'm
Because
gonna,
of the impossibility of the contrary. And
We
this
literally
argument
agree.
supports that.
No,
yes,
no,
we
RB,
literally agree it's
RB,
impossible for there to be a state of
RB,
nothing that
RB,
emerges.
Say that again,
Okay.
RB.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The reason why there is something rather than nothing is because of the impossibility of the contrary, meaning that
Why
it
is
is
that?
impossible for something to not exist, aka
Why is it?
it is impossible for nothingness
Why-
to exist.
Why is it impossible?
Because of this argument. It is necessitated by this argument.
No, but that I don't.
It's because of what the words mean, Golden Arm.
Why?
It's analytically
why
true.
is it impossible? Because that
It's
doesn't.
analytically true. When you
I mean-
say nothing,
I mean,
we're
when the-
agreeing with you that it's impossible.
When you say that there's something, why is it here? the response is it's impossible
Okay.
for not to be.
Okay, when you say
It's
here,
just-
are you
it's
saying
just-
why does it behave the way it does? Why did it happen when it does? What are you asking when you say
I'm saying
why is it
when I-
here?
When I say here, I mean its existence, not why or how it happens, or it's
Okay, and we're agreeing that it's impossible for there to be a state of nothing, right?
But I don't think that's impossible unless there's a cause.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. When we
Right.
say that there's a state of nothing, that is an incoherent statement because that means there's a state of no things. But a state is a state in which something has transpired. This whole sentence makes no sense. There is no state of nothing because a state implies a state, and a
which-
state is already a state of something, whether it be no matter, no physical fields. It's a state of a thing. It's literally, you cannot have a state of no thing because the state itself is a thing. The set implies that there's something in the set. Even if
So-
it's an empty set, the set exists. Something like that.
So how does that logically lead to an infinite existence of matter?
Nothing kind of
no one ever said that.
Always got
hold
to
on.
be something.
Hold on.
Always
No one
gotta
ever
be
said
something.
that. No one ever
All
said
right,
that. Matter,
so-
matter is
so-
matter is a very specific thing. We're
Good.
talking about
If
something that
nobody-
takes up space.
Well, when you say
Well, matter is different from that.
that when you're arguing that there's like no, I wish I could remember what you said.
Look, there's no reason to bring up matter.
I think
Matter is not the only thing I think exists.
I think I agree with that, but
I know you do.
matter is a really good example, right?
No, it's not, because I can imagine matter emerging.
From what? Energy,
Physical fields, quantum fields.
To me,
something
that's
something more obviously neutral. I don't know.
E equals mc squared. To me, it's the same thing.
I think that only works in like a closed local system. I'm not sure. I don't care.
Well, I imagine the universe is a closed system.
I imagine that it could possibly not be that way.
Man, if nothing cannot exist, then there always got to be something. So there you go, infinite regress. There always got to be something.
Right, but something doesn't imply material.
No,
So when
I'm
we
not gonna get in that. I'm not gonna get in them weeds with you. I'm just the overall grand view. There always got to be something. Something.
When we say something, we never even invoke the word material. We don't invoke spatial like it's spatially wide, the things that exist. Like there are fields that this is why materialism is something that I think is hilarious to bring up, because no one thinks that it's the only thing that we grant ontic status to is like billiard ball particles bumping into each other. No one does that anymore. We're talking about fields. We're talking about quantum fields. We're wondering what counts as physical and what could be different. And it's in no way limited to the material, to the billiard balls. It includes the fields themselves that cause like gravitation or electromagnetic phenomenon. Like all of these things are physical. No one's a materialist anymore. So to try and single out material
you're saying,
is just nonsensical.
You're saying that quantumness and quantum fields is actually material.
No, I literally just said the opposite. I said,
all right.
I said someone could deem it physical, but they cannot deem it material. And then I like different interpretations where it's something in the middle or something that like all of that stuff emerges from. I like those ideas, but that doesn't even really matter. It could all be physical, and it's just that we haven't defined that as physical yet.
So a quantum field is immaterial, which produces
yes, correct.
Which produces sometimes physical things.
It seems to produce both physical and material, depending on certain interpretations of the quantum field. It seems to produce both physical, material, and mental. However we separate those things is a good question. I'm not sure. Like I could see the mind being something different. I could see the mind being something that's just snapshots of the physical. I don't really care. But none of this talks about God. Like there's a million answers to all, or thousands of answers to all these things. I just don't see any reason that like God did it. Does that make sense? Like I feel like we're like way off topic or something.
I think it makes sense, but I think it's like your explanation is very wide. You're going from
purposefully so.
You're going from like why there's something rather than nothing to
no. We both agree there. We both agree there has to be something. We don't need to talk about that.
Well, there doesn't have to be something, and that's I think where the issue is.
You literally think there has to be something, correct?
If there's a God.
Both sides of the
okay, so now you're special pleading. Now you're saying that I'm not allowed to have access to the same logical inference.
All right. Let me think about that. How is that special pleading?
It is
because
you're saying you can do it and we can't do it.
What can I do?
We're literally making the same inference from the same argument even. And you're saying, well, you can't do it because you don't believe in God. Well, it doesn't make any sense. God isn't mentioned in this fucking hypothetical syllogism. He's just not mentioned at all.
It's not a matter of whether he's mentioned. It's a matter of whether he's required.
Yes, I understand that. And it's clearly not logically required. Is there a different reason that it's required? Because it's not language.
But I think he's logically required.
No, his name isn't in the argument, Golden Arm. He can't be logically required.
I might be mistaken,
then
but
if his name's not in your argument, then you got to be special pleading or something.
All right.
No, that's what. Okay. Do you want to reform the argument?
Oh,
it must be unsound. If we can't do the same thing you're doing, it must be unsound. So if you want to reformulate the argument and include God, like analytically, like because of what God means and because of what existence means, like if you want to put God into the hypothetical syllogism and show us how it works better with God in it, then by all means do that.
Well,
I just did a word search, and yeah, God does not show up in this argument at all.
Of course he doesn't. He's not in the argument, of course.
Right, and so it can't be logically necessary if it's not in the argument, and we're using the same inference.
And speaking the same language.
I can understand this one.
I'll be right back.
Do y'all got an argument for the second part of the anthropic principle? Anything that can happen will happen given enough time. Do you have an argument for that one too?
Probably just it follows from the law of large numbers. No, the law of extremely large numbers.
Yeah, you right.
Law of.
Yeah, so you just sat there and thought out all of
the law of truly large numbers is the principle that given a large enough number of opportunities, virtually any highly improbable event is likely to occur.
So you got it. All right. You hit him with the one too. I could do the overview, and you can get him on the detail.
What's going on?
Yeah, I agree, Ricky. Yo, Jay, I forgot I brought you on stage. What's good, my dude?
Everything good, man. Woke up feeling under the weather.
I'm sorry to hear that, my guy.
Feel good though.
You gotta put some medicine in your body, medicine in your lungs.
Yeah, about to start with the first medicine, that greenery. That don't work, then I take some Dayquil.
Based.
That's a fact.
Cannabis and Dayquil, deadly combo.
That's a factoid. Nothing like it. How's the stream so far? Pretty good.
It's been kind of frustrating.
I think me and Arthur to figure out that good cop, bad cop. I'm gonna hit him with the he gonna hit him with the mule.
Miami Vice.
Yeah. Where was you when you bought that bottle of liquor?
I think I've found where we need to focus on the syllogism.
Mm-hmm.
It's P4.
4.
P4.
Oh my god, dude.
P4 absolutely follows if you accept P3. So if you do not accept P4, you also need to reject P3. So go ahead and tell me what is wrong with P3.
P3, nothingness. No.
Because P3 is analytically true.
P3 is analytically true. Nothingness does not have ontology. The assumption is slid into P4. When you say nothingness does not exist.
What assumption and how is it sliding?
All right. Well, let me explain that.
It can't exist, man.
God exists.
God is not in the syllogism. So stop invoking something that's not in the syllogism.
Well, then the whole thing is an assumption. Then the whole thing is circular reasoning.
No shit.
There are zero assumptions, and you don't understand what circular reasoning is.
Wait, maybe we should know.
Words that you've
You're
heard people
asserting
say.
in P4 that nothing does not exist.
No. That's just obvious. Okay, look. Wait, where would
this assumption arise?
Where would you put God? Where would you put God in the syllogism or in the chain argument? Where would you put it?
Let's look at the argument with the assumption that God exists.
Oh, and we start with your assumption, and we can end with your conclusion.
Getting precept now.
Okay, what does that mean? The argument needs to have the word God in it for it to be valid, for God to show up in the conclusion.
I'm asking you to compare the existence of God with the syllogism. What
does that mean?
Do it.
What does that mean?
What it means is as an exercise. Let's try this out. Let's say that God exists. That God is not tangible. He's not physical.
Let me point out. I want to point out one thing though. I'm put this one thing out. If we start with your, assumption, we're gonna end with your conclusion. He's
gonna disprove God. Is what's gonna happen.
Let me jump in here and address what I think the problem is. You're assuming that for something to have ontology, it must be physical or tangible. That is not implied at all. In your worldview, God would have some sort of property set. Therefore, he would have ontology.
Without really understanding ontology, I think I would agree with that. But let's just go through it. Let's just say that God exists. Let's look at the premises. Okay.
This is going to be an exercise in the same way sitting on the couch and watching TV is an exercise. But go ahead.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's do it. Okay. P1. Things that lack ontology lack being. Does that preclude a spiritual, non-material God? No,
yes.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It does. That's a type of ontology. That's a type
Things
of
that
ontology.
lack ontology lack being. So
yes,
if God
a spirit
exists,
would have ontology. A spirit would have being.
They've been trying to tell you the same thing for the past 30 minutes now, man.
So if God exists,
and we went over and over and over again.
If God exists, then he has ontology, right?
Correct.
I already explained that to you.
So in P1, he doesn't not exist because he has
Hold on. Slow down. I don't know what you're doing. Things that lack ontology lack being. Okay. So this is literally just saying that if something doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Right. So if a spirit existed, then the spirit exists.
Exactly.
So this remains true about spirits.
Right. So P1 doesn't preclude. So P1 does not preclude God, right?
Unless he doesn't exist because he doesn't have ontology, meaning he doesn't have being. Like it's just literally saying if a thing doesn't,
and that's why I asked you to assume God, right? Right.
Okay, that's fine. So he has being. Okay, that's your point. He has being. Okay, go ahead. What's premise 2 gonna?
All right, so
it's gonna change about premise 2.
So P1 doesn't. So P1 doesn't. Hold on. So we're all in agreement. P1 doesn't preclude God if he exists.
Yeah.
No one says it does.
All right. All right. Well, actually, there were some people who said yes, but
no, there was no one who said that if spirit had ontology, if there were spirit, listen, if
I
there
don't
were
want to
spirits,
accept it because I
if there
never
were
had a strong
spirits,
reason to accept that.
oh my god, if there were
Gretchen says I'm an
spirits,
idiot.
if there were spirits, if spirits exist, that means they clear the check of P1. So you
Right.
haven't done anything novel. I'm confused what
Right.
the point is.
Right.
So go ahead. What's premise 2 going to change if we assume
Hold
God
on,
exists?
slow down. So P1 doesn't preclude God, right?
It never did. It
We
never
never
did.
said nothing about God. Nobody said anything about a God.
All right, let's go to P2. Things that lack being don't exist.
Mhm.
As far as like personal sentient things,
No, that's
no,
not what
anything.
being means.
Oh,
Anything that doesn't have being, that doesn't have ontology, does not exist.
all right,
You won't use the word exist.
that educate me? Does a rock have ontology?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Everything has
All right.
ontology. It seems like to me.
All right.
Yes,
Then
every single thing is
so
ontic,
then-
or
so
it's
then
not a
if-
thing.
So then, if God exists, P2 can still be true, correct?
Yeah, we're not. Nobody
Yes.
said anything about God. Look,
yes.
Yes,
there's no
that's
God
fine.
written nowhere.
All right. All right. So did I hear a yes on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Nobody
okay.
is arguing against
So-
God right here.
So things that lack ontology, P1, lack being. Things that lack being don't exist.
hmm
That seems synonymous. P1 and P2 seem synonymous. Is that true?
It's like transitivity, and it is a little tight, but sure. What about it?
All right. It doesn't preclude God, right? Not yet.
No, nobody
It never
said anything
did.
about that.
All right, cool.
Because this
So-
argument's not about God.
So P3,
Exactly.
no, we're moving on. God can still exist in P1 and P2 so far, right?
That is true.
Good. So P3, nothingness does not have ontology.
Mhm.
All right. So God exists, but if nothing exists, nothing has ontology, right?
Wait, no, that was a weird sentence. If nothing exists, then nothing has ontology. No, the point of this argument is to say there would never be a state of nothing. You can't reify nothing into a state that exists.
All right. So
Dave, we're
nothing.
not arguing about nothing, Dave. We're trying to say
we
nothing
can
can exist.
we can
So
get to the
P3
bottom of
is-
this really quick.
so
Golden
P3
arm,
is-
golden
so P-
arm, golden
yeah.
arm. Hold on.
All right.
Is
Go ahead.
God something?
Yes.
Okay, then you don't even need to worry about P3 and P4. Because you can't worry about a state of nothingness because you're already presupposing God exists. If God is something, then something already exists. Just jump to the conclusion.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I am presupposing that God exists, and I'm trying to go through each premises.
For the third time, God damn it!
Like
Presupposition.
we're sitting here on the couch with our hands down our pants, eating a bag of potato chips. This is not an exercise.
All right. Well, that's good for you. You can eat all those carbs.
Okay, look,
I
hold on.
can't.
This is an
Look,
engagement
Hey,
in
they use a lot of
hedonism.
words.
Well,
It goes
I
on.
can
They
drink
use a
a
lot of words,
shitload
but they
of
say
Jim
they all say
Beam.
the same thing.
So look, we all agree on premise 3 and 4. The conclusion follows, right? So now the question seems to be, why is there something rather than nothing without an agent? Is that what you're asking?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't worked through.
Yeah,
I'm still going
I
through
can
the
dig that.
process. So nothing does not have ontology. Agreed.
Mhm.
Nothing does not exist.
You literally have to agree.
I'm going to argue with the way that's worded.
Okay, what's the problem?
I would say rather than saying nothingness does not exist, I would say something exists.
That's the
That's
same
in
thing.
the
It's a contra-
conclusion. Fuck, man.
that is literally the contrapositive that follows from the whole argument.
Holy fuck.
We all in agreement, fellas. Is that there's nothing?
Yes,
nothing
nothingness
cannot exist.
yes, nothingness
All right,
cannot
all right.
exist because that would
All right,
be
so-
a
so
contradiction in terms.
So the conclusion
Let
is
it
if
prove.
nothing does not exist, which is a contradiction of terms, in my opinion, then something exists. I would agree with that. Sure, something does exist. Yes.
It's because
No.
it's the contrapositive to the previous statement.
Yes, that's a contrapositive. But what I said was impossible. What I said was analytically impossible is that no thing can exist. To exist is to be a thing. To exist is to be something that bears properties. Nothingness doesn't bear properties. It has no properties. It has no existence.
So are you saying that existence just has to be?
Yes, some type of yes.
Unless you can find a better explanation.
We were created. We don't have to be.
Okay, that's still okay. Hold on. That still presupposes that something exists, correct? And it's God.
It presupposes God. Yes, exactly.
Okay, so we're all presupposing, if not deriving and proving, that nothingness is impossible. Correct? So then we don't want to talk. We don't want to talk about why is there something rather than nothing. Because we all already agree that that's required.
But I think nothingness is actually possible in the realm.
You can't. You accepted every premise. You have to accept the conclusion.
But that
you even accepted the analytical impossibility.
You don't believe that nothingness is possible because you believe God is necessary. God, you agreed that God is something, therefore he's not nothing.
You totally understand my point. Yes, exactly.
No, you don't understand our
understand point. Your point.
No, hold on. You don't understand. I don't think you understand either point. But
you
look,
understand me.
If a state
exists, there has to be a God. Things can't exist.
No,
without a
well,
God.
hold on. Slow
That's
down.
not
Slow
true.
down. What was that? What was that statement?
Things can't exist without a God. That's the point.
You're saying things. You're saying things cannot exist without God.
Yes.
Okay. What is there an argument for that? Is there a reason that it's false right out the gate when you say there are things and there's no God? Is there a contradiction there?
We can look at your own proposition on the screen. If nothing does not exist, then something exists, and then we can ask why.
That's the conclusion.
No,
that's
why.
That's right.
That's why. That's why.
The
Something
conclusion
exists because it's impossible for nothing to exist.
That
That something does not need to be God.
And
That something could just be existence itself.
And this is why.
No, well, that's an assumption, in my opinion.
No, it's
not.
not.
Wait. What's the assumption? What's the assumption?
The assumption is that things can exist without a God.
Okay, hold on. Do you not see that to say that that's impossible is also an assumption, correct?
I mean, you guys look at the sentence. He say things that exist, and then he got to add God to it. We don't have to say things that exist with God. We could just say things that exist.
It may be an assumption, but it's connected to
an assumption.
Connected to logical reasoning.
All of them. This is
look,
action.
we both agree that nothing is not a thing. We both agree that when we say the words no and thing, we're saying there aren't any things, right? And we both agree that that's not possible. Now,
I don't agree with that. I actually agree. I actually disagree. I think it is possible.
Show me nothing in the jar.
Is God?
Wait. Yes. So you think it's possible for nothingness to exist? That means you think it's possible for God to not exist. This completely destroys your worldview. Are you sure you want to make that claim?
All right.
So nothing
No. Golden arm. Do you want to affirm that you claim that nothingness can exist?
Notice your reasoning.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you want to reaffirm your claim that nothingness can exist?
Pull it out, man. Let me see it. Let me see your nothing. I want to see it. Yo, there's a big jar of nothing. Put it in the jar and let me see it.
You know, I hate yes or no questions, but I'll answer this. But I have an explanation if you'll allow me. The answer to your question is yes.
Okay, if nothingness can exist, that means that God, it's possible for God to not exist because God is something, and in order for nothingness to exist, something can't exist.
You hear that, ladies and gentlemen?
So you believe that God is not necessary, and it's possible for God to not exist. Thank you. That's like the biggest W of this entire conversation.
What you just demonstrated
was completely cooked.
What you just demonstrated was I want to say one sentence. You just demonstrated the necessity of God.
No, I didn't.
my
you
God.
you you destroyed the necessity
No,
of God.
no, because you're saying that if nothing can
Oh,
exist,
come the fuck on!
Explain yourself.
Okay, hold on. So look.
You just
What you can
man.
say, what you're safe to say, is
For the
that
fifth time, goddammit. This is the
it's
fifth
logically
fucking time.
possible that God doesn't exist, right? Like that's fine. You can say that. But you have to say that he's metaphysically necessary. You have to say that. Otherwise,
I agree.
otherwise he's not necessary for the world.
He's metaphysically, philosophically necessary. Exactly.
No, there's no such thing as philosophical necessity. You
Yes,
don't
it
want to
is.
say that.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not a thing. No.
You're
What are you?
Well,
Okay,
it's-
about that word.
Okay, listen.
Mentally
in
or
what branch?
philosophically or whatever.
Okay, no. In what? Okay, well, you could say metaphysically, but when you say philosophically necessary, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
asking. Okay, if that means something, then what branch of philosophy is God necessary?
Oh boy.
Well, there's theology and there's logic. One of those two.
What was the first one?
That's not an exhaustive
Epistemology.
list.
He's epistemologically necessary.
Well, that's how we know how we know things, right? Epistemology.
Yes, but why is he epistemologically necessary?
Well, I don't. I mean, you're asking me what branch of logic is he necessary? I don't know.
Well, logic would be another one.
I'm saying. Well, I said logical or epistemologically.
Okay, logically he's not necessary because there's no
Well,
such
he
thing
is.
as a con. No, listen. There's
He
no
is
such thing as.
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back.
Listen. There is no concrete thing that's logically necessary. That's impossible.
No,
Because
it's
they're
not.
just logical possibility, necessity, and impossibility are only pertaining to if there's a linguistic contradiction. When we
No,
say
that's not true.
Yes, it is. Listen,
No, it's
when we
not.
say, what is it then?
You're trying to say that the reasoning for a first cause is impossible.
I don't know what that has to do with anything. Listen to me. When we say that something is logically possible, impossible, or necessary, what we're saying is that it's entailed by the way we use language. We're saying that there is a contradiction that makes it impossible. We're saying that it's entailed, one thing entails another thing, it's necessary. We're saying one thing does not entail the negation of another thing, that means it's possible. Okay? That's all logical possibility and necessity is.
That
is
seems like
linguistic.
you're trying to say that logic only exists within linguists or language.
That's what logical possibility means.
That's
It's
not
just
true.
it just means non-contradictory.
So if I say it's logically possible, most likely that the sun's going to rise tomorrow, how is
Why
that?
did you say most likely? Why did you
How
add
is
that?
How is that constrained by just?
Okay, what is the question? What is the question about possibility?
The question is I believe based off of logic that the sun's going to rise tomorrow. How is
Why are you adding belief?
how
You
is that
need to-
restricted?
Listen,
Because logic,
what are you saying? Listen, what are you saying about the
it's
sun?
logically,
Just give me the statement. Golden arm. Listen to
sun-
me. Just
No, I'm
give me
listening.
the statement about the sun that you think is logically possible.
You
Don't
didn't
add
provide
belief.
You didn't provide any of your examples of statements.
Okay, listen to me.
You allowed,
What are you asking?
You allowed your understanding to be wide open, unrestricted to statements.
I don't know what that means. Listen,
Well, okay,
listen.
I'll tell you what it means.
No, hold on. Just listen.
If you let me speak, I'll direct my speech. What you're saying?
Okay.
You're saying that logic is restricted to linguistics.
Solely, yes.
I don't say that much.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So if I say the sun will rise tomorrow, and I believe that logically, how is that restricted to linguistics?
Hey, let me say this right quick. Let me say
No.
this.
I want him to answer. Please hold on.
Yes, I definitely want to answer. Is your question, how do we know that it's logically possible that the sun rises? My God, stop interrupting me.
No, well,
this is getting stupid.
My question is how is that restricted to linguistics?
I'm demonstrating it. I'm asking you a clarifying question about what the proposition is.
Very
Is the
well.
proposition that it is possible that the sun will rise tomorrow? Is that the proposition that is deemed possible or impossible?
Yes.
Okay. It is possible logically, because to state the statement, to assert it, that it is possible that the sun rises tomorrow, that is logically possible because it does not entail a contradiction. It does not violate any laws of classical logic. That's what
All right.
logical possibility means.
Very well. Is it logical or a contradictory that there's not a God?
No.
Is it contradictory or illogical that there is a God?
No, because there's no
Very well.
contradictory
Very well.
proposition.
Then you've just defeated your own freaking argument.
No, you think that logical possibility leads to truth. It does not lead to truth. It helps eliminate falsehood.
Well, I agree with that very well. I'll accept.
Great. So listen to me. I want you to actually listen to me, Golden Arm. When I say something is logically impossible, I'm saying that it is something of the like that we're going to say a sentence such like it is raining outside, and that's relative to the building that we're inside of. It is raining outside on top of the building, and it is not the case that it's raining outside on top of the building, right? That's a logical contradiction. That means that world where it is both raining on the building and not raining on the building is logically impossible. So when you ask me, is it logically possible that a God exists? Of course it's logically possible. There's no contradiction to be derived. So again, you prove that what I'm talking about is linguistic compatibility of propositions. Does that make sense now?
I followed everything except for your last sentence.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that there can't be a logical impossibility in the sentence God exists because it has no contradictory opposite that's being affirmed at the same time. To say God and exist, obviously you're applying what is questionably a predicate to the identity that is God. So obviously by saying one subject and one predicate, there's no logical contradiction, making it logically possible. Does that make sense now?
It sounds like you're just like you're referring to grammar. Is it?
Yes, that's what logical possibility is.
No, it's not. Logic doesn't.
Yes, it is. Unless there's an intent. Listen. I can clarify further. Okay. I can clarify further. If in the predicate, or I'm sorry, if in the subject God, the predicate existence was entailed, then it would be a contradiction to say that God does not exist. However,
no, I don't.
Oh my God!
I see that statement a different way.
You're not even listening to me.
No, I'm listening, which is why I said.
I think you can better understand my way of saying it. But go ahead, nobody. Tell me your way.
I don't. So, okay, what's the issue, Golden Arm?
It's not
your last explanation. I didn't follow the conclusion.
I didn't give an argument. I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, I disagree with the last thing you said.
What was that thing?
You don't remember?
Okay, so I assume the last thing that I uttered was that if the object, the subject God, does not entail necessarily existence, then it is not contradictory to say God does not exist. Is that correct?
So all right. So my misunderstanding or my confusion or my ignorance is what do you mean if God does not entail? What does that mean?
An entailment means that if something is the case, the thing it entails cannot be false.
I think I agree with you based off of those definitions, but
I don't know what you're talking about then.
God can't be assumed because he's not entailed, which means you don't believe.
No, that's not what I said.
I'm literally trying to understand your speech. Okay.
Let me say the way I see it.
You can be rather passionate. You have a lot of knowledge, including me. Sometimes I need things really broken down. I love people when they talk to me, like I have not a single
Okay.
knowledge about the
So
subject. Talk to me like a third grader sometimes.
okay, so we
Let
both
me say the way I said, and y'all correct me where I'm wrong. The way I said, nothing cannot exist, so they always have to be something. That's your infinite regress. So always got to be something, man. That's it.
Not physical. It's
Well,
it's
yes, no one said that.
it's
No
logically
one said that.
impossible for there to be a physical
It's
infinite
just always got to
regress.
be something. That's your infinite regress. It's something. Whatever something is, it's always got to be there.
Based on the
But whatever
definition
nothing is, it can't be that. Until
based,
you can get me a nothing in a jar. Until you can find something and point to me and say that's nothing. Then
if
I got to assume that, and it's because it's an axiomatic assumption. We all got to assume that.
if there's an infinite number of events prior to today, how can that be traversed? It
Because
can't.
something
Oh
always
my
got to
God.
be
Okay.
exist.
There's
Something
always
got to exist.
there's always
is-
one more
There's
prior,
always
Is-
something.
and we know this because we know infinity. We understand it.
No, we know we don't know nothing. We only thing we can say
No,
is until you can find nothing, we're gonna say there's nothing. There's no nothing. Until
We do know
show me a
something.
nothing, man. Show me nothing. Show me
No,
a nothing, and we'll say nothing exists.
That's not the question. The question
That
is
is the question. That's everything
No.
we've been saying the whole time. We've said it
We-
like 6-7 times.
all right. Well, we do know what infinite
You're
is.
still not getting it. That's what we're saying. Nothing cannot
And
exist.
You're just blindly asserting that things can exist forever, and I'm not buying it.
Well, I mean,
You
show me
literally
something-
have
show-
to
show me
affirm that
something not
about
existing.
God.
The difference between the physical infinite regress and God is
No one said physical.
I'm
Yes,
saying
stop doing that. That's a straw man.
No,
Stop doing that.
it's not a
Stop
straw
adding
man.
shit.
It
You
is
gotta
a
be
straw
very
man
precise.
because I'm not
It's
a
the distinction.
physicalist.
It's
You
actually
gotta be
what
very precise with your
it's
lingo
actually
here.
the definition of a sequence of events. The sequence of events requires a physical being, a physical reality.
Wrong.
Well, show me that's not existing. Show me somewhere where that's not existing. Whatever you call it something, show me where that's not something. What is that? Show me
My
where there's no
understanding,
something.
my
Show me no
understanding,
something.
my understanding is simply this: that there was a moment before now, and what makes that moment prior is physics, is matter, is material, and
No, that's arguing something else.
and what makes the
You're going
moment
inside
before
the
that,
topic.
what makes the moment before that is matter, material, and that's what makes time. Time is a subject or a consequence or a whatever. It's related to physics. It's related to physicalness.
Only thing you're doing, the only thing you're defining is special pleading.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
not
so
special
that's a
pleading.
capitulation,
No,
man. And you
that's-
still saying
that's
that you cannot get
observation.
around
It is
something
entirely
automatically
special
exists.
pleading.
How is it special pleading? Explain.
Because an infinite regress can exist for your fucking God, but it
That's
can't for anything else.
doesn't-
That is literally the definition of special pleading, dude.
You are not.
That's like
you are not
literally
you are not,
it.
You are not
That's
addressing my
exactly.
speech or my language or my words or my point. Gretchen, you're not doing
You're
it.
an idiot.
Maybe
Why would I use your words? You don't even know how words work.
Because you're trying to argue against my words and you're not even doing that.
I'm not arguing against your words. I'm telling you where your words are fucking wrong.
No, you're not. You're basically
Yeah, I
saying
am.
you're saying you're wrong. Bingo.
Dude, how is it possible for somebody to know less about fucking philosophy than me? I literally fucking hate the subject. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
There's so
Gretchen,
many problems.
Can
here.
you
We keep-
understand the relationship between a sequence of time and matter? Yes or no?
Do you?
Yes.
What is it? What's the relation?
When matter changes, it requires inherently a change in time because there's a
Great.
there's a
Sure.
motion. There's a motion.
Sure. And what do we learn from that?
What we're
argument, man.
What we're understanding from that is that change within the physics of the universe requires an inherent understanding of time. Time
Okay.
and the change.
Why?
Because change
Okay.
and matter.
Say that's the case.
Change.
What does that matter?
When the electron moves, it doesn't. There's time involved. The electron moves in all of our atoms, right?
Okay, that's fine. Now, what does
You
that
still not
entail?
refuting it.
What does that
Okay.
necessitate? What does that
So
make
what-
it? What does that?
what
What else
that-
does that make true?
What that
Something always
means.
had to exist.
What that means is you're saying if time is infinite, then there's been an infinite number of changes in atoms or electrons.
No,
or-
wrong. Wrong.
Something had to
Change,
exist.
change is
stop,
not
stop, stop.
required for time.
No, you may
Yes.
not be
Stop,
saying it,
stop,
but
stop,
that's-
stop. Everyone
that-
stop.
Time is
Everyone
required
stop.
for
Everyone
time.
stop.
That's-
Everyone stop. Holy shit.
that's-
Everyone stop.
that's
I'm
the
not
implication.
talking. I'm talking to you too, motherfucker. I'm
Mhm.
saying, look, just because time could be infinite, like it could regress infinitely, does not mean matter existed infinitely. It does not mean that physical
Oh.
fields existed. I'm
No,
not
no, yes,
done.
yes,
I'm not
yes, it does.
done.
It
You
absolutely
need
does.
to stop. You need to stop.
You're wrong.
I'm so fucking dead serious now. Stop.
He's muted.
Just
Go ahead.
because time regresses infinitely does not mean material things regress infinitely. It does not mean that physical things regress infinitely. It does not mean that mental things regress infinitely. When we say time regresses infinitely, what are we picking out, Golden Arm? We're picking out time. That means that unless you can demonstrate an entailment, that means all we're talking about is time regressing infinitely, and everything else is just a bald-faced assertion that it is tied in some way. You need to deliver an argument that material or physical things must also regress infinitely if we affirm that time regresses infinitely.
You just made an assertion.
Oh my God, you're not even listening to a goddamn
You
thing
didn't
I'm
hear
saying.
any of that.
I did.
Basically, what he said is change demands time. Time does not demand change.
That's
You get that?
No, wait. No. Hold on. So change can necessitate time. Sure. What that does not further entail is that material regresses infinitely or physicality regresses infinitely. None of these things are, no, I don't like that. Why would I think that? And I would like an argument for that.
As long as
From me?
As long as
No, from Golden Arm.
No, I'm trying to argue that there's a connection between the physical and time.
Sure. What's the argument?
The argument is when there's change in the physical, there's change in time.
What's the argument for that? That's
No.
the assertion.
Okay.
Nobody fucking said that.
All right.
That's the same statement.
And
I would like an
also-
argument.
He's
All right.
also conflating physical with
If you're
material.
going to,
Yes,
if you're going to claim that there's an infinite physical universe or a physical,
No, nothing cannot exist.
No one said that.
That's what we're
No one
saying.
said that. No one said that. We said
Nothing cannot
infinite
exist.
universe
that might be so. I don't say that.
or
I
like
say
infinite
there-
regress, but
Right. So, but if there is an infinite physical past,
nope, stop. No one said that.
yes,
If there's an infinite past,
So,
Don't
are
put
you
the
saying-
physical in there.
So you're saying you're agreeing with me that there is a beginning of time.
Nothing
Ain't
cannot
nobody
exist.
agreeing with you.
no.
Nothing
No.
cannot exist, man. There can't
Yeah, I
be.
didn't-
There always got to be something.
Look,
You guys can't
when I
understand.
say this, when I say the sentence, there could be an infinite regress of moments. For some reason, you then say that includes physical stuff, that includes material stuff. I'm saying no, that's not necessarily the case, and I would like to know why you think that's the case. Like material loses out instantly, and then physical, maybe you can make an argument for that, but I fucking doubt it. So I'm interested to hear it.
I don't believe that there is a possibility of an infinite regress of physical.
Okay, I agree. That's great.
All right.
You
Therefore,
told us if he give us a drawing.
therefore,
Then we know there
okay,
was a
great.
time when it was nothing.
Therefore, and here's where I really want you to explain to me. I believe because we agree that there's not an infinite number of regress of physical events, that there, I believe there must be a beginning.
What is a physical event?
a beginning
no,
of the.
no. Okay, you did it again.
hold on,
You
hold
did
on.
it again. You're
No.
tying infinite regress to physical or material, and I'm not even
Yeah.
willing to assume
Yeah.
that.
And I like to
Okay,
point
so
out
I'm
that
not.
if you
I'm
bring-
not willing. I'm
I
not
thought-
willing to assume that, and
I
I'm an
thought-
atheist.
I
So
thought
what's
you just
the
did.
what's the
I thought
problem?
you- I thought you just did assume that.
I'm saying that even if I say that there's not an infinite regress of material and then of physical, even if there's no infinite regress of those two things, I can still think of a world that had an infinite regress of non-material, non-physical things.
What? All right, good. We're getting somewhere.
I would like to point out that if Golden present a
this is
bottle of
really
nothing,
good.
then he can put this argument to rest. Present your bottle of nothing, and we know that nothing can exist.
What are those non-material, non-physical things?
They seem to be neutral to me. I think that the wave function is neither material, and then whether or not we classify it as physical.
What is the wave function?
That's another.
What is the universal wave function?
Okay, you asked for my opinion, right? You asked for my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I finish my opinion?
Well,
are you saying there's a qualifier for whether or not I can finish my opinion?
well, I'm pulling an ARPy here. If you're going to talk,
No, you're fucking not.
Yeah, I am.
I haven't talked for like 10 minutes,
RP
but I will say that this is an image of the opponent that Golden Arm is attacking. He's attacking a straw man.
RP thinks if he thinks that my response is ridiculous, he's going to interrupt me, and he's justified to do so.
Don't tell him what he thinks. I'm sure RB didn't say that.
He hasn't said shit in like.
Even if that's what you heard, that's probably not probably. I know that.
He said that yesterday. He said that yesterday to me.
You're crying about something RP said yesterday?
Yes, I am. I'm always crying
going
against you and RP. Yes.
That's
maybe just consider having the discussion with nobody.
We'll do
I
that
don't even
next.
know. I forget what we were in. Like, what?
It's also a straw man of what I was saying. I was saying if he says something wrong, then I have the right to step in and correct it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And you're the judgment of right and wrong, right? Exactly.
Kind of.
No, when you say something that's demonstrably false,
when you
I
don't
have the right to step in.
When you don't know what you're
and
talking about,
Your understanding of demonstrably wrong is absolutely absurd. Sorry. Thank you.
I don't think so.
I said
would love to see a
demonstrably
demonstration.
false.
Yeah. So, okay, I
Just another
will.
straw man.
I'm willing to look at what regresses, right? And I'm willing to say it's obviously not material. It could be physical. It could not be physical. The thing that does extend infinitely into the past, right? And I'm going to say something like it's like some type of like dispositional power structure, like the wave function. It's going to be something neutral, which I would also point at the wave function. And whether or not we think the wave function and these dispositions are quote unquote physical, we know that they're not material. So like I have a very soft stance, but it's something that doesn't necessitate material nor physical to regress infinitely. And none of that has anything to do with God. And so I'm super unclear why you keep saying if there's an infinite regress, it's a physical infinite regress. Because I keep saying, no, that's not the case. It could be something alternative to physical and mental. It could be something not spiritual. It could be something not physical, something not material, something not mental. All of these things could be the case, and there could still be some type of infinite regress. And I'm asking you, why does an infinite regress entail physicality or material? And if it does not, then let it go.
My stance is super soft right now.
My answer to that is what is the wave? What is the wave you refer to?
It's a field that.
What's a field? What is a field?
Just read a science book, dude.
Dude,
I really feel like you didn't
basically
listen to
what you
what
said
you
was
saying.
what you said was no, hold on. You said it doesn't have to be physical, but then you said there's a wave which is physical.
We'll see. What I'm trying to point out. Let me
someone like
it's an
absolutely
absurd,
listen,
irresponsible response.
Listen,
You're
Someone-
appealing to a reality of physicalness. And
Nope.
No.
Don't tell him what he's doing. Just listen to him.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I'm
look,
interpreting.
Let
someone,
him clarify for you.
someone like Bertrand
Okay,
Russell would describe them.
Then I'm asking for clarification
Mhm.
of what the wave is. What is the
He'll
what is
give
the
it
wave?
to you. Don't
It is-
worry.
it is-
Listen to him. He gave you this answer.
Clarify the
No,
wave.
no. Just take a break, okay? We're just let him
What is?
answer.
So you want me to describe what I think the wave function is?
Yes, please.
Okay. Like I said, it could be neutral. It could be a physical subset that we don't know to call physical yet.
What
it
is
could
it?
be. Did I sound like I was done?
You said it could be this or it could be that. I'm asking what is it?
Yeah, I'm not like you. I'm not going to say it's God unfoundedly.
so you
I'm not
don't know
going to
what-
describe it in ways that
So-
I can't guarantee. I'm
so you
giving you
don't-
all the options that are non-physical and non-material. Do you want
you
to hear
don't-
them or not?
There are no options like that. What?
You,
He's
oh
going
my
to tell
God.
you. It's
Oh
okay.
my God,
Just
bro.
let
That'd
him
be an
talk.
option.
He's very smart.
Wow.
He'll get there. He'll give you what you need.
The only way to
This is
counteract
like
this is
literally.
to show a show
Listen
us
to me.
nothing.
You need
Keep
to
going,
stop
Goldie.
saying.
Nobody's about to crash out, and it's going to be fucking glorious. Keep going,
You need
dude.
to stop saying shit. You need
Get him,
to stop
Goldie.
saying shit
Let
like
him.
you're not allowed to do that because you don't know that. You don't know that there is this dichotomy. And like, it's not even a dichotomy with you because there's material, there's physical, and then there's like some type of spiritual. And like, I don't even know what you're even trying to like pigeonhole me into. It makes no sense. What I'm telling you.
Explain the wave, please.
Okay. The wave function is either neutral or a physical thing that I don't know how we would like put it into a subset of physical, right? So we have neutral. I know you cannot because I'm not fucking done. Are you
I want to ask a
joking?
question. I want to ask
Yes,
a
go ahead.
question.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. Go ahead. Do it.
What do you
What's the
mean by
question?
the wave function is neutral?
Neutral
No,
means
you can't. Go
non-material.
ahead.
Neutral means non-material and non-mental. Do you want further clarification?
So the wave function by definition might be non-material or non-neutral. Or
No,
non-
that's my That's my
non-mental.
opinion, but it could still
Non-mental.
be a subs. It could still be a
Interpretation of the
subset.
wave function.
All
Non.
right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
got
Jesus
this.
Christ.
Thank you.
I know a
for
lot
that.
of people's brains who are non-physical and
Please
non-mental.
continue. Please continue.
This is my
Okay,
interpretation
look.
of the wave function. Hey, let me do mine. My interpretation of the wave function is the ability for things to affect the universe and for the universe to affect you, like interactions and stuff. Anything with the same universal wave function can
Yes.
interact with anything with the others with the same universal wave
Yes.
function.
Okay, and this brings me to the third option is like some type of dispositional realism, right? So look, we have it could be neutral. It could simply just be non-material, non-mental, and we don't know if we want to call it physical yet, right? And then we have a dispositional monism. Then we have an option to say what is really fundamental and at the baseline of reality is the powers that cause things, right? So that's dispositional monism. The prior one was neutral monism. Then we could talk about mathematical monism, and the quantum wave is definitely a mathematical figure, right? Okay, and I feel like I had like 2 or 3 others, and I forget them now because it's been so fucking confusing. But you see how none of these, things. Hold on. You see how none of these things had the word physical or material in them? Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, I acknowledge that.
So
but
then listen. The
all right.
regress. No, dude. Seriously, fucking stop. The regress can then therefore be non-physical and non-material. Correct?
No,
Okay. Oh my God.
absolutely not. Because you've defined the wave as anything and everything that
No.
is not physical. Yes, you have.
No.
Yes, you have.
Absolutely not.
Yes, you
Oh,
have.
Holy
my
shit.
God.
I
My ears.
literally said it could be the case that this is a
could.
subset of what we deem physical, like
It
the
could be.
electromagnetic field or other fields, right?
Could it?
Like
could-
it
yes.
could be the case that
Could
it
it
is
not-
physical.
Could it
So-
not be the case? Could it not be the case?
I think it's
Anything
not
that
the
has an
case.
effect
Yes.
on the universe, man. If
No,
it
I'm
don't have an
asking-
effect,
You're saying
Well,
it
look
could
at
be
like-
the case, I'm asking, could it not be the case?
You're
Yes,
finding a gape
that's my point. That's
for
my
your God.
position. Is
And
it's not
Put it like
physical.
this, if you can't affect it and it can't affect you, then why fucking worry about it? It's over there. Fuck it. If it exists or not, you can't affect it and it can't affect you. So it don't have your universal wave function.
When I speak of a
I won't worry
wave,
about it.
I speak of energy fields. I speak of sine waves. I speak of amplitude. I speak of physicalness.
Sure. Yes.
But you're saying, but your
No,
wave.
no, no, no. Not the last one.
Sine
No, not the
waves
last
don't
one.
have a physical.
Yeah, not
your
the
wave
not
is-
the last one. When you said physical at the end there, that was a mistake.
Your wave is
The
not
rest
that
was
bad,
fine.
right? So your wave is just like a wave that's like
We talking about
not
causality,
really
cause and effect.
your
This is
wave.
cause and effect.
Your wave doesn't have any characteristics, right?
No, it has literal dispositions that are necessary.
What
This is cause
dispositions?
and effect.
What
The
necessary
dispositions for
dispositions?
things to excite out of the fields themselves.
That's
What
the
fields?
C and
What
MC
fields?
square. You talking about the C and
3D
MC
or
square.
3N configuration space.
What does
Like
that mean?
It means that 3D
Type
like
it up,
local
man.
space.
Type it up.
I'm not
Everything
typing
has an
anything.
effect,
That's
man.
someone
else.
else.
I'm typing.
Someone's typing something.
I'm on Reddit because
Three?
I am so bored.
3N
Me too. There's not
3N
enough coffee this
configuration
morning.
space is where 3D space would emerge from if wave function realism is true, and that's what I think is true.
All right, all right.
What we see?
I'm gonna concede. I'm gonna research wave function. What's it called?
Universal wave function.
I mean, there's going to be multiple sects of wave function
Uni-
realism.
Universal. Let me hold on. Universal wave.
No, just look up wave function realism.
Wave function.
Look at that.
Give me a second.
Yes.
Wave function realism.
And there's only certain versions of wave function realism that are compatible with what I was saying.
I think you do get look it up on the physics.
I've
This
got,
is
I've got
probably easier for you to
nobody.
understand.
I've got that noted, and I can't talk to you on that because I'm not familiar with it.
It's fine, but listen, the point is that the infinite regress need not be physical or material. That's trivially true.
If you guys keep it up with your philosophy, I'm gonna pluck a chicken and humble you.
Please, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Nobody. I appreciate that. I'll look into it because this is really a huge objection to me. With how I
Why?
see-
Okay, listen.
No.
You affirm an infinite regress that isn't material because God exists infinitely into the past, correct?
I affirm that God can exist infinitely because
No. You know that's the case, correct?
I just said what I believe.
Okay,
can't tell
your
me-
belief
you
is
can't
that it's
tell me-
possible.
You can't tell me
Your-
no. I mean, you can say that's not true.
Your belief is that it's possible that God
No,
existed
bad
for all
golden
time.
arm.
Yeah. My belief is that God can exist for all time. I don't understand that.
Well, not even no. It has to be before time because He created time. Do you understand?
Exactly. Yes, agreed.
Okay,
Hey,
so then
Sean.
listen. There's a problem now because I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying that physical and material things can have a beginning, and I think there's something non-physical, non-material that emerged from. You think the same thing. So this is the whole point. The whole point of all of this is that when you say, "Why is there something rather than nothing?" we already agree there has to be something. So stop doing that.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
didn't you just
No,
say
but
that what you believe that came to be came from something that's not God?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
But that's something, right?
Correct.
So is God, according to you.
Is it
It has
is
to
it,
be.
is it physical?
No.
Between us and you, we don't know what it is.
Hey,
'Cause we don't
It
know what
depends
nothing
on.
is.
Okay, listen.
Is
It
that-
depends on
hey,
how you
Ron.
define physical, but
you
I
doing,
don't
Ron?
think so.
Hey, God, no.
Whatever it is, whatever
Oh
it
my God.
is.
God, no. The point.
It
the point-
is what
the
it is. I like
No,
that. McTime.
it's not even the case of it is what it is. The point here is, Golden Arm.
It is what it is.
You're applying a special attribute of physics that you're claiming applies to your presupposition, the thing that
No.
you believe, that
No.
doesn't apply to what nobody has just stated. You
I
are
think-
literally special pleading here.
I think I'm not. And
Yes.
I think
No, listen.
Okay.
Listen.
I think-
Why?
I think okay, let me
How?
explain this. I thought I explained this to nobody, but I'll explain it to you again. The infinite regress problem is only a physical problem.
Correct.
And so in the physical,
no, I disagree. It could also be an energy problem, but I think you assume
I'll
that
just
it's a physical problem.
I'll
as
just
well.
I'll just grant it. I'll just grant it. So go ahead. What's the problem?
The reason why I'm answering the question why it's not special pleading. That's the only answer I'm answering.
That's fine.
God is not physical.
Okay.
In my opinion, I might be wrong.
Mine, mine too. Mine too.
But in my opinion, he's spiritual, and that's different than physical. It's different than energy. So infinite regress is an issue that's directly related to energy and matter.
Okay.
Because energy and matter
Energy is not matter.
are inherently connected to time.
You can transform energy into matter.
Time is a product. Time is a product of energy and matter.
You gotta keep in mind whatever thing they were talking about.
Somebody said something.
Let me conclude, please.
Sorry, just super quick, Golden Arm. Somebody said something in the chat that is relevant to the position that you're making, and they said that energy is different. You can convert energy into matter. Yes, absolutely. The equals sign with respect to energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. It is communicative. You can convert matter into energy and energy into matter, but they are still different actual ontological things.
Right.
But the thing that you're making the claim that exists with respect to God is an ontological status that I don't think we can actually test, which is kind of my problem.
I don't think we can test it either. I agree with you, but all I'm saying is that it's not special.
We can't include
it's not special pleading to say that a.
Hey, Golden Arm, you're breaking up.
Am I?
All right, it's not special.
It's not special pleading to say that God, who is outside of time, spiritual, is not subject to infinite regress, while something in time, subject to materialism, energy, changes, sequence of events, is subject to
time itself is not subject.
You can't even say that there is such a thing as outside of time.
I also think you just defined special pleading.
You haven't substantiated that claim.
Well, I think I've made the distinction. You can believe it.
I can defeat this also. So, do you believe that time can be created?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that an act of creation will require before and after state?
I don't know how that works. I understand your argument.
How do you have an act of creation without a before and after state? Because in order for an act of creation to occur, the thing must not exist, and then it must be created and then exist.
I believe in answer to that in a eternal state, which is timeless.
That would derive a contradiction, because the thing would both exist and not exist at the same, in the same atemporal state of affairs. And we all know that contradictions do not exist.
Surprisingly,
and again, you're back at special pleading.
Surprisingly, I agree with that, but
okay. So then you must accept that an act of creation requires before and after events.
It does in a sense of eternal time, which I don't understand.
It does, but before and after events are only possible within time, because outside of time they would derive a contradiction.
You're not going to get rid of
if an act of creation requires to be inside of time, time itself cannot be created because it is a prerequisite for an act of creation.
Nope.
Therefore, God cannot have created time. Go ahead and demonstrate where the contradiction is in my argument.
I'm going to respond to his argument very simply. But then all you're doing is you're entering into the philosophical impossibility of an infinite regress. There is no
It's not a philosophical
position.
impossibility.
There is no
That doesn't even
position.
mean anything.
There is no
There's no
position.
such thing as a philosophical
There
impossibility.
is-
I already
hold on.
told you this.
There is no
Just
position
demonstrate it's an
that
impossibility.
doesn't have. There is no position that does not have problems. Your
There's no
position-
philosophical modality.
What?
There.
Golden Arm, the notion that a position doesn't have problems is an asinine thing to say. It
No,
doesn't
it's
mean
not.
that it doesn't mean that it doesn't have utility, that it doesn't have value. Like what you're saying here is that you're claiming a fact, like a state of being that has no antecedent state of being, no prerequisites to it. That's basically what you're claiming, but you're also claiming that it is subject to said prerequisites. Like pick a lane, for fuck's sake.
I don't know what you're saying. Can you speak English for me? 'Cause
He is English.
I'm pretty.
Dude,
He's
speaking-
literally
hey,
speaking
dumb
the king's
fuck.
fucking English.
We're not gonna do this weird
Wow.
like
English effort.
English
Fucking English.
bigotry. Okay,
Literally
Global,
from a
I
country-
muted you because
Like,
you
look.
said something profoundly stupid.
All right. Yeah. So look. Maybe if you could actually clarify what your question was instead of saying speak English to an English speaker.
Yeah,
like,
speak
maybe that would be
American,
better.
man. What's
I
going
listen,
on?
you speak goddamn American
No one can
real
hear you,
quick,
bro. No one can hear you, bro. Just stop. No one can hear you.
Come on, Golden Arm, speak American.
Golden
Do
Arm.
it.
Golden Arm
Once
is
they
looking at-
unmute, no one can hear you. I'm not lying to you. Once you're unmuted, just what was your actual clarification? I'm gonna fuck that word up right now. What was your clarifying question for John? You're not unmuted.
You're
Okay, there you
unmuted
go.
now. Please ask the clarifying question for John.
John was speaking to me, but I did not ask him a question.
Doesn't matter. I still heard
Well-
what you said, right?
We're aware.
This is the funniest.
Do I need to go over the async rules
This is
with you again?
wild.
I heard what you said, Golden Arm, and then I asked you a question. I said, what you're doing is you're requiring an entity that does not require any antecedent facts, doesn't require any prerequisites, but is also affected by said prerequisites, which is within like the concept of what we have of time, causation. It breaks it. Which is a case of special pleading. Like
How
you're
is-
stating that my perception of what you've said is you're stating that your conception of quote unquote God, this first mover, is reactive to antecedent states, but has no antecedent states to it, i.e. is an uncaused cause, which is like with your understanding of physics, which is rudimentary at best, is broken, right?
I can't follow your language, man.
Everybody, nobody.
Right.
Time, did you follow what I said?
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out what an antecedent is.
Sorry,
I
I'm not either of those people, but I
John,
followed.
let's test it, John. Let,
Oh
I
my
don't know what
God,
antecedent
no.
is.
let's let
I don't go
Jada
skull staff
explain what
on
you
this
asked me
motherfucker.
in her own words. Okay, let's do that. Jada, what did John
Jada?
say? Because Jada's very, very eloquent.
Okay.
Also, if
this is
sorry,
like
there,
fucking
there,
like
She's
Jada.
very
That is
nice.
true. That is
When I-
true. That is true.
when I
so
when I
kind,
asked
everybody.
nobody in time if they followed what I said, I'm sure there are other people in the chat that also followed what I said.
Hey,
I wasn't
Ted
doing it on
knows.
purpose,
Ted
I'm just-
always knows.
That wasn't
Listen,
that wasn't a
Ted
slight.
always
Hey,
knows.
Bird, he's not-
You
he's
don't
not
call
smart
me. I
enough
didn't
to
study, and I haven't had my
All right,
coffee.
so for some
You
reason,
want,
Jada,
you want me to paraphrase what he said?
I
Because
thought
you're
it
an
sounded
idiot and
funny.
you're wrong. Fuck that.
He's rage baiting.
so Jada, for some reason, you've been tasked with
Oh.
steel manning John's argument.
Okay, so I have bad news, everybody. I was
She wasn't
making a
listening.
snack.
We know.
But that's okay. I got you, Jada. He said
Okay,
you're
Gretchen,
ignorant
please
and you're
inform.
fucking you're fucking wrong. That's what John said.
That's not very nice.
Well,
I never
have
promised
bad
to be
news.
nice.
Jada, making
Oh, not you, him. Did you say that?
No,
Did you
I-
say that about us?
How dare
making
you?
a what?
Words.
Did
He's
you
not
say you
smart
were
enough to get the big shit.
making a sack? For what?
You're making a snack.
John, I appreciate
A
you.
snack,
You're
not a
a very
sack.
bright person, but I can't understand your language, man.
Judge, you understand what I'm saying when it's
Okay, right. Let
You
me put it this way.
I think every time Golden Arm has gone and got quote unquote water, it's actually more alcohol.
Right. Let me put it this way. Let's try and break this down. So anything anything that requires an antecedent fact, like anything that is subject to cause and effect, which God, according to you or your conception of God, does seem to be. But what you'll do is you'll roll the clock back so far, and then you'll go, okay, from this point, I'm special pleading, because from this point, cause and effect doesn't apply.
All right, yeah.
And there's no reason, there's no rationale, there's no physical principle that seems to apply. There's nothing testable about it. There's nothing that we can do. Like, it's just a claim that you make.
Right.
It doesn't seem to make any kind of sense, right?
Can I try to explain it to you for a second?
I got 3 minutes.
All right, 3 minutes. I can do it in 2.
That's more than enough time. What are you
So for me, the infinite
It's a long time, isn't it?
The infinite regress problem is like.
Am I right, guys? That's a long
is-
time.
Is an actual
Very long
problem.
time,
And so I'm like, if there's always one more prior event than today, then then you can never get to today. And so
I've been quiet for a bit. Hold on.
I swear to fucking God, I'll burn this planet.
Hold on. I have a very Golden Arm. Hold on. Golden Arm. Hey, don't make me mute you. I have a limited amount of time before I have to go and be a parent. So shut the fuck up. Holy shit. The problem with trying to use that analogy of we would never get to today is that you are treating the value of infinity as an integer. Infinity is not an integer, and so it's not a point on the timeline that you would choose and then traverse to this day. In order to traverse something, there needs to be a beginning and ending point. Okay, and those points are going to be finite. Infinity is not an integer; it's a cardinality. It's a direction essentially. Okay, and so you're making this error by trying to treat infinity as a fucking number.
Yeah, like
Can I respond to that? Yes or no?
Please.
If you
John, let him respond because I have 2 minutes.
All right.
Fine. Yeah.
RP, I'm not treating it as an integer. I'm treating it more as a dynamic interval. An interval is between one point and another point, which is definite,
which is finite.
Yes.
With me?
But the problem is that you can't deal with an infinite past as a finite point because there's always one more
it's not exactly it's a fucking cardinality. There's always going to be a new point. Yeah.
So it's a dynamic interval, not an integer. So
the concept of traversing infinity I disagree with you. You don't traverse something that doesn't have a start and end point.
It's not an integer. It's when you go take care of your kids, you put dynamic interval into your brain, please. Thank you very much.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Not a salient mathematical concept. But with that said, I need to sign off. It's time for me to go be a parent. Now, let's quickly recap what happened here. Golden Arm was unable to demonstrate the impossibility of a infinite regress. I was able to prove the impossibility of nothing, and Golden Arm conceded that it is possible for God to not exist. That was a fun one. And now he has been unable to prove that time can be created. So these are all the things that Golden Arm has lost on over the last several hours. He hasn't taken a single W. So
that thing cannot exist.
And that was after we stomped a mud hole in his ass last night over Genesis.
W. No. Pay attention here. This motherfucker is primetime fucking entertainment. He's taking the biggest fucking W. This was a fucking hilarious one. I fucking listened to this podcast. Purely
I'm glad you're entertained.
Gretchen, you have found a fucking cat.
Can I just double check? This is the first time I've got a decent view of Golden Arm's sofa, which seems like it has quantum leaped here from the 1980s with respect to the fabric that it's made from. So his sofa might actually be able to traverse time. But other than that, I have an argument, Steve.
All right, good.
I have a statement
Thank
before
you,
I go.
everyone, for jumping on the panel, and thanks for everyone in chat. I'll catch you
Thanks,
later.
RP.
Good
Night, RP. See you tomorrow.
I also have to go soon, but I just wanted to say that while I may not be able to traverse infinite inches, I can traverse the infinite amount of fractions between 1 inch and 2 inches.
Okay, Satoru Gojo, we get it. I can traverse about 11 inches before I reach my limit.
You're a longer man than me. I mean, stronger man than me.
Wow.
I'm not okay.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
mean,
You know what I
nothing
mean,
just
though.
can't exist,
Yeah.
man. Everything stems from that. Nothing just can't exist, and everything what nobody was saying and Arthur was saying, it just stems from that. Nothing cannot exist.
Well, it's like it's the old joke. Like a mathematician walks into a bar and buys a pint. The second
Until you
mathematician
go
walks
find me a
into a
jar
bar
of
and
nuts,
buys
and then you can't argue the
half a
contrary.
pint. The third mathematician walks into the bar and buys a quarter of a pint. The next mathematician walks into the bar and buys an eighth of a pint. And the barman just pours them 2 pints and says that they should probably learn some basic maths.
Oh, I got a good one. Okay.
I
A
gotta
Jewish
go.
man and the leader of the Proud Boys walk into a podcast. That one isn't a joke. That actually happened like 4 days ago.
See ya.
Well, we gotta laugh to keep from crying, everybody. Just laugh to keep from crying.
Well, honestly, I get kind of where Golden Arm is coming from to a certain degree. He's questioning the physical, but that's the thing. Science is. This is why we point to science, in my opinion. Golden Arm is
On a
because
scale of 1 to 10, how high are you though? You know what I
that,
mean?
that gives us the ability to make these calls. You know,
J Money has my back, right?
That's a different argument, though, man.
How THC is your consciousness right now, J Money?
Oh no.
It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. His words matter, not his THC.
Well, no, of course. It's like yes, his words do matter, but with respect to, like, frankly, J Money sometimes makes sense and sometimes he doesn't. And the times that he tends to make sense are the times when he's not.
Let's let him make
like
some sense now,
three
'cause he's
3 feet of blunt. You know, when he's
hey, listen. if I'm always high, then what does that mean? You get what I'm saying?
I like your bias,
always
but
smacked.
still I'm offended.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm always smacked, that tells you something with that. You know what I mean? Like I got my bearings. I keep an open mind, bro. I see both sides. Like at the end of it, it's not just one way. We still got a lot of questions we asking. When you say there's no such thing as empty space, you always have to preface it with that we know of. Because there's still science.
You can see an argument if you pull out a jar of nuts and you show us a jar of nuts or a bottle of nuts and you pull that out, then our argument is defeated. You got to show us nuts so we can know that it exists.
No, but no, you're right, McTime. Just like I would have had to show you an atom before they found atoms to show that they exist. Like, you get what I'm saying? If I was somebody
Envy, that's
atoms back in the day.
Envy, when you said that, the Proud Boy and the Jew, I was like, all I could think about is Tim Pool and Justin from DZ.
Oh
Can you can you
Have you
say
ever seen that?
Can you say the way?
Wait, weren't they
Have
on
you ever
like
seen? You've never seen that?
Yeah. No, I saw it with Michael Jones, right?
But you need to say it the way it's meant to be said. So you have to say the Jew.
It was on
right?
Tim
That's
Pool's
the way it's meant to be
podcast.
said.
Yeah, it was like
Or
fucking
Culture
hilarious.
War.
I saw that. I saw it like a year ago. Yeah, it was hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, it was from about a year ago.
Anyway, wait, J Money. Okay, let me hear me out, right? Let's say you have a nuclear bomb and a coughing baby, right? Who do you think is winning that
Yes, Golden Arm, the chat's live.
Obviously,
How do you not know that?
You could say that, but it's not that simple.
It really is, right? Like, let's say there's a nuclear bomb and a coughing fucking baby, right? Who's winning that fight?
Obviously, if you take those two situations, that's obvious. Come on now, like I'm talking about something that's a little bit more,
right? So from where
something
I'm
that's
sitting,
a little more nuanced than that. You know what I'm saying?
right? But what I'm saying is, RP is nuclear bomb, Golden Arm is coughing baby, right? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, not necessarily. RP's human, Golden is human. You know what
Golden
I'm
Arm
saying?
walked into the Achilles and tortoise fallacy. I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it.
Maybe. I mean, you probably don't
What?
want to hear it. That's fine. You don't have to hear it. But what I'm saying
What,
is,
you-
it doesn't mean it don't got merit.
Are you talking like
do.
the sub like with respect to RP? Sorry, Golden Arm. And obviously clarify because I know you're actually here, Golden Arm. But there is no way that you think like the continuous subdivision of distances between things means that they never actually come together, right? You can't. I mean, I assume that's what you're talking about there.
Are you talking
Like
to
the
me?
no, yeah, the notion that a tortoise that like if like the notion that if somebody fired an arrow at a tortoise, then despite the fact that the tortoise is moving slower than the arrow would never actually catch up to the tortoise because the tortoise is always moving further away. You know, it's an insane thing to claim. But
Yeah, I wouldn't claim that.
That's Zeno
That's-
paradox.
That's not my claim.
Literally the claim when you said like if there's an infinite past, you couldn't reach the present. That's the same exact thing.
It's the same
And
thing,
that's
yeah,
what
right?
John mentioned. John, what you talking about? Hey, John, what you talking about? That's the Zeno paradox.
Quite literally
Yes.
the same thing. Yes.
Yeah, but Xeno's like that does mean that if Golden Arm and I were to meet in person, because we're subject to infinite states of time, that if he
you
said
like-
something stupid and I were to slap him upside the head, my open-handed
I
palm
know
would
what
never
to say.
meet the
It's in
side
the
of his
words of
face.
nobody.
Like,
Zeno paradox.
you like
Paradox is a contradiction, and contradictions cannot exist. In the
John,
words-
do you like whiskey,
Is that
John?
what you would say? Nobody.
We're talking about alpha now. Hold on. We're talking about
Antimatter
alpha.
is a contradiction, right? I mean, think about it.
It's a
Like
paradox.
matter comes out, and then antimatter comes out, and then that's a contradiction right there, built into matter.
Antimatter's a
Ain't no
contradiction. We
antimatter
have
come
it.
out.
We make that shit all the time.
Antimatter only happens when it can happen. It don't happen too often.
We
No,
can
I hear you.
reinforce
The universe is made out of
So-
real matter.
That is literally like, in other words, the contradiction is what I'm saying. Physical things have contradictions in it. We'll just call it antimatter. You see,
What's a
there's no
wait,
agency.
I don't know what that means.
You wouldn't
That's
call
not-
it.
Let's antimatter is a
no.
very specific thing.
Well,
Yeah,
and when
Antimatter
there's
has a definition. You can't just repurpose it for
I'm
your
not
own.
repurposing it at all. Like if you listen,
I mean, you
to
making
I'm playing
communication
Resident Evil
hard.
3 Nemesis, so
You
that's
think a
how I'm getting.
positron is a contradiction because
up?
electrons also
What?
exist?
You said what?
You think a positron is a contradiction because of an electron's existence?
No, I'm saying that physical features of reality show like opposite things of each other. Like for example, like you'll have something and then there'll be something that's the exact opposite that happens. Like,
yeah, but
Jay-
opposite is different than negation. Like
Yeah, well,
so-
that's exactly the same thing. Like, just because something has a positive and negative charge, it doesn't mean that the positive exists and the negative doesn't exist. It's
I'm not
with
saying
respect
that
to charges,
neither one
right?
doesn't exist. I know they both exist. What I'm trying to tell you is that that's like what I view as a built-in contradiction because it's the thing,
No,
and then
it's
there's
just like
the
balance.
exact opposite of the thing occurring because of the thing. You see what I'm
And-
saying? Because of
No,
the
it's like
thing.
balance.
Something
It's
happens,
like
and then antimatter happens because of such thing. Like
no,
when
but antimatter,
No.
like think of matter as A and antimatter as B. But then what you're trying to do with a contradiction is saying there is A and there is not A. You're not
No,
saying
I'm not saying that.
when there's
I'm not
A,
saying that.
there could be also B. Like,
I'm not
that's not a
saying that.
contradiction. That's just
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that something happens, right? A happens, right? And then the antimatter is B, right? But the B that came from the A wouldn't happen unless the A occurred. It's
that just
literally
means it's a
something
bi.
happening.
That just means it's a biconditional. It's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
No, what
but
I'm
Jay,
saying is
Jay, I
something-
want to ask you a question here, which is really quite fundamental, and it may seem really, really basic, but can you please give me an explanation of what entropy is?
No, I'm not gonna do that. Just get where you're trying to go.
Well, the reason I'm asking,
I could do it, but I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to run around the block with you. I just
the
wanna
reason
get
that I
to
ask you, the reason that I ask you is because a basic explanation of what entropy is exactly what was just being talked about. Like
No, I
the
get
positive,
entropy. I know what entropy is. Just make your point.
my point is that with respect to energy, like the positive and negative energy gradient doesn't mean that the negative energy gradient is the negation of energy. It's the different amount of energy that exists on a plane, which is all we're talking about here. Like you're talking about like the absence of something, and we're talking about the different levels of something with respect to the points at which they exist.
I'm not saying that. Like he was talking about contradictions. I'm saying that reality itself has contradictions built into it, but we don't see it that way because there's no agency in the things that we're talking about. These things, fields, forces, they don't have minds, right? But when we look at certain things that they do, like we see contradiction in a sense. Like it creates this one thing, and in creating that one thing in the same moment, it also created the exact antithesis or the exact opposite of it, the thing that works against it. You see what I'm saying? There's a system.
Sure, but an antithesis is not the negation. Well, maybe in like a certain
it's
sense.
the opposite. It's the opposite end of it, which what contradicts it. If this is one way, that's the flip side of it. You get what I'm saying?
Look, if both sides of a scale need 6 ounces and they're balanced, that's not a contradiction.
No, I'm not saying that that's a contradiction. I'm saying that there's an opposite side to what's there. There's a side that is all right. A contradiction. I guess I'm using it wrong. It's like a flip side to. There's another side to it. It's not just matter. It's antimatter. There's a process that is antimatter that kills matter. Like
it's almost like it's an opposite. Yes, that's the word you're looking for.
That's exactly, there you go. You see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to I'm trying to basically say something that works against us to where certain scientists point out why was there ever anything anyway that survived, because for every amount of matter there should be an equal amount of antimatter to cancel itself out for anything.
No one has ever said there should be an equal amount of antimatter, though.
I mean, I've heard that. I've heard that before, so that's my bad. I've heard that before. I should look for the source before I just offer that. But I've heard that before. Good point. I don't know if I have heard of that, but I've heard that before.
Like, I mean, you might have heard of it, but for example, there's no requirement for like the notion of heat. Like you've heard of the phrase heat death, right? With respect to energy in our universe. Like at that point, there is going to be equal amounts of energy on both sides of the equation. And because there are equal amounts of energy on both sides of the equation, that means that there is no what we call free energy for allow any kind of energy exchange to happen. So under that set of circumstances, you'd be right. But right now, the reason that we allow things like energy exchanges or chemical energy to exist is because there is no balance of energy in our universe. There is more energy on the positive and less energy on the negative. And that's why I ask you about entropy. Like where entropy is when there are exactly the same amounts of energy on the positive.
Doesn't matter
it's an energy
don't
gradient.
matter and antimatter annihilate when they come in contact with each other and produce energy?
And thus preventing a contradiction.
No, it doesn't, because what happens is it all goes back to the same, and this is what is confusing to me, because it all breaks down to the same substances. Everything we are and that we see is just different processes and different conditional aspects of the same materials. This all originates from the same materials, the same building blocks.
Think of it as this way. If you've got a battery, right? It has a cathode and an anode. It's got a positive and a negative. And the reason that energy passes from the positive to the negative is because there's more energy potential at the positive than there is at the negative.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we consider a battery to be flat, i.e. have no energy, that's not actually true. The battery does still have potential energy, but the reason that it can't express the energy is because it has exactly the same amount of energy both on the positive and the negative, because there's no room for, there's no differentiation between the 2 points. And that's exactly.
You guys call that a flat battery?
That's how entropy works with respect to the change of energy states, the change of chemical energy. Any kind of energy transfer from point A to point B requires what we call an energy gradient. And the heat
That's
death
what
of
I'm
the
saying.
universe is where energy is completely uniform. And the only way that you can change this uniformity of energy, i.e., with, for example, a flat battery, is to recharge it. You put more energy on the positive end of the battery, right?
What I'm
So you need an
There is a
external source
theory.
of energy.
There is a theory that entropy is the arrow of time. It's what makes. That's the reason why we can't go backwards in time is because of entropy. That's one. That's one
That's
theory.
sure, or it's the fact that the dimension of time only flows one way.
Yeah, there's only one way because you can't reverse entropy. You can always crack the egg, but you can't uncrack it. You see what I'm saying?
What?
That's entropy.
Oh, you meant like literally cracking an actual egg. Never mind.
No, well, I'm talking about time period. That's what gives the time is arrow. Is entropy because the
Actually, I
entropy
don't know about that.
only increases.
I've
Well,
heard some
entropy,
stuff where you actually could slow entropy down, and
well, I mean, if you can slow it down, you
like
slow time
depending
down. I
on
guess.
whether or not it's a closed system, and
You can in principle slow time down with the input of enough energy, but it doesn't seem
Right, yeah.
possible that we can spin it
no,
backwards.
not
No,
time,
you slow
entropy.
entropy down, but I mean, it's still gonna happen. Entropy is unstoppable. It is the tendency of things become more random over time, and we experience at age.
No, only until it reaches equilibrium.
Yeah,
It doesn't
well,
just keep going forever.
Well, you're
Entropy
correct.
stops when it
Correct.
reaches equilibrium.
Correct. I stand corrected.
Well,
but
it's not that entropy stops. It's that you've achieved entropy or equilibrium.
You achieve maximum entropy. Once you achieve maximum, then nothing else can happen. No more
Yeah,
time.
everything stops.
6 to 1, half a dozen of the other.
I mean, time would still pass, but it wouldn't matter because this way would look the same as yesterday. Everything would just be the same.
Listen, that we know of. For everything we see, there's a process that is the reverse of it. For
Show me
everything
something
we
that's getting
see,
younger. Show me something getting
Is this
younger.
the Flash? What are you talking about?
for everything we see,
You gotta tell me Benjamin Button, man. Once you tell me Benjamin Button, I believe you.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
That's
you.
what we talk about.
I'm talking about you in general as a person, as a being of entity. You at the end of the day are mass and matter. Mass and matter is energy.
Massive.
And energy is mass and matter. You understand what I'm saying? Like so.
Well, I see, but it seems like this is a different subject. We talking about entropy and how it relates to time.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is we break down back into the same raw energy that makes up everything. That's what we all
No.
All right,
no, Jay. That. So this chemical exchange that exists between energy state and energy state, you require a minimum amount of differential between the energy that exists now and the energy in the material. That is entropy. So whilst it is the case that energy never gets destroyed, with respect to the chemical reactions, you do lose energy. There's no such thing as a perfect energy transfer from one state to another, but it does mean that the energy doesn't necessarily exist. The energy gets expressed in terms of things like heat or light.
Hey, if there's
or
such a thing as a
something like
perfect
that.
energy transfer, tell me now because my computer's fucking boiling my room.
We seeing it right now. What do you mean a perfect energy transfer? We seeing it right now. You seeing Golden Arm go from looking at y'all talking about that, and his energy, guess what? It switched to the cat. That's a perfect energy transfer.
So
You switch from this craziness to the beautiful cat. You know what I'm saying?
But Jay,
it's a thermodynamic version of entropy.
Jay, if perfect energy transfer were possible, then it's the equivalent of being able to say, right, hey, let's use all of the energy that is generated by water flowing downhill, and going through a turbine, and then we'll use all of that energy to pump all of the water back up the hill and then run it back through the turbine and claim that this is going to be a perfect process, which we can't do, right? Even
and so
in
principle, that's a thermodynamic way of looking at entropy. You can look at it from a physics
guess what, Jay?
You can only look at it from a physics perspective.
I'm trying to
Well, I mean, that's a bigger.
Jay,
you're talking
that was
granular. I'm talking about
I can't make out what y'all saying. My bad.
Jay, y'all getting the granular minutia. But everything what you're saying is right. That's just the exact detail in the granular minutia. But on the big scale, things get older. Things get older with time. That's all entropy is saying. If you can tell me something that don't get old, it get younger, then you beat that argument.
But the point that I was trying to make with this example of a pump that pumps water back up to the top of the hill and runs it back through the turbine again is that process has to be perfect. But every process that runs through that system, every single process is subject to some kind of physical limitation.
And those processes drive time.
Of course, they require time. So what?
No, I said it drive time. That's what the process. The process happening is what makes time go. That's why it only moves in one direction.
Time isn't the thing that makes times go. Time is something that just happens when you have energy or mass.
I mean, but you got one process that happen after another. That's time. One
Bingo.
process happen, then another process happen. That's time.
You have to have mass. You have to have mass for time. Bingo. Thank you.
No. You have to have mass or energy.
Same thing, right?
You have to
No, they're not the same thing.
I wouldn't argue that. I don't know if you can, but I know something has to happen for time to happen.
You have to bend space for that, and that happens through mass.
Therefore, the infinite regress. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, if there always has to be something, then there always has to be something. Infinite regress. There always have to be something.
I mean, that's the thing.
Very simple. Very simple.
It's philosophically impossible for that to happen.
Show me a nothing then. Show me somewhere. Give me a jar of nothing. Give me a bottle of nothing and prove that wrong.
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Did you say
it's
impossible?
know nothing is good. Once you show me a nothing, we know it is good.
Impossible.
Wait, did you say it's
y'all play Minecraft?
I can't know. Nothing cannot exist.
Meow, 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 meow,
meow, meow.
How Goldnarm is it?
Is your little baby? Look at the little baby. Hi.
I gotta catch it. She's older.
We're not saying you're wrong. We're saying until you show us a bottle of nuts, and then we're not gonna we're gonna keep saying nothing cannot exist. Yeah, a bottle of nothing. Give me a bottle of nothing.
I mean, it does seem based on our understanding of physics that nothing is a practical impossibility. So the notion that you could present somebody with a nothing and they're going to react to it is nuts. But because
I was trying to keep it above board. But to the point, even about if you present a bottle of nothing, the bottle is something so that you can't even do that.
John,
you couldn't like as temporal beings, we couldn't like if somebody presented you a bottle of nothing and you went, oh yeah, that's a bottle of nothing, it couldn't actually be a bottle of nothing because you have had a physical reaction to it. And you can't react to nothing.
That's the whole point, John. The point is that what we're saying will stand until they present that bottle of nothing. And they can't do it because it's an impossibility.
Yeah. So if you present what they're going to say back
tactic.
If you talk to them,
true. But the presenting a nothing is both a philosophical and a technical impossibility. So when somebody claims that they're presenting a nothing and you react to it, you're kind of conceding the point. But the point really is that
y'all like to get deep in them subjects, man. I don't never thought it from that angle. I just know you can't present a bottle of nothing.
But the point here is that you can't concede to the existence of a nothing. Like we have no demonstrable.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing against it. I see it. It's just I never thought that way.
But that does mean that when somebody like Golden Arm or any other religious person comes along and says that my God was created from nothing, they are claiming that the God is reacting to a nothing that we all philosophically agree is an impossibility, right?
Nope.
Okay, but that's how it works. You have one side of the spectrum, and you're making these declarations, and we don't even got the full side of this. Like if you have
a point, but you got to show the person. You have a point.
Either the God is
going to tell you what nothing.
Either the
Jay, you got a point, but you got to show us nothing so we can see the other side.
Oh my God! Look, right now, I'm talking to you, right? Right now, I'm talking to you, right? And I'm able to think and see, right? What happens when I die? What will I be able to tell you then?
Nothing. You'll be dead. bro.
Okay, all right
Find
then.
out.
So that's nothing right
Yeah,
there.
homie.
It's going from something
I hope
to
you
nothing.
don't, though.
And
I
I'm
hope you
saying I
don't.
don't know what that is, Jay man. I don't know what that is because I
This
can't
isn't
quantify.
Minecraft.
I
You
can't
don't just
measure.
fucking
I can't.
spawn back
I don't
and
know what
create
that
what you
is.
need,
They
bro.
went from something to nothing, right? They're nothing now. Where are they now?
So we're
They're
not
just
playing
they're
Minecraft.
just words now, technically.
Now they're decomposing for real.
Decomposing if you can find them and prove it, right? Because at the end of the day, it's my word against yours. You could tell me anybody lived, and it's up to you to prove it at that
No,
point.
I can literally watch them
The
decompose.
bones, exhume the body, and you know what I'm saying, and do the DNA test to prove it. If you
For all I
go
know,
You ever
for
dug
all
up a
I
dead
know,
body before?
theories could be right. They could be an afterlife, but they all could be wrong, and it could be the cosmic turtle afterlife where you just ride on his back like Captain
Listen,
Kirk
don't tell the police,
through
but I
the
have some
universe.
people in my backyard. I can prove it. I'm joking.
Well, I'm telling you, look,
and Envy's getting a bit
Death-
scary here.
I don't know what
Death is
nothing
the
means. I can't tell you about nothing. I can't. I don't try to talk about
We're
things I know.
just
That's
testing
why I try to do things
boy,
with
I got the body.
What is nothing?
I
Is
brought the
nothing
body.
something?
You bring the time.
Hey, listen, you need. Hey,
If you can show me a nothing, then we know what we're talking about.
if energy truly doesn't die and is able to transform, then I feel like the energy in us now moves on and it does this again, and it's able to.
But is that that's not nothing though? That's something.
No, that's something. This is what I'm saying, but it's something that
Okay,
works
so
in a
we
way
change
we
the
don't
subject.
understand. It's something that's not physical like us in our bodies, but it works in a way we don't understand. It's something that's a system beyond this one that we can't tap into because we stuck on the physical. We can't get
So we
past
change
it.
the subject then. This is we change the subject off of nothing cannot exist.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
We
Listen,
agree that
unless
No,
nothing
the
something,
cannot exist.
subject that
Everybody
nothing
agrees.
cannot
non-physical
exist.
gives me
Look,
happiness, I don't want to hear it. Like, okay.
nothing
All right.
cannot exist. There are some things that cannot
Okay.
exist no more. There are things
We
that
agree
come
that
into
moving
existence
forward.
that don't exist anymore.
Jay,
Moving
can
There
forward,
something
then we agree.
non-physical make me an
existence
Instagram reel?
that don't exist anymore. How do you explain that?
Jay, answer the question. Can
I
something
don't
that
know
doesn't
how
exist
to.
make me
I'm
an
not
I didn't
Instagram
hear
explaining
the
reel?
question.
everything.
Repeat
I
the
know how to
question.
explain.
Repeat
Golden
the
Arm,
question.
if you want to talk to Jada, take that up with Jada.
MB, repeat the question. You said
I ain't your fucking secretary.
Can something that not exist make me an Instagram reel?
Can something that not exist make you an Instagram reel?
Yeah.
Come on.
Can
Come
it make
on.
me an iPhone? Can it make me food?
I mean, that's real
Can it
question.
at least give me an
You know
orgasm?
that's
Something.
not the case.
But
You know that can't happen. I'm telling you that things can come
Right.
into
So
and
there's
they're
a
not
reason
being
for
existent
that,
no more.
right? They just
There
don't
are things
kind of
that
fucking exist.
there are things that could be something and then be nothing. You get what I'm saying? There's things that come in and there's something, and then they are now nothing.
But Jay, you must understand the motivation of the question here is: does something that doesn't materially or energetically exist have the potential to have an impact on the world in which we exist? Like,
Yes.
if the answer is yes, then it materially or energetically exists. Like
Yes, I agree with that, but it works in a way that we can't quite grasp yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, we still gonna have to do way better
It's simple,
science.
Jay,
to get
man.
there. And there's no
Things that are
telling.
nothing cannot exist because nothing cannot
Goldie, it would
exist.
make
The
it a
things that are
lot
nothing
easier on you if you would
cannot
just get in the
exist.
fucking Discord and you can contact
They
all these
don't
people there
exist.
I'm telling you
that
that
you want to talk to.
that there's a non-physical side to our existence. To
I'll be
existence,
right back,
period.
guys.
And I think that it's no coincidence that this all breaks down to the same stuff. Everything that you see out there, all the processes, it all comes from the same materials. We all unified. We all organized.
Jay, even if I was prepared to grant you that there was some kind of metaphysical aspect to our existence, I wouldn't be prepared to accept that it is completely independent from the physical aspect.
It's not. I'm telling you. I'm
So-
telling you that it's not. So you don't have to grant that because I'm telling you that it's not. That it is. That it is.
Jay,
connected to the physical, John. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't think there is. I said even if. So even if I was prepared to grant you that. But what you're claiming, like with respect to this like bimodalism or substance dualism that you're kind of focusing on, does seem to require a complete independence. Which does mean that it's not actually like bimodalism or substance dualism anymore, right? it does actually seem like you're just claiming for the existence of something that is not only independent of like matter and energy, but also completely independent of time, which now has just jettisoned our reality entirely.
Time doesn't really exist. Time is a result of physical things bending space-time, causing gravity. Therefore, time occurs. Bless you, Golden. So,
just want to quickly check if Golden Arm's reality also encompasses the mute button.
Sorry,
Before he into his mic.
I know time is a debate right now.
I apologize. Sorry.
It's all good, champ. Yeah,
as best I know, time is a debate right now, and I'm on the side with time. Time is the entropy is the arrow of time. Entropy is what makes time move from one moment to the next moment.
I get you.
I'm on your side. So your birthday's next week, MB?
I've been listening to you. Yeah, I agree with you.
This one he said that. Now, so look, the way I see it, none of us could prove it, right? But these are the theories. These are the things I suppose because of what I see. It would make sense to me that there's an underlying interface to all of this. Like before you get to the physical, there's a metaphysical. There's like an imprint that we got. There's energy we contain. Energy transforms. We see how things transform physically. I'm of the opinion that energy can also transform in such a way, and the energy within us will leave set imprint in set energy, and there's probably a system through energy that we're able to do this, that we were able to do this now here, and we'll be able to do it again because we are literally the same stuff floating everywhere.
But the problem with respect to matter and energy changing states, it does require, as far as we can tell, a degree of continuity from the initial state to the second state. So you've got state A, which is like us. You know, it's a human brain, which is a configuration of like energy and matter, right? And that's how like it's basically it's an electrochemical supercomputer. Now, in order for the thing that makes us us, like the personality that we have, the consciousness that we have, in order to survive a state change, then it would require a degree of continuity, which doesn't seem to exist when you kill the brain.
Because the brain is what's processing it. So when it's no longer able to contain and process it, what it does, in my opinion, is releases it. Or not even releases it. It just stops processing what's already out there. Like I'm of the opinion something out there is simultaneously living through us from our first heartbeat to our last.
So we had this discussion the last time where I said, would it be reasonable to assume, or from your worldview, that you think that the human brain is basically an antenna that is earthing this kind of consciousness?
Are you saying a mind without a brain? Is this a mind without a brain argument? Can you show me a mind floating around somewhere without a brain?
I'm telling you that we can't.
Well, like trying to steel man Jay's position. That's kind of the only way.
We have no medium to do that, big time. You understand what I'm saying? Like you would need a medium to do that.
The problem here,
I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. I'm just saying we don't see that shit until you show me. I ain't gonna believe that shit.
Well, and that's exactly the issue. Like
how can you distinction. Yeah, sorry.
Like
go ahead.
The thing I was going to say is like all of the tests that we do, all of the things that we do with respect to neurology, imaging, etc. Anytime that you damage a human brain, it does seem to damage the ability of said human to express their quote unquote consciousness.
You damage the brain, you damage the mind.
Like, but in the same way as if you were to damage an antenna and the consciousness was coming from another place. But if you were to damage the antenna, i.e. the brain, the meat sac that is the antenna in this analogy, would that damage the ability for that person to express the consciousness? It would. But that is the definition of a non-parsimonious argument. You're making an unnecessary assumption.
It's not, because I'm telling you that if we're antennas, right? You just said something about us being chemical supercomputers. You see what I'm saying? You just said that. So what I'm telling you is
that's John. No.
No. I'm exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. John, listen. You see what I'm saying? You see that there's a quantum thing going on. This breaks down to the cellular level. This breaks down to the microbial level. You understand? Everything does.
Jake, well, firstly, the microbial level isn't the quantum level. The scales that we're talking about here are measured in like orders of magnitude differently. And the fact that you're just throwing these words out clearly means that you probably don't understand them. But the point that I was making here was that the point that I could my point here with respect to the notion of the brain being kind of an antenna, and the only point I was making here is that the only way that we would see what we see with respect to the argument that you're making and the justification for why when we damage a human brain, when you lobotomize a person, it impacts their personality, it impacts how they interact with the world. Now, if you were to damage an antenna, like if the brain were to be the thing that was producing the sentience, producing the personality, and you damaged it, and if the brain were to be an antenna that was interpreting a personality that was being transmitted from some other place, then if you damage the antenna, that is the only way like that you would see kind of the same outcome. But my point was that it is non-parsimonious. It is more parsimonious to assume that the brain is the thing that is producing the intelligence, since it seems perfectly capable of it, as opposed to assuming that it's an antenna that is being transmitted from a third place. Because now you have to assume the existence of a third place.
Time out, guys. Time out. Golden Arm, I'm kicking you so you can go to bed.
Why?
Because you have less than 12 hours before you need to do battle with Justin.
I'm listening.
Sleep.
I'm listening to the application.
None of this is going to help you with Justin. Trust me. Like none of it.
So
none of this is going to help you.
This is not research,
and you won't remember it anyway.
But why are you kicking me?
Justin needs to come over here.
You know what? I'm shutting it down in like 20 minutes anyway.
Fine, but I'm listening to the conversation.
Okay, well, you look like you were sacking out, so.
Well, I was doing both.
I reckon when you get your rest, man, and put your best foot forward and have a good argument for Justin. Get you some rest and put your best foot forward.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You really should.
Nah, he got it, man. He good.
I mean,
no, he doesn't got it made. He's gonna be on DZ tomorrow with Justin.
Okay.
He's gonna debate Justin. He needs to be topic. And I'm gonna be there too. So he needs to know what the fuck he's talking about.
He's gonna do
what he does. Like gameplay in the background as it happens. So, yeah.
This is gonna betray an unbelievable.
He better not do what he does. Justin won't let him last long.
Who is Justin?
I can answer yes or no questions. I'll last long.
Okay. All evidence contrary, but all right.
Yes,
ask me a yes or no question.
Okay, I'm only going another half an hour anyway, so whatever.
Well, you hear that, ladies and gentlemen, last call for alcohol. You ain't got to go home. Got to get the hell up out of here. 30
last
minutes.
call?
Last call. Last call.
Yeah, I'm calling it a little early tonight because I also have to be at Justin's at 3, so
man, you guys are my peace, man.
We all gotta watch the meltdown happen, chat. We need to see the legendary fight that's been brewing for you. Wait, shit, fuck. Wait, no, Conor McGregor's fighting tomorrow. Never mind.
Is he?
Yeah, Conor McGregor.
Who's he fighting?
I forgot.
Gretchen, are you going to be on call tomorrow?
I thought Conor McGregor retired.
What do you mean on call?
His first fight after 5 years.
Yeah, July 11th at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Conor McGregor is in the octagon after a 5-year layoff to fight Max.
Yeah, I will already be there when you call in. I will already be on screen.
I gotta pick up my kids around 6 or 7, but I will call in.
I know.
6 set.
Pat,
So
your case,
basically,
get
they-
you some
basically,
rest,
it's
and put your best foot forward, man. Turn us into theists. Come with that convincing argument.
It's a
I
money
plan
fight.
as long as I can get my ass out of bed and get my shit together. I plan on calling him right when he starts. So
It's like you like stay up all night.
Huh?
Just be yourself.
I can't because I can't. Justin said he wants me to be there for the whole stream, and then I gotta shut down and do my stream. So I can't do that.
What time does he
Every
start?
quarter, if Golden Arm present a God that's real, and you gotta
He
just
starts
admit it,
at
man.
3
It's real.
p.m. my time.
I doubt it.
Need a white
I doubt
monster,
it, but
dude.
I want him to be on the top form.
I'm gonna present the godly case for Genesis.
Okay.
I fucking clicked on Genesis last night. This isn't gonna work.
I don't care about Genesis.
Genesis is
That's probably not going to work, Golden Arm, because there's a lot of scientific flaws there. You're going to at least prepare for that, because they're going to
This
ask
better
you
be a
things.
3-hour call, dude. We better be sitting down from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. I better see that shit fucking go.
Just be ready for that. Just be ready for the order of creation, because they're gonna hit you. They're gonna hit you with that. The order of creation, how you get night and days without the sun. You know what I'm
I
saying?
just don't care
Months without
about
the sun.
Genesis. Either way, it don't really matter to me.
Genesis
Actually,
is the
hold on.
context of the whole Bible, dude.
Can someone click the
I don't
volume
care
as
about
fast
the
as
Bible.
possible
I
for
told you,
this?
I think
'Cause I'm gonna be
it's
live
mind
at the time.
pollution. I think it's mind pollution. I think you would serve yourself better if you learn something else besides that, because that's just taking up space in your head that could be put to something else.
It's
You
it's
could be-
Golden Arm. Just answer.
it's where
another
Justin,
Einstein.
it's where Justin needs to start. That's why I'm going
Yeah,
there.
Justin don't come at you totally different from me. We told two totally different animals. Justin, he
Yeah.
gonna hit you inside the Bible. Because Justin got skills like Indiana Jones. He done been out, man. The dude like the Raiders of the Lost Ark or some shit, man. You gotta watch.
Oh my gosh, I just watched that movie yesterday.
I know, man. I know. He's
Indiana Jones is so fucking good,
He's
dude.
got arguments. I'm scared as crap, but
I'm fighting you at the practicality. He gonna go inside of
Don't be
topic
scared,
with you.
bro. Don't be scared, bro. Be ready.
Funny thing is, he wants me there for his security blanket, but I'm fucking meaner than Justin is, so it's weird.
You don't
But
need no security blanket. Go man.
You don't have to get in where you fit in.
entertainment. This is prime time
I've been
TV,
talking
everybody.
to Justin for like a year. I'm gonna come talk to you. I'm gonna come talk to you. Well, Rachel, or damn.
God damn it.
I'm sorry. Are you kicking me now?
Yeah, he want to get kicked.
Gretchen
This is
called
the
me out.
event, bro. This is the event of the century.
No, it's not.
Hey, I want you when you hang this phone up. I want you to do a montage like Rocket for Justin.
Man, nobody on fire. Man, I can't do anything with Justin.
You the
Where's
underdog
Rachel?
going in the ring. Get out there, you lazy bum! Run!
I'm just reading at the claim that it was going to be the event of the century, but still.
Okay, it's funny. It's gonna be funny. Okay? Honestly, I think Conor McGregor coming back tomorrow is gonna be more
I get
interesting.
it. I understand that. I know that. I'm prepared.
You
I can't wait for McGregor to come back and just start fucking swinging, bro.
Well, it would be funny to see, like, for example, like Golden Arm try and punch Conor McGregor in the face, and Conor McGregor to try to make an intellectual argument. I mean, these guys would probably be on par. All
John, I'll
told.
get one punch in for sure. For you, I'll do it for you, John.
I can see Golden doing his montage now. He's gonna be doing a montage reading the Bible.
What if I click Golden and Justin's faces like over the fighters? That'd be fucking funny.
Yeah, right. We want you to have your best case, man. I'm not trying to dox you or whatever. Javier says jinx you and do no bad magic, no cursings on you. I want you to do your best, man. Put your best foot forward, get your rest.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely put your best foot forward. Because I definitely got a trick or two up my sleeve to fuck with you.
Go to
And that's totally gonna happen.
All they got is the order of creation against you. That's all they really got in Genesis against you. It's the order of creation.
Gretchen, I'm not going to argue two things. I'm not going to argue.
Hang on. You're not going to argue the two things that you're about to argue for, right?
No, I'm not going to argue when Genesis was written or who wrote it. Those two things. Who
Okay.
wrote it?
Justin's gonna drag you there anyways.
Okay. And neither of those two are the tricks that I got up my sleeve.
All right.
Creation. You're not getting the golden arm. The order of creation is how they're gonna hit you, man. They're gonna ask you.
Be prepared to show up and get put on your back foot immediately.
All they got on you. You're gonna have to explain how you get night and day before you get the sun on day 4. You're gonna have to explain how you get plants before you get the sun.
No,
Justin,
Jay,
is that gonna make it easy for you?
I'm skipping chapter 1 and 2. We're going straight to chapter 3.
Okay, run, baby, run.
That's how they're gonna get you. Remember last time, that's how we got into it. You was like, "You gonna get back to me." Remember in one of the streams, we was like, "Yo, I'm gonna get back to you on that," and we never got the chance to talk.
He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember last times, Jay.
I would want to
talk about the good parts, the stuff
that's not too hard to find. I could show you. That's not too hard to find.
I want to make a bet. I want to make a bet with you, J Money, because I don't know that Justin would do that, because Justin he knows too much, man. He got so many other tools. He don't have to go that way.
I said we were running parlays.
I mean, that's the strongest evidence against Genesis.
Are we gonna run parlays on this or not?
I don't know. I don't think so. If there is something strong, I bet he know it.
I've listened to Justin's Genesis 3 talk. I know what he's going to come with. I know where he's going.
And I feel like you're gonna get cooked either way. Isn't that crazy? How you like know what's gonna happen and it's still gonna get
He got some of the tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'm gonna get cooked. I admit it. I'll get cooked, but I'm gonna go down fighting.
But I mean, like going down fighting is not like calculating the trajectory of the ballistic missile that's about to land on your head, and then like laying your head down
versus
on
a janitor.
the
It all
bullseye.
comes back.
Like,
I don't know. Your success for you may look different, but I think tonight your endeavor, what you should try to do is be influential, influence some people, be persuasive, bring people over to your side and win the argument. I think that should be your goal.
That's right. I agree with that. That's my goal.
You know what I think your goal should be?
What's that?
Is all the better part of the last year, you've been terrorizing the horizontal chat, claiming you were gonna call in, sharpening my arguments. You talk shit about Justin, and everybody's so fun. You know what? Make it fucking worth it. That's all I'm saying is make it worth it.
Make it worth monetize it. If you're gonna do it,
make it worth it, man. Actually,
personally, I'm saying
you talk that much shit. You need to make it worth it. That's all I'm saying.
Just
put your fucking money where your mouth is. That's all. That's all there is to it.
I'll do my best. He's gonna kick my ass. Right there we go.
Play it up for the camera.
But prove me wrong.
Bro, that dude is not unbeatable, man. That's it. It's not unbeatable. All you gotta do is just stick to your script. Stand on your square. Don't let this dude dictate nothing. Don't go in there thinking, "Oh, it's Justin. I better."
If you stay away from philosophy shit, then you already have a point in your favor with the chat. So
this is not about no script, though. This is about the truth.
He agreed. He agreed to talk Genesis with me, so
he did.
I can do that.
It'd be really funny if he just joined in and he was like, "Power levels over 9,000."
He said no matter what the topic is, he would dive into Genesis with you.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
And whatever argument you present, make it persuasive and influential.
Persuade the audience. I'm here for fucking entertainment. Okay, we got to make this clippable. We got to make this reactable. And we got to make this monetizable.
That's exactly what it's not about. That's exactly what it's not about. You see, that's what it goes through.
I don't know, man. I don't know. If he gets to be, if he could be like BMF status, he could be a fucking legend.
Gretchen was genuinely torn with that one. Like, does it need to be like have some integrity to it, or can I just like cash in on it? Gretchen's like, well.
Listen, I'm a degenerate entertainer.
No, my goals are different from Justin's goals, and they're also different from Golden Arms' goals. I was being genuine when I said that he just needs to make it fucking worth it. To do his best. Stay away from the philosophy because the chat will fucking roast you for that. Don't forget, he's got the pretzel meter now. And chat will fuck you up.
I don't care about the chat.
But they're gonna get bored. And remember, we have to make this monetizable and entertaining. right?
That's what you can't. You can't care about that. You gotta just go talk your shit. That's it. Talk what you
No,
talk.
you have to care about the chat now. He's got the pretzel meter. Remember, if it gets to 100, you get kicked.
What's the meter? Who the fuck is a pretzel meter?
Like, doesn't it?
He has a pretzel meter that starts off raw, and if the people in the chat hit the secret keywords enough, it ends up at 100% and on fucking fire.
I'm
not.
not.
And like
You're
overcooked.
kidding me. Okay, that's
And if
stupid,
it
also
gets
fucking
there,
funny.
he kicks them.
So then run away. That's how I flip it like that. That's a mechanism to run away from the discussion that you set up. At the end of the day,
And Justin has been Justin has been doing the pay to kick thing recently too. So
that's what I'm saying. So you got mechanisms set up to run away from the discussions you set up. That's not good neither. You see what I'm saying?
He's doing this to get
don't
fucking
help.
paid.
It don't
no,
help.
just get your game plan and stay on your game plan.
Like, obviously
and just try to ignore the red herrings I'm going to throw at you.
But the whole argument, the whole tempo of a discussion is ultimately colored by the attitude of the audience, right? You like, if the audience has high consideration for like the fidelity of a scientific argument, then you stick on the scientific principles. If the audience is more like and that's not to say that there's no value with, like, the audience obviously is the thing that applies value with respect to YouTube, but it depends what your objective is. Like, if Golden Arms, and like, I don't agree with Golden Arm, but if his objective is if he's got a truth in mind, and that truth is the the principal thing that's most important to him, then frankly, the consideration of the argument from the audience should be secondary to the truth of the argument. However, if his objective is to be entertaining, then the truth of the argument should be secondary to at least how he presents the argument, right? There are different things.
Well, it also has to be who he's talking to too. I mean, if he wanted Genesis, Justin agreed to it. Since Justin is the Bible, expert, he's on good ground if he just sticks with the fucking Bible. If he wants to talk science, go fucking call Blitz. If you want to talk philosophy, go call Ian. If you just want a free-flowing conversation about who knows how many things, you call Mezzo or Joel. That's just the way it works.
I agree with that, because I think Justin is genuinely interested in a good Bible discussion.
He absolutely is.
And if you
so is his audience. His audience is too.
At the risk of asking an on the nose question, Gretchen, why do people call in here? Like, what are they looking for? Just like, since you hate philosophy, and you definitely have a particular political bent, like, why do people come here?
I'm here to pick up chicks, man.
Are you fucking
funniest thing you've said, like, all your lifetime, Golden Arm. Like,
I don't know. What are you here, John?
Everybody ran Jada off. She was kind of cute,
John,
Jesus Christ! Say that again.
That was with a degree of irony on my part. Like, I'm acutely aware that you disagree with me, Gretchen, and you generally tend to host the vast majority of people who, like, philosophically or politically disagree with me, but actually do have a certain degree of knowledge within the domains that they tend to profess. So if I'm likely to change my mind anywhere, it's going to be
the conceit behind async is more or less just like a fucking clubhouse that we can all just like, or maybe call it a mosh pit, whatever. But anyone that wants to come up, even if they've never been on a fucking stream or a panel before, they just want to see if they're any good at it. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, Gretchen can call me a bitch on Monday, and the next day she can call me a friend, right?
I do that with everybody. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah, like everybody every now and again in the mosh pit.
That's me.
As long as you enjoy the general tenor of the music, anybody can potentially catch an elbow. It's going to happen every now and again.
I catch
pretty much,
yeah. Everybody else, right. Mm-hmm.
So that's just that's what this channel is for. So.
Well, on that note, Gretchen, I'm going to drop. I do have stuff to do, but no, it was good fun, and thanks for having me again. And keep up, basically. I'll see you all later.
Will do. See you later, John.
Are we closing it down? I was check. I thought we were shutting it
Yeah,
down.
McGregor is back tomorrow. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. In about 5-10 more minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna do fucking calculus. Y'all have fucking fun.
Fun. Calculus. Yay. So
Honestly, man, people argue about things they can't prove on either side. That's why I just listen, like, this experience, have your opinion, formulate the thing, make it fun, make it something that your mind feels good with. Because at the end of the day, that's all you got. Your life, your one life, you're gonna live it, you're gonna die. That's it. Right?
I mean, this is actually, J-Money, this actually matter reason though we were talking about the whole time, and you have to assume that something exists. Because it does you no good not to assume the contrary, because you can't you won't be able to survive and live and get something to eat if you think nothing exists.
Nah, I could. Like, say for example, like, again,
We're trying to figure out a way to add this thing that we don't need. And don't need it. Nothing can exist.
Like, if there was only a way to, like, I don't know, if they could, like, change some way to, like, bring some, I don't know, do something where they could, like,
trying to find what solipsism is good. I mean, we can't defeat solipsism, man. You have to assume that you exist, and you have to do good in the world, or do good in the game, or simulation, whatever
I
your
believe that.
solipsism is.
I
If you don't
believe
do good, you're gonna die.
No, I believe that. What I'm saying is that I feel like
it don't make
followed by more. That's it. It just makes sense to me. It gives like it would give like a possibility for the like reason for our choices.
I just think actually way
we'll be
you
able to
can for
pay.
no reason.
We'll be able to be held accountable in a way to our choices. It's weird, like, but you know, like, something beyond this life would create a system in which things that happen in this life you may be held accountable in a certain way. Like, you might come
Put it
back
like
as
this. Put it like
like
this,
a
Jay,
robot.
man. I won't carry the burden of nothing. I won't carry the burden of nothing until somebody show me that it can exist. When I see that nothing can exist, then I start carrying that load too. Until then, I'm not much worried about nothing because it can't exist. Show me
Right
nothing
now,
and show me that it can.
right? You just experiencing, right? You just living your life. You just rolling with the punches. That's all you could do. Go to sleep, wake up, live your life, right?
Yeah, but it's still always something. It's always something. If you show me nothing, then we'll talk about everything that's nothing and what to do and how to weigh it.
Oh, Envy's gonna be a damn fool. Go Envy.
You need data. You see what I'm saying?
Welcome to the club, Envy.
What happens? What happens when you reach a point where you can't extract any more data? Get what I'm saying?
I mean, we reached that point, but we can't say we're gonna do it until we get to those points, man. Right now, we at this point.
No, what I'm telling you is that
something is resisting.
We could see up to 300. We could see up to 300,000 years light from up to 300,000 years past the Big Bang.
I think it's like million years, a billion,
No,
something like that.
300,000, I believe, 300,000 years.
Okay, I don't necessarily agree, but okay.
I mean, we could let's look it up. I heard it was thousand.
I can't. But if you can look at a computer, ask a computer. I can't look it up.
Whatever, 300 million. That's still close enough to the Big Bang that we could see all of this shit. You get what I'm saying? We know what it is. You know what I'm telling you? Like, we got a good grasp on the physical side of things, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, science has done a great job.
And the thing, and right now we speculating the things we don't know don't have any effect on us. That's why we don't know them. We can't really fuck with it right now because we don't have the tools or technology to fuck with it. So it don't really affect us. It don't affect us, man.
It's not that it don't affect us.
We can't fuck with it, and it can't fuck with us.
We can't detect what it is. There's still possibly new substances out there that we have not detected that are
I'm not
probably
gonna deny the possibility of nothing, man. I'm just saying that right now we know what we know. We don't know what we know because the way the circumstances have presented themselves. Everything gonna exist under its set of circumstances, and we exist under these.
There's probably things that are under certain light spectrums or certain particles that we just can't see.
I'm not gonna argue that. I'm not arguing that. I'm not gonna argue for or against that. I don't know. We don't have the tools and technology to look at certain things right now. We're gonna know that only thing we can know is what exists. We can't know what don't exist. And we're gonna know the things that we can find with the tools we have right now at this particular point in time. Tomorrow may be a different story. We might know some new things tomorrow.
And lock in with that. Now that same mentality back in the day, we would have locked in with that, and that has been updated from then to now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why I'm constantly preaching this mentality, because everybody want to bring back that old mentality with spirits and shit.
No,
mentality before germs and shit.
I'm not talking about that far back. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
but it's all linked. It's linked. And when you start talking about spirits and all this other shit, you start getting in that vague bullshit with that vague epistemology from ancient times, man. When they didn't know what shit was, they was calling shit that they had germs and all kind of shit they didn't know. They didn't know what hell was, mind was, huh? You got a little better understanding than they do.
Humans was always curious. You feel me? Like they was always curious back then. So that's why it was, that way. They had to come up with
why is it so hard for you to imagine that maybe they just had the wrong way of thinking of things back then, because they didn't know. They didn't know a lot of things.
I never said they didn't. I'm agreeing with science nowadays. Like they didn't have that. So they didn't have the right way to think.
And each and every civilization had a piece of science. But that's what they was calling magic. That's the shit that actually worked in their magic, was the science part, the actual knowledge that they knew about whatever little thing they was doing. Like,
it was science, whether they called it magic or not. You understand what I'm saying? We know this now. We know this now, though. You understand what I'm telling you? They didn't know that then. So their ignorance doesn't change the reality of things. That was still
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that by you taking up they vague epistemology, you make everything vague and things is less understood under that way of thinking.
I'm telling you that the same questions. No, I'm not.
That's where your confusion is coming from, man. Because you want to use the vague stuff, like people when they start talking about my heart feel love and all that. It's that vague thinking from way back when, man. All that shit is linked, and that's what makes it harder for us to adapt.
I'm not thinking like them. Listen, I'm not thinking like them.
I think you are, man. I could be wrong, but put it like this, J-Man. I think you are. I could be wrong, but I think you are. I think you're invoking spirits.
You think whatever you want. I'm telling you how I
to whatever extent you are.
Listen, you can think whatever you want. I'm telling you how I think. What's my opinion, right? That's what it is. That's what it is, despite what anybody else thinks. You understand what I'm saying? My opinion is what I'm telling you it is.
I got you, homie. I know how you feel. You know how I feel. Now, let's continue.
That's fine. Listen, I'm telling you that none of us know for sure. You will know the day you drop dead. That's it.
That's what I'm saying too. And all I'm saying is that I won't believe it until you show me, man. I'm saying the exact same thing because I'm just not believing it.
I cannot show you that.
No, I'm not gonna believe it.
I'm not asking you to believe that. I'm not asking you to believe that. What is this about? This is about different people's perspective, right? You got yours, I got mine. So that's all it is. You don't have to believe mine, and nobody else does. But it's still just my perspective, and I'm telling you why. And it correlates with a lot of stuff people say. There's elements.
I like to point out. Kelly Lawson asking the question: why can't things be known? I don't know if you're talking to me or you. Why can't things be known? I think things can be known, but other things that they can't be known when it's we're able to know them.
I mean, yeah, Kelly got good insight. That's a good scientist dude right there, man. He should come up.
Yeah, I like talking to him, but well, no, Kelly, go fuck yourself. I can't type it in. It always kick my message. But go fuck yourself, Kelly. Don't come up. I'm daring you to. Well, I don't know. We got enough time. Well, Gretchen said she was about to set up shop.
I don't need an hour, like maybe like 5
I'm
minutes.
just waiting for you two ladies to stop bickering.
I'm just filling in time. I'm basically agreeing with Jay Money. All I'm saying is I'm just not gonna believe it until you present it. If you show me a bottle of nothing, if you can show me things that don't get older as things progress, you can show me these things, then I stop believing in nothing. Nothing can exist, and entropy is the arrow of time.
There's ways if you could like do it on a cellular level, like you could slow down aging. it's like genetically possible, but we're not there yet. Like we, of course, haven't done that
Yeah,
yet. But,
that's hypothetical stuff, man. I
no,
won't
I'm
deny
telling you,
that there's a
science,
possibility.
science says that. Like it's a cellular aging is a cellular process. It's what your body does. Like if you could find ways, anything that's a cellular process, if you could find a way to manipulate that or like intervene somehow, you could, control that. You get what I mean? We make new animals
Okay,
based
guys.
off
That's 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
I think that's it.
Peace.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. If anyone goes to DZ today, we'll see you there. If not, see you next time.
All right, peace.
Good night, Golden Arm. I had to kick him again. Unbelievable. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And like I said, see you at DZ if you go. See you next time on Async if you come back.
Warning. Containment failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Freeze up. Priest up rebels into the stream to pray. Vomiting sermons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind running and dang. Without God you can't know truth. Saving fake the script with no real proof. Umbrella blade rhetoric, virus born lies. Expected to create more, we just get more. There's nobody to fire, just calm and cool. No panic in his voice, no need to fold. Crosshair fuck his intellectual aim. Ready to push another zombie claim. You start with God, then conclude God's true. A closed loop system with no way through. Ouroboros reasoning, wearing holy skin. A self-replicating virus, spreading within. Within a human, like a goodie or not. Another priest up is losing the plot. Nobody on fire, just a room with precision. Biologic burns hotter than any messiah. Nobody on fire, shows patience and poise. Gun through noise with a surgical voice. No rage-bait tactics, no desperate anointing. Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Priest up mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Transcendental necessity screamed in rage. Like a tyrant trapped inside a semantic cage. Priest up fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologize, fetishize, dogmatize. But nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Never gets loaded into every reply while holy assertions decay and done. No miracles found in the source code haze. Just another cult caught in the blaze. Every single because you can't assume your God is true and use that claim to prove your view. That's not logic, that's a virus loop. Mind control virus in a hazmat suit.
BOW detected. Precept staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Static flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame. Understands precepts and he's hacked their game. No fear of hell, no need for gods. Just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument expires, the only thing left is fire! Putting all bad arguments to the door. Nobody on fire leaves the priest up scorched. Priest up reduced to a failed experiment. sentiment buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red. Stacks of dead arguments fed to the shred. And documents melt into ash. Every circular claim erased in the fire.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Presup status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Uninfected.
Is it wrong or right for the fascist right to vote away our rights? But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are anchored here with our boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the knee. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that. Look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boots start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. You adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on that. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semitic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. You reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You can love to fly your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Not the one inside your head. You get lost in fire rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Wait till I'm resting with you. When you go off filter nerd, least you can do is try to hang with us here on You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. Oh, you wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith-inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and blue.